Already with the technical difficulties. That is crazy. Oh, still having problems. Still, always a new day, folks. Always a new day. Always a new day with technical difficulties, folks. Sorry about that. Can't help it.
Laughs and whispers, journeys told, hearts collide in every mold, catching dreams on frequencies.
What's good, everybody? What's good, everybody? What's good, everybody? I weird technical difficulties that just happened in the last moment. It was literally rushing to try to get everything together for you guys. And my freaking camera and everything else is all over crazy. Sorry, I was like been cleaning my office, and then I knocked a few wires all over the place. Let me try to make sure I adjust up some things for you guys. This is just the heartaches and pain when you decide you want to be a content creator. And sometimes you guys, it's not it is not the most uh cleanest of productions, but also it lets you know that things are real here. There's no production team, there's no uh, assistant in the background, there's no, it's just me. It's just your guy. I am Resla. uh I don't have too much of an actual show today. Real life, had to take care of some stuff, had to make sure your boy gets fed, make sure that we had some groceries in the house, but also had a really good conversation um with actually locksmith Jeremy and actually a couple of other people I had beforehand. I had a great conversation with Ruck that lasted a few hours, a good conversation with Rach that lasted a good couple of hours, and then also had a conversation with locksmith Jeremy earlier today. Because believe it or not, guys, I do love having conversations with you all. So apologies that I don't really have strong content for you today, but on Saturdays I kind of like to do a bit of a freestyle when it comes to just having a chill session. But I want to put it out as the actual subject of the show that I put out was like, let's just figure it out. And the reason why I am pretty much saying is let's just figure it out is because, believe it or not, we are pretty much to the date as to when I started all of this, folks, all of this, um, which was last year, December 23rd, all the way into the date that we have today. So next week will be kind of like a liberation kind of thing as to how we all took off from the beginning, when it came to starting up with the idea of the wrestler channel, but also how we got into the areas of how we even got to when it comes to opinionated. So for me, it's a personal goal of meeting an actual year, but also following that within the week, ending going to that next week on that Monday after not next Monday, but the Monday after that will be our 100th episode, pretty much ending out our second season for Opinionated, which I am wholeheartedly excited about. Every time that we move a little bit forward, I am genuinely surprised and genuinely thrilled. I thought that at some point, some way, some employer would reach out to me and say, I understand that you're really good at what you do, but I would love to have you on a full time basis, and would have me so drowned in work that I would never be able to do this with you guys. But I've been able to manage it, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Uh, with that being said, we will have our 100th episode, which should be on Monday, not next Monday, but the Monday after that. And then we'll pretty much be starting off with the new year, which will be Wednesday with episode 101, starting the very first episode of Opinionated season 3. Uh, I had never really thought that I would look at it in terms of like 50 episodes or whatever. We'll see how it goes along, but I do think that reaching 100 episodes was a benchmark for me, and I couldn't do it without you guys. I really couldn't do it. We've had some ups, we've had some downs, we've had some disagreements, we've had some fun times. But most and foremost, I do love everything that's been happening, and I do appreciate you guys because it's been really good. It's been really fun. I appreciate those who've been with me for the long run. And I appreciate all the new people that we have today. And that's just my most sincere thoughts. The reason why I say figuring it out for this particular episode is because there was a big conversation with myself about how I actually wanted to start out the show. Most of you guys don't even know that when I started out the segment of Opinionated on the Resla channel, is that it all began with the aspect of why I started content creation in the first place. And the reason why I started content creation in the first place is because I was a person who, once I stopped seeking guidance and counsel from people who are licensed, they said, out the nest, you know what to do, figure it out. And I was just starting out my 40s, and I was like, I have no idea what I'm gonna do. And when I started this concept, believe it or not, I used to do personal vlogs for myself. It wasn't episodes, it wasn't particular topics, it wasn't these mind-blowing things or these particular structured things. Most of it had to do with me being at work. It was how I felt. It was like a venting session, being in front of a camera. And what it was me being in front of a camera. I would talk about particular things that was going on through my mind, how I needed to adapt to situations that were taking place, how was I going to address needs and concerns for particular colleagues that I had, what were some strategies that I might have in my mind. It was just me sorting things out in real time. Originally, before even Opinionated came out as an actual show, originally the show was going to be figuring it out, which is kind of what you see here. As a person in their 40s trying to figure out life, taking it on for themselves and not necessarily having someone like an employer or other people around you saying basically this is just the way it is. It was really that benchmark hitting to say, I need to think more for myself and not just follow the status quo. I need to start following my own path instead of just following the beaten path. And it's been ups, it's been downs, it's been a lot of contention, but I will also say that it's been very fun. It's had its stressful moments, but I think with the more that we've been building this community, that I've been talking to a lot of people, that I see the new faces that we've been building, I think it has wholeheartedly been for the best. I have spoken to people who have been in the business for a while as a low level content creator, and also from people who are just not, beginning their social media journey, who turns around and look at me and says, how did you do that? How do you know this? They're talking to me as if I'm somehow great at this. I have had people that turn around and say, I think Restless production looks like shit. And I go, maybe you're right. And then I've actually had people that turn around and looked at me and said, is there such thing as too much production? I think it's overly polished. And I go, is my content overly polished, folks? Really? I just wanted to make something I thought that would reflect what I do. And I think there's also the difference between people who just look at themselves as streamers versus people who look at themselves as content creators, and people who look at themselves in mainstream. For those who don't know, I worked in production for a little while prior to me taking on the role in working in compliance, working in risk, before I decided to do this whole thing when it came to YouTube. And for the most part, I didn't start YouTube is because I was really in a heavily uh, corporate setting. Now looking back, I really wish I had started this earlier with you guys and just said I'll take the risk, to be honest with you. But also, I appreciate the long run that I had with my young people and the older people, me leading people in teams, and also me learning from a lot of people in the game of when it comes to experience, because I learned so much from so many people. And while I try not to make a show that pretty much tells other people what to think, because that's what we get on social media, I thought that the premise of the show starting out was to be enlightening people as to where they could be for the future for themselves. And that's how Opinionated was born. Me being in the field, me learning about things, being on Quora forums and being in Reddit, seeing why people always had questions and concerns, and we're always looking for other people who were experienced or at least knew something that they might be going through to give them a helping hand, which is how I threw the aspect of figuring it out, because I didn't want it to be limited to people who would figure things out, and just said everybody has an opinion. Everybody's trying to figure out their lives. That's really what just we're doing as human beings. How do I bring people together in a community that says that we want to take on the everyday conversations that go through people's minds, the everyday conversations that people are trying to figure it out from person to person, whether you're at work, whether you're at play, whether you're in relationships, or whether you're just sitting at home and just saying, what do I do next? And that's how Opinionated was born. And while I didn't think it was going to be something great in the future, especially because I came from a space that was very much niche, but also very much contentious, I decided to branch off, do my own thing. And while I do miss a lot of that sector, I knew that I had to create a lot of safeguards for myself that would make things a little harder. But I also knew that there would eventually be a community of like minded individuals who were interested in having those conversations to really figure out the things that not only work for them, but work out for people that they knew. And that's how pretty much Opinionated was born. And we've been having a great and thriving community. We've been having a lot of great, dope conversations. We've had new people come in. We've had people who have been here who have been old and they left. And hopefully they will come back. And I just want to take this small moment right now to just really say thank you. Um, reaching, starting from the beginning, from when I first made a post all the way to now, has been a very humbling experience. And I didn't even think that we would be monetized at this time. I really didn't. Um, but we're here, which means that we are really going to be moving forward in the future. And hopefully, we'll have other people who are bigger content creators, who are more influential figures, maybe not even creators. Who knows? We might move into interviews at one day. We might move into content strategies, or just having different conversations, a whole bunch of aspects. But most of all, when I started this conversation with a lot of you guys, the most important part was not about what I thought. It's not even really what about other content creators think. It was always about what you guys thought. And I got some things that's going to be in the works. But most of all, I get that a lot of us, and when I say a lot of us, I mean a lot of the viewers and even myself, the same way how I got started, the same way how I say you guys get started, is that we have no problem sharing our opinions or our thought processes when it comes to being in the chat. But how many times do we eventually come to a point in our lives where we want to go from beyond the words and start being more vocal? And I'm hoping at some point, ladies and gentlemen, that we could have a space, not necessarily like a call-in show, but something similar to it, where I would encourage that the people who are here in the chat, the people who always have opinions, the people who always have thoughts, the people who always have questions, that I would challenge you to have a little bit more courage, and instead of just simply, as the stating has been, is growing woo banging from the chat, that you find more courage and actually click the link. I have been very open in saying that I'm willing to give everybody an idea, not just an idea, but also a voice to ask your questions. But I understand not everybody wants that, because everybody thinks that they're so important that someone is looking out for them or looking out to take them down. The truth of the matter, folks, is that you're not as important as you think you are. Not everybody who's in your personal life is watching social media or watching the Resla channel to say that I found so and so and therefore I'm gonna come for them. It's not. But at the same time, as we grow, hopefully that you find the courage to not just want to have your voices read, because not quite frankly everybody can read everything, but also have your voices heard. I can have so much more dialogue with you in a conversation than I can not only reading what you have to say, but reading what everybody else has to say, and then hoping that I can actually get back to you. Which is why I always give more No disrespect to you guys. I give more respect to people who are taking the next step and being bold enough to have their voices heard, even if they don't necessarily show up on camera. And for those who do show up on camera, I always just say, if you're going to do that, follow the same etiquette that I have here from the platform. I get it, folks. We are on the internet. We are on social media. We love going to different areas where people like to express their opinions or express their biases. Let's just be honest, narratives and talking points. But most of all, that they go into areas where they expect it to be a battleground of contention. And while it can be contention, because arguments can form in conversation, I don't host necessarily a debate channel. Anyone who's been here long enough on the channel will tell you that I am a conversationalist. I'm not a debater. And the problem that we have on social media when it comes to panels is that everybody wants to host a debate channel. Let me say this first and foremost, in case you didn't just hear the last few words that popped out of my mouth, despite the fact how I've been running things throughout the entire segment of how we've been running this particular space. The opinionated channel, the opinionated show on the Resla channel, the show Opinionated is not a debate channel. Can debates form? Absolutely. Can arguments form? That's part of conversation, so absolutely. But what I don't run is a debate channel. And people, feel free to have your own opinions, whether you agree or disagree, because it's your opinion. I'm just telling you the foundation of where I came from and how I've always had the thoughts of where the direction of this platform will be going. That's it. But I do appreciate everybody who's been here for the growth. I do appreciate everybody who's had their own particular comments and their own particular opinions, and even how they think as observers, as casual observers, where they believe that my platform should go, while they, let's be honest, don't do much to contribute to the direction or the growth to that platform. Everybody has an opinion. Not everybody's willing to do the work to ensure that a platform goes in a particular way. So I will hardly thank those who have been very vocal in having conversations with me. I will be very thankful for those who have decided to be up on the platform, I've had many conversations with, whether new or old, and who have sat with me for hours, just chopping it up, making me think about where we can move for the future, making me think about not only how I engage with panelists, but also how I engage with you guys as viewers. You have really opened my mind and really enlightened me to a lot of where we can go and what we can do as a platform. So I just want to take this moment. I know I've been kind of going at it, but I just wanted to take this moment to actually just thank you, because when I think of the figuring it out process, it started with my first video, which was humble beginnings. And I'm hoping that I have done enough of my part to show that while we are growing, I'm trying to stick to that very concept of having a humble beginning. And I know it won't always look that way, but I'm hoping that with the aspects of how we've been moving in the channel, that you guys appreciate the hard work that I'm really trying to put into to make sure that we don't fall far from the path. Because too many of us that are here on a platform just want to see, let's just be honest, the world burn. That's their entertainment, watching worlds collide and watching the world burn. That's not what I want. It's not. Those who want things the way that they want it will do their best to make the world seem that way. And I'm going to do my best to make sure that we stay as neutral and watch the world together and challenge those who choose to indoctrinate the rest of everybody else. That's my thoughts. Honest, straight from my head, not scripted, not any particular points that I've written down. And I just want to chop it up for tonight. You give me your thoughts. We could take in particular areas. I might be a little bit more contentious because I'm going to be paying attention to not only what we say, but also how we say things. With that being said, link is in the chat, pinned to the top of the chat. Um, this is going to be pretty much a good hurrah before we get into an actual year since I first put up my first post. And then hopefully we finish out the entire next week and then we move forward for the future. Outside of that, let me start taking a look at some of you guys in the chat. And of course, acknowledging everybody who came into the building. Of course, LA Wilkes already said hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Thank you very much. Let's is in here. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. True Keys is up in here. Justin Thompson's also in here. I appreciate you for sure. We're gonna skip Nightbot. Rock. We had a really, really good conversation. I loved it last night. Brick says he here. He already here. I'm in attendance. I do appreciate it. OG Do Dirty. You know, that's my guy right there. He says, hit the like button. Hit the like button. I do appreciate that. Heidi. Hey, Heidi. Hopefully one day I get to see you on panel or I get to hear your voice or whatever. Because I'm looking forward to that as well. Of course, Stephen Hall. He makes himself all around these streets. Loving it. Loving it. Chuck from Tennessee, or rather Chuck in Tennessee. He's always around here as well. So I will appreciate him as well. Chuck gets around. Chuck gets around. Crazy Mama's in here said, hey, remember Resla, you can't have the highs without the lows. I agree. I'm hoping that we have just as many highs as just there are many lows. I get nervous when I see too many highs, but I also get very concerned when I see a lot of lows. So we'll go from there as well. We got Red Leg, who's also been here and said, look forward to seeing you in the first book. That will be interesting. I think I might be holding my breath the day that I ever see that cross that 1,000 threshold. I might be, I might be holding it for a little bit because I think I'll be genuinely shocked. Locksmith, Jeremy's up in here. Locksmith and I were having a really, really dope conversation prior to the stream coming through. I do appreciate it. And for those who are walking into the building, be sure to make sure your voices are actually heard. Constranery's up in here. Appreciate you being in here. Whew. This is gonna be something. Oh, wait, hold up. We might have a little bit of no disrespect, wrestler. Some people like myself prefer to be observers. I don't have a first of all, I don't have a problem with you being an observer. If you just wish to be an observer, that's fine. But the same way how on these things, you get more from an individual doing this and speaking with that individual than doing this all day. Context, tonality matters. That's the point that I'm making. It's quicker, it's more relatable, it's more understandable to have a verbal exchange than a digital one where you have to think harder about interpreting what a person means versus what they actually say and what you hear. I can't hear your words in written form. I can't understand your anger just because you decide you want to write in all caps. I really can't determine that because there's no tonality, there's no intonations, there's no accents. Grammar means something because some people like to shorthand when they type. It's important. Language, communication is very much important. I understand what you mean. And I understand it's not for everyone. And if that's something that you're against, cool. You can definitely be the people that stay in the cloud. But I would say, just like you, like anyone else, I would prefer to actually hear your voice. No pressure. You never need to. But I just would say, for everybody's up, I would eventually love to hear people's voices. Because it's hard to have a conversation because it's not really conversing when it's just all digital. Because people expect me, especially when they're having a conversation with me, to be a one-on-one. And it's hard to have a one-on-one when I need to talk to so many people at once. And hopefully you can come to understand that. That's it. That's all I'm thinking. And I give credence to those, I give respect to those, I give accolades to those who decide to take that step and actually do pop up on a panel. That's all. It's no disrespect to those who want to hang back. Got you, Brick. Uh, I don't no disrespect to those who want to hang back. I'm just saying that eventually those who do hang back, hopefully one day I do get to hear your voice. Because there was a time I was just like you. I was a person who was in the chat. I was a person that used to woo bang like everybody else. I was those who like to engage in the community. And one day there was somebody who challenged me and said, "Why don't you get up on panel and say that to me?" And I said, "You know what? I will." And I did. That's how it started. And hopefully one day, when not just you, but anyone who has the same sentiment, when they feel up to it, we could elevate our relationship. So it's no longer just a avatar, but I get to see and hear, or just hear, not even see, what the person is really like. I don't really know what you're like just because you write it. I know what you like based on how I feel. Because why? There's a human innate genetic structure as to how we move, as to how we speak. Technology is great in the digital age. It is, because we're able to connect, we're able to reach out better and further than what we did before. But you know what? Nothing has ever, still to this day, beat that emotional connection. And typing doesn't do the same justice. Your words that I read won't reach me the same way as it would if I heard your voice. That's all. Not shitting on you, but I love the comment. You say no disrespect, and there's no disrespect taken. I understand what you mean, because I used to feel that way. And hopefully one day you'll understand what I mean as well, if you don't already. That's all. Sipping on Fire is actually here. I appreciate it. Whew, crazy mama. Hey, Mr. Carey, what's going on? What's going on? Say, oh, Brick, good to see you. You already got the accolades, Brick. Good to see you. And thank you for everybody who's actually walking into the building. I very much appreciate you being here. Hey, for public safety's up in here. Appreciate you. There's been a lot happening in the last week, and hopefully as we're finishing out the year, we'll have that as well. We got Glock Loaded is up in here. Appreciate it. Appreciate you walking up in here. Rick, how are you doing today, my guy?
Good evening. Good to see you. I'm doing all right. Yeah, just roaming the mean streets of YouTube, and I see you don't necessarily have a topic, but it is a topic.
Yeah, I've been mainly talking with people today. There's been things happening throughout the week, and I guess everybody's like touching base with me throughout the week. And the last 48 hours have been a lot of one-on-one conversations. Some of them have been, what's Resla plan on doing later? And some of them have been, hey, I want to talk to you about something that's been happening, and I just want to know what your thoughts are, because a lot of people have been concerned that I might be going particular directions that they're not used to. A lot of people have been thinking that they just know. I've been hearing that, when are we gonna get the old wrestler? He never left. He never left. But there's a growth for the channel, and we have to understand that we need to share. You know, a lot of people, after a while, we get to hold things that we don't want to change, and that's the problem with human beings. It's when we get comfortable, we don't want to expand and grow, and understand that we need to share the resources. So I understand people's concerns. But with those extra resources that are now being granted to other people, it gives people the opportunity to also feel and understand what you felt with the growth of this community. I wouldn't have great people like Alex who walked up here. Alex has walked up in here. I wouldn't have the grateful of a lot of people who walked in here. Red Leg, I say, who walked up in here. I've had Flo walk up in here. How do you think I've got to know Flo through the expansion of you guys? You know, to have Glenn Lawrence up in here, to meet you, Brick, to meet Jess, to meet so many people. It was all about the fact that I also didn't just stay to myself and just keep hitting the live button, but I also reached out to go to other people's platforms and have conversations and then share love as well. Speakeasy has been up in here because, quite frankly, I made myself very known by first going out to Speakeasy. That's it. We've had multiple people in here. I never thought that me doing my thing, what I would have even a semblance of a reaction from Grid One who popped up in here, or even say the Thorpes who came up in here. It just lets us know that we are making a difference as we are building this community, and hopefully that we can be able to stay the course rather than become like everybody else. And I mean, I think we were having a conversation sort of something like this even last night, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Like you heard the annoyance, like Resla's not being like everybody else, and it's painstakingly difficult for me to hold it the way that I do. But I see the growth. It's very slow, it's very subtle, and I appreciate everybody who stayed the course with me. Because some people say, you know what, you need to do more fuckery. You know what, you need to do more trolling. You know what, you need to do more going after so and so. And I'm like, that's not what we do. Hey, you know what would be great if you were a reactionary channel? And I'm like, that's not what we do. I have no problem reacting to shit. But if my content is based on looking at other people who make content, am I really a content creator or am I just a reviewer?
You're everybody else. Yeah. Yeah.
And I get it. People would love to see what people have already done. And I'm saying, like, I want to be, yes, I stream, folks, but I would also love to be known as a content creator, as someone who thinks about topics and we all engage on it and we build from there. Mayo Monkey, what's going on, man? I'm just saying that's the way how I look at it.
Yeah, I mean, like you have to be enjoying what you do, right? So, I mean, even with doing like a labor job, right? So I've done plenty of labor jobs, and I always enjoyed it, right? I really just wanted to do what I wanted to do, and being a content creator, obviously, you're putting out what some people might refer to as press, right? Journalism, that sort of thing. And every newspaper is different, or at least hopefully. And every magazine is different. Every show is different. But the reason it's different is because there's different types of folks out there. And so for your show, it's really a reflection on you, right? So if you're putting out content that's, like so-and-so or like that person over there, well, that's not you. That's so-and-so, and that's that person over there. And so for me, when I came over here and, I mean, you do open panels, but you do a particular version of what open panel means to you. I said, I kind of like that. I kind of like what you do. There's other places I could go, and probably get up on panel, no problem. For me, sometimes it's not so hard for me to get up, right? Some people, it's others, are finding it more difficult to get up because, they just, maybe they don't feel like they would say the right thing. It's easier for them to type, or they just don't want to be on camera. And so because they don't want to be on camera, they just decide, okay, if I'm not going to be on camera, I'm not going to put my voice out there either, for whatever reason. And that's fine. Everybody is different. But for the folks who want to come on camera and put their voice out there or put their voice out there, and if they come onto your show, I mean, they're going to have to expect that they're on Resla, right? And this show particularly, Opinionated, which is a particular platform. And from what I've seen, you put out, some strong content, right? It's strong. I mean, it's hidden. People are saying, hey, who's this guy? You got big names looking at you going, hey, who's that guy? And that's a great thing, man. And so, with all of that said, I believe you're doing great. I believe you should keep it up, man. Whatever you're doing, it seems to be working. Short of a few changes as you see fit moving forward, because they will reflect you if you're gonna make changes, right? You're gonna see this or that you need to do. You actually need to do some things for your channel, perhaps this or that. And then as a content creator, you can pick up a few things from other content creators that kind of make sense, right? Because YouTube is the bigger platform. YouTube is the bigger business that you operate under. So there are certain things that you have to realize, I operate this way because of that. It's like being a newspaper. You have to have a big old press to be a newspaper. So that means you have to have certain tools for your press, and there's certain places you can go for these tools. So you look at what other press, does, and you say, okay, this makes sense for this, and this makes sense for that. But your channel is very much unique because it's you. It really is a reflection of you. It's not what other people are doing. And I've been on quite a few panels. I try to explore. I try to have conversations. And if it's something that, I enjoy, I tend to stick around. It's just me, and there are other places that I'll go that I'll, go up because I tend to enjoy the conversation. Sometimes the banter's kind of fun. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
But sometimes it'll give a headache, right? And
Yeah.
so with your channel, man, it's just like you do a very good job of, well, one, mediating that when it happens. But then your
I'm not gonna lie, I've slipped plenty of times because sometimes I get caught up in the banter too, and I'm like, ooh, damn, yeah, I want to see where this goes.
and
I forget.
maybe that's a little bit of detail as to your show. But when it comes to the actual conversations and you put out a topic for your opinionated show, right? It's very specific. I mean, you put out a full-on opinion about it, which is great. And then you allow others to speak on it. And then conversations ensue, perhaps an argument, a debate here and there, a little banter, which is, it's whatever, however you want to handle that. And then the conversation typically, because it's your channel, ends up right back around to the topic, which is awesome. I mean, it's really, like I said, it's unique. It's not like going to other places. So, I would have to say, keep moving forward, keep going. And then if there's little changes here or there, hey, so be it, right? Sometimes, you get a car and it needs a little performance enhance, and okay, throw that performance enhance on there, right? So
Yeah,
keep on.
I agree. I think a lot of people, depending on the kind of creator that you go to, I think a lot of people are thinking about what can, and I get it because I've been down that road and thinking about it, but like, why is it people won't really support me the way that I'm looking at? And I mean, in terms of the audience, why is it the chat doesn't really support me as much as I'm putting in work in? And I realize, the chat always has somewhere to go. It's going to take it is what it is. The chat will always have somewhere to go. There are plenty of content creators who I'm even cool with, by the way. And sometimes it's just really hard for me to sit there and go through their content. And mainly it's because of the interest. The same way how I have a finite of time and attention, I also look at the chat the same way. They are all specific individuals who, quite frankly, I'm just grateful for the fact that they want to spend any time. Never mind how long their time should actually be. Now, I know as a business, as YouTube, they want to know that their eyes are on particular areas, and that's how the growth happens, how the algorithm is counted, and also whatnot. Uh, to me, the aim has never been about fame. I like the exposure because exposure gives me new people to speak with, to contest with. I don't aim to be Mr. Beast. Like not even close to it. I don't aim to look like like Oprah or Dr. Phil. Whoever's your most famous content creator that's out there who always has somebody around. Like I will look at channels like Alex Friedman or whatever. Like I don't mind when they have interviews and things like that, but do I want my thing to be that? No, of course not. It's just not. At the end of the day, I do want my content to reflect more of the everyday individual, not the outliers. It's not about my show, and the concept of my show is not about the outliers. It's not a content space meant only for content creators. And I think that's at some point when we open up panels, and I've seen this on other people's channels, where at some point the only people who you wind up seeing on panel are just content creators. Yeah, I got a whole panel. It's an open panel, and then the open panel happens, and the only people that you see are just content creators. And that's not what I want. I would like to know that everybody has a voice. Now, I understand. I mean, let me just say this right now. I understand how crazy that can be, because that can also turn into a conspiracy show. Hey, what's going on, everybody? How's everything going on today? Hey, I'm opening up the panel. Just give me your voice. And then, you got these weird conspiracies people that come on. Hey, how's it going, Resla? How's everything going? Yeah, how's everything going on today, Jonathan? Yeah, I just want to talk about the aliens in the clouds. I swore I just saw by somebody that there was some weird lights that were reflecting in the sky, and I just want to know what your thoughts on them. I'm like, next caller, because that's not what this is either.
Right. Yeah, and even if it's just like a little bit, like, but then if it's like nothing but like, by the way, and then the next day the aliens came, and then the next day the aliens came, and it's like, yeah, exactly right. Or like for instance, for me, right? So like, I have some theories, but those theories, whatever you want to call them, thinkery, whatever. If it's not really to the topic, which does happen, if I bring it up, if it's not to the topic, like if that's not your show, then like that's not the what the panel is for in the intent, right? The panel is to basically create a show for you, and so that also your audience, who normally comes through, your base audience specifically, like, it's okay if other people want to come in. That's great, in fact. And producing something that's baseline according to what you and your team want is key. But then, of course, some of the outside is okay, but like I said, it's not to do the whole thing the whole time and that sort of thing. Everybody's got their little niches of what they like, and that's and that's good. That's a good thing. And especially running a show like yours, called Opinionated, right? So when people come here, I feel like they are going to, or at least should, and this is a big one for me when I say a word like should. I don't normally say that. They should expect that there's going to be a lot of different things to talk about. And if that is the case, that means there's a lot of different topics. So you might go there one day and it might not be a topic that you want to speak on, so you don't go up, but then there might be a topic that you go up on because it is something that you want to speak on. But it's not something you want to speak a whole lot on because it's not a topic you know a whole lot about. But then there might be a topic that you really know about, like everything about it, and then you want to speak about it the whole time, which is fine, I'm sure. But then obviously, would it be beneficial, right? Beneficial to allow air to the conversation for others to basically be able to put their opinion out, and then throw ideas back and forth, right? So there's a whole giant like world of aspect here that can be explored, but that would require a decent amount of respect from the panelists when they come up.
I'm happy that you said that, because that right there came with a lot of talk that I've been dealing with for like the past 2 to 3 months. And it's about people being on the panel and about the aspect of good faith. Let me just tell you, in my real life, which is weird because I tie a lot of myself to the internet, to real life. So there are a lot of principles that I have that I use on the internet that I consider being part of real life. So for the most part, when people say everybody on YouTube is a character, not necessarily true. Now, they're the same way how I say not everybody who actually has at work is being their true selves. I just look at it that way. If I'm having a shitty day and I just say if I'm a person that likes to treat everybody shitty, I don't do that here on the internet. You have no reason to gain my ire. What I mean is when I try to say good faith is like, and I've said this, and I'll mention it because I said it even last night when we were having the talk even afterwards, was I take a lot of risk on this show. I take more risk on this show than I would in my real life. I'm just gonna be honest with you. We know that there are people who porn bomb. We know that there are people who are not comfortable getting on camera. And that it goes like when I say it screams loud against my training to do something like that, it takes a lot for me to ignore it to say I want to give somebody the benefit of the doubt. Because I don't like looking at myself as naive. And I'm hoping that someone won't go about taking the thing that I say to people, right? Even in my job, even when I train people and it throws people off. So I'm gonna mention it because I mentioned it before online, but I don't think a lot of people here, the new people that are here, have heard this. When I train people, and it's gonna sound ruthless, I say, do not feel bad taking advantage of another individual. There's a caveat to that. You fuck up when you take someone else for granted. There's a difference in that. So there's no problem when you are on a team. I look at it as like a team in the military. You got the captain, you got a sniper, you got the medic, you got that shit. Someone plays a role in that team, and everybody is very important in that team. The medic is important, the sniper is important, the gunner is important, your bomb expert is important, the captain is important. No one is more important than the next person because everybody, given the situation, will be key to winning and coming back home alive in that team. Now, when I am a gunner, and just because I know how to shoot guns, and just say I have a sniper who may also know how to use the assault rifle the same way I do, but their main job is to recon and to snipe, to say that I need this person to also, I don't feel like gunning as much as I do today. Hey, do you mind giving me a little extra support? Yeah, sure, I'll help you out this time. Hey, you mind giving me a little extra support? Yeah, I don't have no problem with that. But then now to expect it, hey, yeah, I'll be doing this. Like this person's doing this. Yeah, I expect the sniper to help me out today because they've been helping me. I just took this person for granted. It's one thing of their own volition to want to help out. When you expect them to help out now without even asking, that's a problem. When I'm on a team, there's no problem with me knowing where my weaknesses are and asking somebody who is more skilled in that area to help me out. That doesn't take away the fact that I still need to learn how to do that particular job. Because what happens when they say no? That's it. You're fucked. And let's be honest, the day they say no is when you're going to really be fucking up. Because you probably did everything except the job that you should have been doing, expecting that they were going to do it. That's just simply what it is. So I tell people, just because people are willing to aid you doesn't mean that you should be relying on them. And a lot of people don't get that. So when I tie it into this aspect of having a good team and being on social media, whatever, I take a big risk in allowing just everybody to come up, because I don't know who's going to be that person who's going to, for their own gain or to sabotage the channel, will fuck with it, will do the wrong thing. Typically, good faith is something I only rely on when it comes to my team. Good faith is not something I just give to everybody I walk across. And that's a big thing I've been doing here on the internet. I tell people I'm supposed to be here protecting the integrity of the channel. But I'm not going to lie. of the last 2 months or so, I have definitely been putting that at risk, especially for people who won't cam up. In fact, how many people can actually say that when someone else pops up in the back that I've been doing, hey, do me a favor, big dog. Can you just get on camera real quick? Hey, can you give me the peace sign? Hey, can you do jumping jacks for me? Hey, I haven't been doing that. I've been literally watching. Maybe I see something in the back chat. Maybe they answer and I've been putting them up. And there have been people who come up who have looked absolutely 100% suspect. And I'm just like, no disrespect, I'm not bringing you up.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That's the way. Yeah, that's the way it goes. I mean, that's the part about, like you said, protecting the channel. And um, it is an unfortunate thing that because there are certain people the way that they are, um, you get to the point where you just can't trust certain, like, and you don't know who it is. You never know. You never actually know, right? You're just a bunch of randos on the internet. Every last one of us, yourself included, we're all randos. And reaching for something better, it just kind of depends on what that better is to each one of us, as to whether we're going to be in agreement as to respecting not only the channel but also the platform itself. Because I believe that a lot of people kind of don't realize this, but the fact that we have YouTube at all is insanity, right? So we've had it for what, 20 years or so. It's been around 20 something years.
But close to that, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty young in its stages, right? As as time goes, certain things, when people are disrespectful to the advancement, you lose it, right? I mean, prime example, there's a few other platforms that have actually existed that are gone. They're not allowed, right? Because of the dirtiness, the disgustingness. Now, YouTube's done a pretty good job up to this point. I will give YouTube its props.
That's suspect. I've seen YouTube ignore enough of its rules to make me question it highly.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
And I know we shouldn't be saying anything bad about our employers. I'm not talking shit bad about Daddy YouTube. I'm just giving my personal opinion. If you want to give me a corrective action, give me a warning, you can. YouTube, I get it. You're my boss. I'm not going up against my boss. I'm just questioning everything. Not everything, but some things that authority does. That's all. I get it. You're my boss.
Right. Yeah, I believe Family Guy did a funny episode about Fox at one point, and they were doing like the back and forth about losing their show versus, it's like just completely went off the air, but it wasn't like real. Right. It was just the funny thing, right? And so you've got the 4 major platforms. You got Instagram, which is for pictures, right? That sort of thing. YouTube, that's the long form video content. That's really what it's for. Facebook, that's like, family and friends sharing stuff. And then you've got Twitter, which is all about writing, right? So that's the 4 big ones, right? And, when you look at the 4 platforms, they've got their style of the way they do things. Now they try to compete with each other and that sort of thing, which is great. Competition is great. Monopoly is absolutely a horrible way to handle things, right? So having variety is great. But when it comes to respecting the platform that we're on, there's people out there who do the P-bomb and things like that. And it's like, you realize that not only can that person lose their channel, but they can, the platform itself can go down. Just because we've got it right now doesn't mean that we can have it. Yeah, and so I appreciate that YouTube's been around as long as it has. And yes, it's got some heavy hands on certain things. It's heavy hands, but then it's a little bit liberal on certain things. So it's like,
well, a lot of things. Listen, people don't, because people are not as boring as I am. People don't really read their terms and agreements. Now, at
Yeah.
the same time, I'll say YouTube doesn't also listen to its terms and agreements. People don't pay attention to the fact that, you know what? You know what was one of the first things that made me worry, but I laughed at instantly? Again, I'm on YouTube right now. So if YouTube, this is if there's a person in the YouTube space to turn around and say, but you know this already. First thing that YouTube pretty much says that when you're on the YouTube platform, the one thing that you shouldn't be doing is bashing YouTube. It's one of the first things up there. Don't knock YouTube. Don't trash the YouTube platform.
Yep.
And I can't tell you how many people have said the words "fuck YouTube" while on YouTube.
Yeah.
Talk bad about the very platform that they're getting a check from. Now, I haven't received any checks, but still, I can't tell you how many times I've seen that, and I'm like, that's literally in the terms and conditions. But I've also seen YouTube doesn't like bullying, harassment, threats, or whatever. And have you ever been to the beef sector?
No, I don't want to go.
The shit that they do, literally, people are brandished. Unless it's educational purposes, you're not to be brandishing weapons. I've seen literally dudes come up like, pull up, motherfucker. I get
Oh God.
on, and I'm like, their channels aren't down?
Right.
How?
Mm.
So I'm like, but we all also say that YouTube isn't free speech. That means your policies should be abso-fucking-lute.
Right.
And yet, and still, people get away with almost everything on murder. I've seen clips where we hear about doxing. We hear about people being swatted.
Yep.
While live on air.
Yep. Happens.
That other people didn't get their IPs checked and they weren't getting swatted. People kicking in the doors, be getting you for doxing. And I mean, if we talk up, if we in this country will go so hard about whistleblowing, why aren't we doing so about doxing? You're endangering not just that content creator, but their family. How many times have we heard about SWAT teams getting shit wrong when they raid the wrong place?
The neighbors, yes. Somebody across town might not even be the same street. Literally. Could be a different city. Could be a different state.
And we're not holding that as important. We're not holding that as the pinnacle of shit that should be investigated.
Yeah. And it's not a prank.
And you get people here on the internet who just feel like it's okay to do that. It's okay to possibly have someone else have their life threatened or even extinguished because of a petty gripe. Petty. Let's just be honest. The person that you hate on a social media has done nothing personally, physically, anything tangible to affect your life. That person hasn't gotten you kicked from your job. You just dislike them because they have a viewpoint that you don't like. Is that enough to say that it's okay? When is it I don't like what they say constitute you being justified to say I'm going to harass them and their family?
Or even just like, okay, in that's like the physical aspect of it, but then continuing down the road of going back and forth on it. It's like this, okay? And I've said this before in certain places is you cannot say that you are in fear for your safety whilst moving continuously forward toward the person you say you're in fear of. So if you feel like you're in fear of somebody, yet you continue to engage with them, regardless of whether it's, you called somebody to soft SWAT or SWAT, or you go to their channel and continue to harass them. I mean, you say you're in fear all of a sudden.
Not for nothing. I'm not perfect by any extreme, by any extent of the situation, but I hear about people. So, for instance, for those who know who are in the chat, right? There are people on the internet that people like watching or people like reviewing or things like that. And one of these people, and I'm gonna be upset that I'm gonna have to use them as an example because I don't even want to really mention their name, but I'm going to for context. They mention like JP. You already right now pretty much have already heard who JP is. If not, you've already heard this initial's been brought up a couple of times.
Maybe.
He's known more in the black space.
Okay.
Because I also know he's a pariah and a content creator. He not to the same dealings, to the same things that he's done. Not saying there's a comparison, it's the
I
actions.
believe I know
But,
who you're talking about now.
not
Okay.
not in comparisons to actions, but in comparisons to notoriety. People look at JP with the same amount of ire that they would look at GS.
Yeah.
He's just in a different space.
Yes.
Do you know what I do when I'm like, if I'm annoyed with somebody and I don't like them, I do not follow them. That's exactly it. I'm not subscribed. I don't follow. He don't pop up in my algorithm. Any news that I hear is always from somebody else who wants to view him. It's just that simple. You know what I don't do? Follow them, subscribe, be in their lives, talking shit, trolling them, looking for where they live, looking for their family. I don't. What's so wrong with your own life that you're so focused on somebody else's?
That is wild. That's just wild. It's psychotic. It really is. It's a form of psychosis, right? So the mind is a funny thing, and you get an image or a sound stuck in your head, then it creates a feeling, and then that's something that comes up later. And then if it's a negative thing, and you just dwell on that sort of thing, and you continue to dwell on it, you come into this mindset of psychosis. It's literally psychotic, and it's psychology 101.
Hey,
really.
here's the thing. Here's a good question. So what if you leave them alone and then they keep making lies about you? You know what's the worst thing that you can do to even your enemies? Ignore them. See, there's something there's something that happens, and it's even been happening with me. I have people that come to me and they say, Resla, so and so content creator is talking shit about you. And then I go, okay, what did they say? They was talking shit. Okay, well, what did they say? I don't remember what they said. Okay. They were talking shit. Could you send me the evidence as to where they were talking shit? Well, you can go look at somebody so live. No. You brought this to me. You should be able to bring me the evidence.
Yeah.
And then let's just say I go take a look. And now I have to go through someone's whole video or someone's short or someone's live. And I go through it, right? And I'm like, they didn't talk shit about me. They just mentioned me. Is talking shit just mentioning someone's name? No, it's not. A reference is not trash talking.
No, not necessarily. No.
And I say, if someone talks shit about, if listen, let's just say you and I were really close, and I'm like, yo, someone was shitting on you, bro. You best believe I'm gonna have the evidence for that. You best believe this shit will be clipped, and then you hear about it because it will be a first-hand accounting. Let's just say I got it when I was there live, and the motherfucker then deleted the shit, right? Deleted the video. Does it stop the fact that I'm able to still give you that documentation because I clipped it? It doesn't.
No.
I never said that. You will never be able to go on video and see that I was talking shit about you. And you be like, oh, I'm happy that you said that. And then you go pull up your shit. Was this not you? Was this not you? Don't we do that in courtrooms?
It's exactly what we do. Bring evidence, right? And actually I do like that question, right? So that question is one that I have struggled with for a very long time. I have come to the conclusion of this. I and this is me, I am for free speech all the way up into the point of threatening and lying. However, this is the thing. When you do that, that is now you. So if you lie, that's you. You have to own that, right? And so if I clipped it and I can prove it, and then I go up somewhere and I show it and everybody sees it, and then they turn around and say, well, that wasn't really a lie. Now, guess what I have? I've got a full room of liars because I showed evidence that this is a lie. And then everybody wants to back that person. That's fine. That's fine. It is clear and evident lies. Now I get to find out who everybody is. Sometimes that happens too. So it is a very interesting thing when you lie. It can affect you, but it can also affect others. And I would never suggest it. I believe you should be able to. Doesn't mean I believe you should do. Right? But people are who people are, which means that if I don't allow you to lie, then I'll never know who you are. If I don't allow you to make threats, I'll never know who you are. But because I allow it, now I get to know. Now I get to know whether I should block you or not from my channel. That's just me. I have a heavy hand personally. But even if perhaps there's a channel that decides that they don't want to necessarily block these people that lie and threaten and that sort of thing, it doesn't mean they don't know. They aren't known who they are. They're still known, And so, yeah, I don't necessarily like to go around people that I don't like. I like to go where I want to go, right? I want to go where, actually, I put it like this. I go where I want to go. I want to be where I'm wanted. If I'm not wanted there, I don't go there, right? And so it is an interesting thing to watch people chase other people to the point of, like you mentioned, swatting and other things. It is just wild. It's psychotic.
Well, in my mind, it's like, how can you say you dislike someone? Well, let's just say even me. Let's just say if a person said they really hate my channel because maybe something I said, or maybe there's a content creator they like and I ran across them and I made them eat crow. Let's just say it happened. How dare you? How dare you make my hero look bad? I'm going to now follow you. I'm going to try to dox you. I'm going to tell you I hate you wherever platform you go on. I'm going to say everything negative I can about you. You're only making me relevant. Because when I turn off this camera and I go to sleep, when I go off the camera and I go to sleep and I go drink or have a conversation with somebody in the back, or I go to bust down my chick, someone is sitting there, camera off, lights off, scouring the internet to wonder if I pop on someone else's platform. And if not, just before they go to sleep, they get their rosary beads. They go to their bed. Lord, could you just make sure that Resla has a soft dick so that he can't fuck his girl tonight? Can you there's someone out there who is like that, and I'm like, that's too much attention for other people in your own personal. I'm being funny about it, but
yeah, exactly right.
People out there who are like this, and I'm just like, can you
make his scratch a little itchier than last night's itch? Yeah.
Can you just make sure that you and when I'm sitting here on my own platform, I'm like, I want you to live the life that's best for you. I bring forth a platform so that, because I know how quickly it is that when we're in the same areas and we have echo chambers, how when we go into our real life, we start bringing that internet into our real lives. And I'm just saying, I want you to think for yourself. I want you to question even the people that you consistently go to get that good feeling of being told that you're not a victim.
Yep.
Or rather that you are a victim, that it's not your fault. I want you to question the motherfuckers. I want you to have your thoughts and not the thoughts of a content creator who's been saying shit to you over and over and over again. I want to know that when you decide to have a conversation with someone like me and I look at you and I start asking you questions, that you don't get choked up because you don't have the answers, because the truth of the matter is that you never really thought about it yourself. You're just fucking parroting and regurgitating what someone else has told to you. When I speak to you, who I want is your real representation, not someone else's words. And for me to say that to people, there are people who get mad at me because when they do like the whole red pill talking points, and then okay, cool. Where you get that shit from? What is all over these streets? No. Where did you, in your own personal life, get that shit from? Tell me where you got it from without looking at another content creator. Well, you can just look on it. There's research out there. Cool. Happy you said that. Written by who? Can you give it to me right now? Well, I can't give it to you right now. Well, you're online. If you want, you can take a moment off. And if anything, you can send it to WrestlerOpinionated@gmail.com. You can catch me on all these different social media. You can come back on the next stream and say, you know what, that shit you were talking about here. I have the information for you. You can come back. Even a whole new topic. I will just interrupt your topic. Oh, no, motherfucker. I told you to come back when you got it. So can you give it to me now? Most people think that I forget. I'm too petty to forget. My girl tells me I don't like fuck. My girl does not fuck with, unless she wants to do a joke. My girl, if she's serious, does not fuck with me because she sits there and thinks to herself, if I do this, and if I'm not making sure I'm ready, he's gonna make me suffer because I am king fucking petty. You guys don't see that because I'm here on the internet, but I am king fucking petty. I will spend hours researching shit to come back and tell you what the fuck happened. Because my entire profession is about documenting and about researching and investigations. Do not think I won't spend time to make sure that I am wrong or you are absolutely wrong. I'm literally paid for a living to be petty. I'm just saying, Lady Luck said, I can see that.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Like,
it's sparring. I believe I used that word before, right? It's sparring for me. Hey, I enjoy it too. It's one of your shows was logical fallacies, right? And so with the logical fallacies, there's a few different types, right? One of them's ad hominem, right? And then people will lie about, oh, I never said that about you. Yeah, no, you did. And that's literally why I'm calling you out on it. You show that sometimes, and then people bring up weird hypotheticals and things like that, and throw things in there and this and that and this and that. And I say, what about this and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, that is not really, it's not going to work with the conversation because it's a logical fallacy. The hypothetical doesn't work because you're adding this in, or you're, removing certain things. And it's
right.
like, what am I supposed to do with that? If your argument is based on something that's not even real, it's not a position you hold, it's not part of your opinion at all, you're just arguing to argue, like, let's bring it back to the conversation. Let's converse and that sort of thing. It just doesn't end up in the right context. What's up, Joe? What's up, brother?
I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I'm taking a break from editing. I need somebody to smoke with, so I'll be quiet and catch up. I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
It's been an open show right now, but
good.
Continue what you were saying.
So as far as the logical fallacies, and this kind of is the thing with kind of the whole topic. Just kind of bring it back for Joe. Anyway, when you're having a conversation, it's not about what the other person says.
I just read that. I was like, what the fuck?
What's up, Lance? I met him a couple months ago in Florida. I got to meet Lance, yo. It's pretty cool.
He's a great dude, man. He really is. He's awesome.
Yeah.
That's an American right there. Let me tell you something. That's an American. For real, for real. So yeah, man, the whole thing with, you know, having a conversation and you revolve it around a topic and you try to stay on the topic, and then you end up in these logical fallacies. And what drives the conversation is intellectual honesty, and then these other things come into play.
The
and you're
logical
like,
fallacies, are they intentional? Do you think they be intentionally doing that shit, or
sometimes they are? Sometimes
I'll do it. I'll do it sometimes.
Listen,
I'll do it.
It's rare, but I get called out.
Yeah.
In fact, on a show where I was pulling out logical fallacies, I got called out for me my own logical fallacies, and I was like, "You're right. You're absolutely right." You know.
And sometimes, because sometimes it's the logical fallacy is just simply given as a joke, right? Especially the ad hominems. You know, you just bullshitting with the guy. You're a little bit. Shut up.
Or to test someone. I'll do it to test someone. Something I know won't stand. I'll see if they're gonna catch it. I'll do it for that purpose.
Hypotheticals, things like that. Yeah, going too far with the hypotheticals. You introduce a whole bunch of ifs, right?
The thing that made me really attracted to logical fallacies, because I grew up watching a lot of court shows. So I loved watching like Ally McBeal and The Practice and Boston Legal. I love those shows. So it made me. I really got into law early, like really just paying attention to what people were saying, like what really constitutes as an objection and on the what grounds, and that's why I really got into logical fallacies.
I'm just because
that is not a logical fallacy. That is a fact right there.
This YouTube shit just recently, I feel like this is like your dream world if you're into learning how people think and a psychopathy behind shit. YouTube has just been a good like dopamine for me. I love this shit. I just watching white people do what they do. You have some people who are so bad at things that they expose and introduce you to it on slow levels, and then you get good at it and you can recognize people, because you got all gradients of fucking people in here, no matter what it is. If it's a grifter, you got people who are excellent and skilled who can trick you, and you got those who are really bad at it, and you get to see the whole gambit in between on YouTube. And that goes for everything. You got someone who doxes people or something. You got the small guy who's just trying to cause you anxiety, and you got the guy who's actually putting flyers up in your neighborhood and going to your kid's school. You got gradients of all of this shit. It's so interesting.
Yeah, I agree. Like I made 2 shows on logical fallacies. One really getting into just really labeling a lot of different logical fallacies, and I told the chat, pick 3, I believe. Pick 3 or pick your favorite. I think I gave a whole shit ton of them. I gave like,
I was gonna ask you where they draw from.
Yeah, I gave them a shit ton of fallacies, and then I was like, pick your favorites, because I know a lot of people like to go to panels, and then see if you can spot them within the panelists that are up there, and you know how many times do they do it, how many times that they go to in their premises. Because sometimes the thing like behavior is that even when it comes to fallacies, we have our favorites that we go to. I think for online, we definitely, a lot of people fall into the ad hom.
Wait, I better not be chasing on purpose, right?
Yes. No, well, it's instinctual. So for instance, for a lot of people, for those who are the ones that like to be insightful, the ad hom is the obvious for a lot of people. That's a go-to. Yes, some people have some that they love to, like, for instance, there are those who given where they are, given what their niche is and what they always go to, the appeal to emotion is another one.
Yeah, none of these are wouldn't be called logical fallacies though.
Oh, they absolutely are.
Yeah, when you do an appeal to basically any type of thing, so like there's pity, there's of course authority, appeal to authority, appeal to the different types of viewpoints, whether it's it could be a various different viewpoints. When you do that, what you're doing is it's almost the same thing as ad populum, except that you're really just playing on what people already believe, right? So ad populum is just basically the idea of the group think versus the appeal to an individual who already has a viewpoint. So
I dig it. Well, I'm gonna need somebody to look up what were we just talking about? Fucking logical fallacy. I thought if you present an argument, the whole thing was based on something incorrect early on, if the whole thing was based on a fallacy. But look, Mike, I'm gonna have to somebody.
Just the premise of a structure as to how you're approaching a conversation or how you're approaching the person can also be started due to a logical fallacy.
So for instance, the man looked like an actor to me. I can't remember the name of the actor. I was trying to remember what
you do.
Old fucking juice type characters. I can't remember his name. Fuck. All right, it'll come to it. Really, really, everybody, black actor, everybody love. I can't think his names back in the day, man. We sported goatee. All right, logical fallacy. Say it again. I didn't hear where you.
So yeah, I mean there are the different types of logical fallacies. The one that I find interesting is I forget exactly what it's called, but it's like when you present a hypothetical, right? And then there's like a caveat introduced, right?
Right.
And the hypothetical is fine, especially it's good if it's presented in a real life type fashion. Sometimes people will present just basic stupid fallacies that are just like doesn't even base in reality. Like, grandma was, walking across the street and then a cow with wings came and picked her up, and some
abducted by a crocodile or something. You got to go with that. Right.
But then what happens is then they'll produce an if in like a caveat. Now, if such and such happens, now that right off rip, you've already produced an if. Now you've got a logical fallacy. But then
I disagree. Not just because you put if, you cannot have a logical fallacy just by having if.
Not entirely, right. Like if you have grounded it in reality and you produce ifs, that's fine. But if it's not grounded in reality, now it's definitely a logical fallacy.
I'd say the logical fallacy would have probably been coming before that.
A faulty premise is a logical fallacy. That's the one that you're referring to.
Yes. So when you say an ad hom, that is not a faulty premise. It has nothing to do with the premise.
Right. No, that's a logical fallacy, right? So there's the ad homs, which is a logical fallacy because there's no room for it in the conversation, as well as the false premise. It has no room in the conversation.
Great example. Like, Joe, you and I are having a conversation about, I don't know. We having a conversation about fucking, you know what? You love you. No, thank you for smoking right there. We having a conversation about cigarettes. And I call you a bitch.
Yes.
Where does that have any relevance in the conversation?
That doesn't make it. Somebody Google that shit. I don't have another device, man. Actually,
I got it.
Let me play devil's advocate here.
Sure.
So if it is the case that the character attack, let's say a person, if by bitch means a person with, let's say a horrible discipline problem, it's not a fallacy then.
It is because it is because you're not articulating what it is that you really want to say.
Poor articulation is a communication problem.
Sure, but the term bitch is not.
How is bitch a logical fallacy?
No, I actually tend to.
It's the same. What? It's the same problem with. Well, so it's the same problem with ad populum, right?
Yeah.
So,
right.
Or I'm sorry, not ad populum. Argument for authority. It's only a fallacy if that authority isn't actually an authority.
Yeah, yes and no. So it depends on the audience.
No, it doesn't. It's not gonna. The expert is either the case that it's an expert or it's not. If you start introducing, you actually have to. Well, shit. There's no way around it. It's kind of subjective. It's either an authority or it's not.
That's what I'm saying. It depends on the audience. When I say that, what I mean is that if the audience agrees with you that it's not a fallacy, then it's not a fallacy. If the audience says, no, that's a fallacy, doesn't matter whether it's, ad hominem or some other fallacy, then it is a fallacy.
Okay, so we bring it around to ad populum, except for what are statistics, surveys, things like that.
Y'all gonna make me look this shit up, right?
Yeah. So you are right on that one too. That is actually exactly why I hate statistics. I hate it with a passion. When somebody brings up for me statistics, it is just absolutely I am not even taking you seriously because it's not grounded in.
I don't mind stats. I don't mind stats, but the problem why I do have stats is the same way how I have a problem with speech, with communication, and when it comes to speech. And I think I said this to you. I think I said this to you and Josh even last night. People are taught to speak. People don't understand the purpose of speech.
Oh,
when I'm tend to listen to people, yes, I heard what you said, but I'm more interested in how you said it. Because how you said it says a lot.
True. Yeah. Inflection. I mean, you were bringing that right into the conversation immediately before even I came up. It's like talking on the phone is a whole lot better than this. I can actually understand what you mean, especially if I hear the inflection. And if I see you on camera, I can see the hands moving, all this stuff.
One of the worst parts about social media is we're really in a space where we can start hiding body language because not everybody's on camera.
Yeah, that is true.
And body language is so big when it comes to communication.
God, I love rolling my eyes
do what's on your mind. You're muted. I don't know if you're talking to us. You're muted.
Yeah, I was going to say, I appreciate that, Res. The other thing I was going to say about stats is a lot of times it don't come with context. And people say numbers don't lie, but you can skew numbers. Numbers are just numbers, and you can make numbers say whatever you want them to say.
Agreed. Yeah. Stats can be very misleading on the context that they're being given on, and again, not people really view the context.
This is absolutely why I definitely love statistics. I'm a stats dude, so, and to be fair, right, I use them as weapons.
So it works really well in real life application, because if you apply statistics incorrectly in real life application, then it's your ass, Mr. Postman. However, in a debate fashion, it falls on its face because there's no real application. You're discussing ideas, not even policy, right? You're discussing just viewpoints, which is mostly, not always, but mostly opinions. Great topic for your show. Statistics maybe, where if you apply it, then it's real life. That's application. But if you're just talking shop.
And let me give a real life example, especially when we listen to politicians, they'll say something like, we created 50,000 jobs this month. With no context, what the hell does that mean? And you can just say that, how can you?
Which industry? How many people applied versus actually getting hired? How do you exactly know that? Having jobs open versus actually filling those jobs. So you mean availability only? What is that? What were the concepts of availability? There's so much that goes into it. I agree.
You hire people, right? Yeah, all that.
How many of them were actually kept their job? For how long did they keep their job? Yeah. It's so much that goes into that.
They hired a guy on for 8 hours, and then the next day he wasn't working, and they did that 50,000 times.
Yeah, don't tell me you have jobs available, and that one job in that particular industry is a revolving door. Like, don't tell me that.
Well, let me throw a nasty one on the table. How about informal fallacies? How do y'all feel about those?
Give me an example.
God of the gaps is an informal fallacy.
Oh, so something that can't be proved.
God of the gaps is kind of like a let's say you're having a conversation about I see a thing, and then a God of gaps is, well, God done it.
Right. So it's something that can't be
proved.
proved.
To the person that's saying that, but you mean the person that's expressing it like on the opposite. So it's one thing for the person saying that's God of the gaps. You're not saying that he's proposing a fallacy, that is the fallacy, but it's the person that's saying that there's a certain God in the gap.
Keep in mind, it's an informal fallacy, meaning it's like if you have a list of fallacies, it actually doesn't count as a real fallacy. It's used as a tool.
It depends on how you present it. So if you present it as an opinion, it's not a fallacy. If you present it as a fact, then it's a fallacy. But you have to say the words, in my opinion.
Here's the problem with it. Both sides do it. So like from the religious side, you can have a God of the gaps, but science does the same thing. Yep. Most of your hypotheses are formulated through God of the gaps. Exhausting all possibilities is it's mathematically an impossibility. There's always going to be additional possibilities. So science goes through the process of forming hypothesis and basically throwing your dirty socks at a wall. It's either going to stick or it's not, right? But it's the process in itself.
Carbon dating does that.
Yeah, I would say that God of the gaps from a religious view does the same thing. Yet, from say like in my concept from a secular side, right? It gets to I'll throw it out there, prove it. Can't say it unless you can prove
but we
it,
can do that by anything. I mean, you don't have to go that far. We do that with ad homs. We do that with straw mans. You can say that. There's a lot of false dilemmas out there that will pull forth these particular that same particular premise. Because you can say, prove that ad hom, prove that straw man. Straw man is exactly that. Tearing down something with exactly what I said.
It just seems to me that it's more of a breakdown in communication when you get people on the panel. Oh, you know what? I'm going to just fuck everything else. Just panel people. When we're talking about something, we're either going to have the conversation or it's another intention. I want to fight.
Okay.
So it just seems like we're getting. Go ahead.
Did you want to respond to?
No. You go.
No, you can go. I just want to let you know, we weren't really talking. You're talking. Your camera kind of froze.
So.
Okay, there you go.
All right. So I'll give an example in science to where it's also.
Oh, he.
Okay. Can you guys hear me and see me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So. This is what I believe that you're talking about as far as God of the gaps in science, right? There's a quote by Terence McKenna, and the quote is, "Give me one miracle and I can explain the rest." And that's in reference to the Big Bang, right? Because the Big Bang, there is no cause. So science said, if you will afford me one miracle, which is the bang that caused the Big Bang, then I can explain the rest. That's essentially God of the gaps in science because there is no explanation for the Big Bang.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where did it come from? Right. Yeah.
Is that fair, Josh?
Yeah. That would be it.
Right. Yeah. So, kind of to bring this kind of full circle on this. So, the logical.
I was just thinking about this question. I just kind of laughed at this question.
Okay.
So why is religion wrapped in logic when religion is based on belief?
It's based on belief within science.
That's another fallacy.
Well,
that's why I was kind of just laughing. Like,
you guys are probably not going to like this.
Oh, here we go.
Logic is its own fallacy.
It can be. It can damn sure be that real fast. Yeah, I can see that one coming.
Yeah. So
but
the
it's one of the main tools that we have. We can't discard it though. It's not like like if we discard logic, like what else do we have?
Right. And so to add a caveat, true logic, right? So like it's the true logic, right? Versus just bad logic, right? Because I can say A plus B equals C, therefore, you know, blah, 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 and go down the line of logic. But if there's a problem with any one of those variables, it's bad logic. If you put a piece of whatever into the context and it's just absolute garbage, you know, all of a sudden now you've got a miracle. It's no longer true logic. It's just logic, but it's supposed to be just logic. But some people say it's logical. Or like, for instance, iRobot, my logic is undeniable. My logic is undeniable, right? And for real, the AI was absolutely logical.
Not for nothing, but I've even been told that I get it that you're a man of logic, not necessarily that of faith, but it's logical to believe that God exists. I'm like, that's not the conclusion. That's not the conclusion.
So there was a guy on the show that I was on previously that I wanted to get into this very discussion about, because he stated that the fact that you state morality is objective is a true statement and that is logic. But he's saying that the fact that you say morality is subjective can't be, like, since that statement is subjective, then it can't be true or something like that. So, and I was going to tear his ass up on his position, but he never appeared. And I would challenge him. You cannot, no statement is true unto itself. I don't care how logical it sounds. You're going to have to prove it in reality. So to say morality is objective, and because that statement is true logically, then that means that it's true. It's just bull.
You know, the thing that always gets me, this is how I end up making myself feel better about the kind of conversation, especially when I get into a part of contention that doesn't seem to be going anywhere, is that I just turn around and just look at myself and, you know what? Two things can be true at the same time.
This is yes. Oh my goodness, I've said that so many times. Thank you for saying that. That is spot on, bro. But I don't know how much you guys know about the great philosophers of the old days, right? So Socrates, famous philosopher, said, "The only thing I know is that I know nothing."
There you go. That we say that about the wise men all the time. The wise man understands he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know everything. That's all.
Now he was boiled for saying these things, but in today's reality, you got the newer philosophy, from Nietzsche and others and that sort of thing, and they really all have bounced ideas back and forth. And they really kind of realized that Socrates won the West with that. That is exactly how he won the West, because he realized that no matter what, I am going to have to question everything. I'm going to believe half of what I see and none of what I hear. I have to question everything.
So, I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to bring one more thing out. The opposite of a logical fallacy, by the way, is a reasoned argument, right? And it says that can be proven by others making the same argument. However, as you can hear in the definition, that is ad populum, right? So it's already failing on its face. But reason is the best thing that we have to go by. Reason is reality, right? Just looking around, going, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. What is sensible? That sort of thing.
Also, the fallacy of what Brass brought up Raz, right? Resla. Am I saying right?
Yeah, go ahead, Resla. Yeah.
Whenever you say either things got to be this or that, that's the false dichotomy fallacy. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, anything that really falls into a yes or no. And here's the funny part: like I was staring at it for a while, but Lady Luck actually mentioned that's something that she actually does. She does the yes or no, and here's the funny part. I do it myself, even though I don't like it. So that's something, like I was mentioning before when Joe was up here. I also engage in logical fallacies. I myself will tell people I live in the gray. But when I question people, I actually do a yes and no.
Well,
What I typically say is give yes and no and then provide the context. But I need the answer.
some things can be cut and dry, but in the context that you brought up, that two things can be true at the same time. Like we have to adhere to that. Like, and also now you guys might not agree with this, but there are some contradictions that are also valid also. Now, I know that may be boggling to some, but there's some valid contradictions, and I can give some examples if you like, to where we can look in reality. They say that things can be in two places at once, right? But whenever we look at science, we got spooky action at a distance, which proves that there can be things at two places at once. They split a photon and took it halfway around the world, and what they did to one thing, the other photon did simultaneously. So we don't understand how it works, but we understand that one thing can be in two places at once. And in logical terms and language, it's a blatant contradiction, but in reality, we prove that it existed. There's a contradiction that's valid in reality, and there's the other ones too, but that's the one that I like in particular.
Well, let me put it this way too. So right now, you are on my left on the screen, right? According to the screen, right? But you're actually on my right in real life. So the reality of things is that you're on the right and the left of me. Two things are true, both at the same time, that absolutely 100% contradict each other. You are on my left and you are on my right at the same exact time. Now, it can be argued that it's only an image in front of me. However, that image is a representation of me. And if it is a representation of me, are you on the left of my representation on my image? Or perhaps is that projection some other piece of me, right? Because especially if it's, a projection of me, is that actually just another piece of me, right? And so then the question comes, am I at all the representation of me, right? Some people might argue yes, right? Especially if it's the sound, right? The sound is it something that I've created? Is it something that existed before me? Is it something that I'm just simply utilizing? Those questions come into observation as just perception, just as perception alone. And can they be answered?
Essentially, what you're saying is that truth is relative.
Indeed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking to myself as Rick was saying it, because I thought about it from my production days, right? If I'm standing in the house, which where all the seats are, where the guests sit, whatever, versus looking at somebody on the stage, I have to indicate to them what I mean versus what they mean. If I need them to go to a particular direction, I stage left, stage right, house left, house right, so they can understand which perspective they're looking at things from. If I need them to go to an object on their left side, I would say to them, stage left. If they're looking at me, if they're going to say to me, hey, I need you to go to your right, they would say house right. So I can understand from my viewpoint which way I'm going. So yeah, it's about that. And I get it. Like, yeah.
I want to argue that logical fallacy shit some more, man. I think you guys are wrong.
Oh, okay.
We're still here pretty much. We're still here. We're in the realm.
Telling me good, Rick.
What part of it are you telling me?
I think that you need an argument. Merely calling someone a bitch, that's an ad hom, but it doesn't make it a logical fallacy. The reason you can't do this is because you're a bitch. Now it's a logical fallacy.
But do they have any other prior examples to say that you're a bitch, or even any testimony to say that you could have called yourself a bitch prior to actually stating it to you?
What does it mean to be a bitch?
This is what I'm asking.
Well, yeah, because the word bitch actually has a definition. It is
it has a
female dog.
definition.
Therefore, it is not a true statement.
No, anything that's untrue is not a logical fallacy. It has to be.
Joe,
what
if somebody called me a motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
With no context as to who I am, to what I've been doing, and don't even know my record. Have I ever fucked a mother?
Not a logical fallacy.
Yes, you have.
Absolutely. But yes, I have fucked mothers. Absolutely. So yes, I am a motherfucker.
Me too.
If there is no context and you have no basis for the argument, you're arguing that someone is a bitch. You're arguing that someone is a motherfucker. That is a logical
not a
fallacy.
logical fallacy. You just calling them. I state you're a motherfucker. You need a fallacy to build on.
That's the fallacy. They have no.
You
they have no way to prove that.
You just made one statement. You haven't built anything. So you can't.
That they are that thing that they're calling you. They cannot prove that is a thing.
That's not a logical fallacy. It's a lie. A logical fallacy is a false argument. It's a false premise that means the rest of your argument is bogus. If I say you shouldn't talk about women because
what was the point? What was the point?
What
was the point that I? What was the point to say? What was the point I would say before? I said, Joe.
My screen,
oh, I can see. I got you.
Yes.
You up there smoking that cigarette? Maybe I don't like cigarettes. I think you're a bitch for smoking that cigarette. That's a logical fallacy.
That could be.
What does me calling you a bitch have to do with the fact that I don't like the fact that you smoke cigarettes?
Well,
how are you a bitch because you? No,
yes,
but that's
you
what I
added
said.
because I smoke cigarettes. Now you have an argument.
Well,
it has no relevance. It has no relevance. Now me saying maybe we're having a conversation about cigarettes, and I don't like the fact that you smoke cigarettes. The whole me calling you a bitch has no relevance to the conversation.
Sure,
that's
it does.
A fallacy.
No. I got to push this one back here. So okay, as a fellow smoker here, right? So I'm gonna argue this out with Joe here.
Here we go.
If it is the case that I'm making the argument that Joe smokes cigarettes because he's a bitch.
Yeah, I smoke blacks anyway, but go ahead.
I know.
I know.
So if by the case, and now it goes down the other problem with the definition fallacy, definist fallacy, but it's basically just a definition problem. It's if the case is that a bitch is a person with like horrible discipline or something, right? That it could actually be argued that instead of me just saying, because Joe is lack of discipline, he can't control himself.
That's not the conversation, though. That's not the point that we're making. I mean, it's literally up here on the screen.
It's the ad hominem.
Let's read it.
It's the ad hominem with the bitch. It's the ad hominem with the bitch, or it's
literally no. You gave way more context to that with something that wasn't put up as the actual regard, because you've seen it too many times, Josh, where people will just state out things and don't even have to clarify themselves. As stating, ad hom fallacy is a logical fallacy that, in the highlight there, occurs when someone attacks a person making an argument instead of the argument itself.
No.
So if you're having an argument and you call somebody a bitch and it's off topic, that is a logical fallacy in ad hominem.
Look at the examples.
If it's off topic and it's an attack on the person, and it's ad hominem, they could be
an attack on character.
Every ad hom is not a logical fallacy. Look at the examples that they about to give you.
Well, no, every ad hom is. Now, name calling might not always be.
Right.
But ad hominems is an aspect of logical fallacies.
They can be. I'm saying they're not always.
No, the ad hominem
is normally looked at as a part of deflection.
Yeah. All right. The reason we say ad hominem is because it is one of the described fallacies. This is actually one of
by
the
definition, an ad hom is a fallacy. It's a logical fallacy, or it can't be an ad hom.
It is included in the fallacies. Yes, it's included in the many fallacies.
It's one of the top fallacies.
Yeah.
It says right there in the definition.
Now I do
look at
a fallacy. It's a logical fallacy.
Mm-hmm.
To an argument.
Yeah.
So you need an argument before you can have an ad hom. Yeah.
Correct.
All right, then it can be a logical fallacy.
We
cannot approve of this recycling idea.
If you and I weren't talking and I just called you a bitch, that's not an ad hom. If you and I are having a conversation and in the midst of that conversation I call you a bitch and it had nothing to do with the conversation, that's an ad hom.
Yeah.
Logical fallacy.
Yeah. Because if we're not having a conversation or a debate, then it's really just name calling. And that's not, in the
hell no! I want to make the argument. And
I don't think. I think if it's outside of the argument, it is no longer an ad hom. It's part of the argument. If you're calling me a bitch within the argument, now it's an ad hom. If it's outside of the argument, it's no longer an ad hom. It's just
that's correct.
Yeah, if you exit the argument, yes. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
No, even if I'm arguing, if I say you couldn't know that because bitches can't do this and that, now it's an ad hom.
No, he's not.
He's right. Yeah, he used it in the right context.
Wait, hold on. So say one more time. You said because bitches. Well, bitches. What you say because bitches?
You can't rap because bitches can't rap.
You're making but you're making a reference that's general. You're not making a reference specific. It's the ad hom is the attack on the person.
Right.
It is. I'm saying you're a bitch, and therefore that's the ad hom, the name call, and the reason it makes it.
I got you. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Now,
I got you.
Now I want to throw a wrench into it. Okay. So when there is no conversation being had, there's no argument, that sort of thing, and you call a name to someone, it is still an ad hom. Hold on, let me explain. It is still an ad hom. It is a one-word sentence argument from your point of view that someone is a bitch. You just call them bitch. That is your opinion, and you're giving it out, and therefore you are creating an ad hom, an argument, a discussion, debate all at once.
Yes. I totally disagree with that one. Again, it's just name calling. That means every time you call someone name, it is an ad hom under that definition.
That's true.
That can't be true.
It is true. It is true. Well, here's the caveat to that. If the other person decides he doesn't want to engage, then it's not an ad hominem. You're just crazy. You're a psychotic person. Yeah. So just calling people names on the street, don't do that because it's not an ad hom.
You need an argument.
I would agree with Joe. You need to have an argument. The purpose
to make it a false argument.
The purpose of the ad hom is to attack someone's character instead of addressing the argument.
Right.
Very good.
Right. I do agree with that. Let's give an example of this. The one word argument, ad hominem, so forth, so on. A debate is set up. Okay. You both sit down. The moderator's sitting there. He says, all right, this debate is on this topic. Brick, go. Bitch. That's an ad hominem. But it's only because the argument has already begun. The discussion, the debate has already begun. I'm now presenting a logical fallacy. However, it's within the context of a debate having already started. Now I'm just attacking character. I don't have a reason to do it. But that is within the debate.
It's also an argument in and of itself.
It is, bitch.
See, I can refuse to engage because the other person is I'm deeming the other person unreasonable, right? Which would be kind of like going into the or the defining point of what a bitch is, an unreasonable person. You're not obligated in any way. You can just basically use that as an argument.
And bitch. So basically,
nothing you say matters, right, bitch?
Right, bitch. It's right. You're going into the argument, the debate, not in good faith. You're going in with bad faith. That is what makes it a fallacy logically. It has no logical application within the argument.
Disagree. Even once the debate starts and I call you a bitch, what is my argument that makes it fallacious? What is my argument?
It has no context to the argument. That's what makes it fallacious. What context would having called me a name have in the argument?
It would the reasoning would have to fail. Like for instance, you think like a woman because you are one. Me calling you a woman.
No, I'm saying the part where you say you come into a debate, right? And the first, let's say Joe, go, right? And the first thing you say is bitch. Right?
Right.
And I say that's a logical fallacy, right?
Why is it a logical fallacy? I don't even have an argument yet.
That is your argument. It has no place. It has no context. It has no reasoning within the conversation, within the debate. That's what makes it a fallacy.
What's the topic?
It doesn't. It could be any topic. It could be.
It could be any topic.
I wouldn't say it fall on the ad hom. It probably irrelevant appeal. It could be that
irrelevant appeal. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that works too. Yeah. Yeah, but the fact of the matter is it has no context in the conversation, no context in the debate. Therefore, it is fallacious on its face.
But it would have to have context, and the conversation would have to have context in order for it to be outside of the conversation. For instance, we're talking about, you say it could be anything, abortion. I say bitch. And now it's in context, according to back up you guys' argument, because I am saying bitches are not qualified to judge abortions. Now suddenly it's now it makes sense. It's logical fallacy add on.
But just saying
mentally deficient, unreasonable people are unqualified to even have the discussion.
That is true. Yes, reason is
the
opposite. Right.
Like that's kind of like what it is, right? You can dismiss the other side's argument just based off mental deficiency. Of course, that's kind of like what you're calling that's low key what you're saying, right? If you're calling the other person a bitch, you're just basically saying they're an unreasonable person, that are unqualified, incapable of having the discussion in the first place. It's kind of like
I hate to be, it looks like I'm disagreeing with everything said. The guy who's calling someone a bitch, no, he's not smart enough to be thinking all of those things when he's calling name. He's acting emotional, and no, he is not qualified.
Usually what we see, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, guys.
I mean, it's the same kind of argument I see that I look at as what I would consider to be a false dilemma. And that would be when I hear men in a conversation, it says a group of men, I'll say on panel. And then when one man speaks up and they say, when they use the phrase, and it's one of my triggers, as a man, that shit pisses me off instantaneously. It pisses me off because it triggers everyone else to either immediately disagree, and depending on the how many ethnicities up there, or just based on the testosterone up there, it forces every other man to either coincide by proving that they are also a man, because they don't want to look as the least manliest person on the panel, and that shit really pisses me off.
Sounds like appeal to authority.
Says, as a man, even if they don't, even if they disagree, and they've been on previous panels where they have said the opposite, if enough men turn around and say, "Well, yeah, I agree with that because such and such," and the next man go, "Yeah, I hear that too because I wouldn't call such and such," and the other man goes, "Yeah, I go," and there's one last man that's up there who has been known to say something differently, would just be like, "Yeah, I hear what y'all say." No.
Yo, I ain't cut like that, bro. I can't even do it, man. Praise God too, man.
Are you telling us to not use this phrase and we can just reverse it, like
no?
Resla?
I'm saying state your opinion. Do not challenge the rest of the panel by saying that if you do not follow said thing, then therefore you are not qualified as a man. That is a gaslighting tactic used on a false dilemma fallacy.
Well, I'm glad you said that, Resla, because when I left before my friend walked in here, that is exactly what I was thinking. Joshua said something, and I was thinking, no, you can't disqualify a motherfucker just because you think they're stupid. That's a bad move.
I absolutely can, and do it often.
Well, you can, but then you aren't producing. This is my opinion.
Yeah, you're not having the conversation then. It's when you continue the conversation after the fact. now you're guilty of the same accusation that you're making on the other person.
Exactly. Now you've produced your own fallacy right in your own face.
Yeah.
You might as well go ahead and slap yourself.
Resla, as a woman, do you prefer to sleep on your belly?
Only real men wear Speedos. Oh shit! You know, like
I'll never say as a man in front of you ever again, but I will say as a woman.
That is a key trigger for me because I've heard that so many times, especially in black spaces. I'm just like, oh Jesus Christ! You don't hear that really. You don't hear as a woman. You don't really hear that. You don't hear as a gay.
I hear black women.
You don't hear that.
Black women as a black woman.
It's a feminist speaking.
That I hear, Joe. Yeah, that I hear as a black woman.
As a black woman.
But there are certain things like for context to explain the sensitive point on a point of view. Like as a mom, I get that.
Yeah.
As a father, I get that. You're not challenging. You're stating it as a person who has experienced. There's a difference. When you do that as a man shit, as in talking among other people, you're stating that if you don't really follow my logic, you're not really considered to be a man. Yeah. That's the way I look at it. Yeah. You're challenging masculinity in real time.
Well, here's the thing. So if it is a challenge towards masculinity, is it beneficial to the conversation? Right? Because there are conversations that have to be had amongst men that really we like. So men don't talk like that.
Let me create a scenario, right?
I did it, by the way.
Let me create a scenario based on the fact that let's just say no one knows anything, right? Let's just say, Britt, you're up here, you're having a conversation. We're having a conversation about masculinity. Josh, you're up here. Dom, you're up here. Joe, you're up here. Dude, you're up here. We're all having this conversation. Let's just say we're getting to know a little bit about each other's backgrounds. Let's just say I am a combat vet. I have done 2 tours, Afghanistan. I have a family to which I have a wife and 2 children. And let's just say, dude says, in the premise of a conversation that's just being had, something totally different, but we're talking about masculinity. And he says, honestly, let's say Brick, you say, honestly, if you ain't bust no nut, knocking no girls down, you ain't a man. And dude says, what? Honestly, yeah, if you a virgin, man, you ain't no man. Now, what if I turned around and said, yo, I did 2 tours in Afghanistan, I served my country and everything, but I have my wife, their 2 kids, but honestly, until I met my wife and bust her down, I'm not a man. I served 2 tours. In fact, she was a single mother when I met her of 2 kids. I don't even have my own kids. Am I not a man?
No. As a man, you wouldn't be on the internet whining and crying like a little girl. Thus, you're a lady boy.
You hear this guy already? But by doing that, not knowing what the context and what somebody else doing, and also what we consider to be a man, because like when we say that, we start writing narratives and talking points. Like there's a leather-bound book of 10 commandments that says you must cover these things if you want to classify yourself as a man, especially in a country that we live in today that is multicultural with many men who have done many things.
Let me flip it on you, Resla. Let me
being classified as men.
Same conversation, we're talking about masculinity. I say, you're not a man if you don't do your best to take care of your kid. Now, suddenly, I'm not such a horrible guy. I'm doing the same shit, but,
That's right.
That was a good point.
And it's within the context of the conversation. Masculinity, right? And so there are, well, I guess it really kind of boils down to feelings, right? And so when it comes to that and the whole feelings thing, right? And people get into their feels, as men, You gonna really let that bother you? That much?
Damn, Resla, damn. And shots fired right there,
See?
sir. You can't take that from Briggs. Those are shots fired.
Like, because in all seriousness, right? So we find ourselves in these spaces where we're on the internet and we're talking about some real issues within the world, right? But then we're also talking about some petty ass bullshit, right? And then we're also talking about what other people talk about.
Right.
And we can get into our feelings about every one of those topics. And every one of us have an opinion on each one of those topics. But one of the things that happens is that men end up acting like little boys. And they are no longer men. I'm sorry. Like, there's a point when someone's acting like a little boy, and and no offense to the little boys, but it's time to grow up, be a man, start walking.
Hell no. I'm gonna double down on it. 10 toes down, I'm standing on it. I'm gonna be that little boy in the sandbox. I'm throwing some sand in your fucking eye.
Hey. If you feel like you can throw it that far,
hey, Josh, as a real man, we just thump. We don't throw sand in people's eyes.
but I'm not.
It's about a seesaw.
I'm already conceding to being the little boy in the sandbox, right? But now, what are you for fighting with the kids?
No, we're not gonna fight with you. You brought the cigarettes, bro.
Oh hell no! I'm see now. I pick something I'm guilty of. You're all bitches if you have vices. Every damn one of y'all. Drink coffee, you bitch.
I drink coffee.
Drink alcohol, you bitch.
Did you not see me?
Oh hell no! Now I'm gonna get beat up by everybody.
When was the last time somebody seen me on a stream where I did not drink?
Bitch. As a man,
you know what? You drink. You got a problem. You drink, you a bitch. You smoke, you a bitch. You said coffee, so you a bitch. You like lady boys, you a bitch. You
talk, you a bitch. We're doing talk.
I don't deny any of it. I ain't fighting back.
Oh shit. But there is a point where the conversation goes south.
Yeah.
And when that happens, in my opinion, the men sit back and just observe and especially if there's no physical force going to be applied, you're just going to sit back and just like be like, all right.
Sometimes what men do, hey Jess, in this panel verse anyway, and in real life, is you give a little grow up. If the guy is not too fucking emotional, you stab him a little bit just to show and point out to him how much of a dick or how he's off his square. That's what men do too, right? Also, I would say men, real men, like people see people do dumb shit and they say, oh, he lied. I don't fuck with liars, and they cut people off. I say real men. I use the analogy doctors. If we're all doctors and we're here to help, then you've run. That's a serious case, and you're like, I don't fuck with brain surgery. The real men or the real doctor will wade into waters where other men won't. And he may look different to him what he's doing. He should, because he's doing the exceptional thing as opposed to the normal thing.
Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of a pushback for clarification. Just want to put it out there because there's a little bit of the judgment, and the same thing I said the false dilemma before when we say the term real men. What is the classification as a real man? Because you mentioned the doctor that's willing to, I guess, jump into the water to make sure. Whatever. Are all doctors classified to be that way? Because here's the thing that we don't want to admit it. All doctors are general practitioners. Not all
good doctors.
No, not all doctors are specialists. Now you know
good doctors.
Sure. So let me understand this. Are only good doctors classified as real men?
Well, in the context that I was talking about somebody. I was literally thinking about Jesus walking into there with the lepers.
I got you. Because the concept will be like, Well, there are good doctors here, right? Are all good doctors considered to be doctors without borders? Are the only the doctors without borders good men because they're willing to go into
I don't know.
war-torn countries and be around lepers and freaking people who have less?
See, you're getting really philosophical.
No.
If you ask me, no. If you're gonna ask me that, then I got to go philosophical with you
Sure.
and say that in the context that you're using it, there's no such thing as a good man nor a bad man. There's simply scales, and then now you lose the context of what I'm trying to say.
No, but
I was only using.
I opened it up saying I would like classification. I that's why I wanted to be
clarification, right? But I think you understand what I'm saying. We all claim to be NFL players, but the real men, and I'm using that quotations in the sense that we were using it, got to go the extra mile.
Yes.
So he's
I like college more than I like the NFL anyway.
Me too. I know, right? About that.
Don't you turn around and say, don't turn around and say that the college boys are real men than the professionals.
No, they're playing.
Doing that.
Hey, when you're playing for money, it's totally different when you're playing for stats. Going back to stats, but yeah, it's when you're playing for stats.
No, Brick, you hate stats. Man. What are you saying?
I hate them.
You don't care about stats.
But that's the. Context matters, right? Yes. You're talking about these things, and you're talking about conversation skills, especially, right? And kind of some of these things that we're getting into here is exactly why, and I'm going to bring it back to you, Resla, why I like coming over here to your show, man. These topics that you bring up, they're not so open-ended that they're just left out into the lurch of, well, we can go this way or that way and out into this and that. No, it's very specific. And then you put your own opinion out there saying, okay, this is the way I view it, and I would love to hear some feedback. What do you guys feel about this? And it's a wide variety of topics, but whenever you come up with a topic, man, it seems that you always hit on, some very decent topics, and it's great, man.
Here's one of the issues that I have, though, with the conversations, right?
Yep.
You got people that's interested in the truth, and then you have people that's interested in debating, and then you have people that only just want to argue. You know what I mean? So whenever we talk about ad hominems and stuff like that, these are all debate tactics, really. All these different ways to cut out of a conversation and stuff like that. You're really not interested in the truth if you are doing these things inside of a conversation. If you're dialoguing, I'm not interested in having a conversation with you. I come here in order to have my views challenged, and in order to challenge other people's views, in order to make myself a sharper individual. You know what I mean?
Quest for the truth.
Excuse me?
A quest for the truth.
Absolutely. So you get people that's just concerned with just winning conversations, man. And I hate those type of people. There's a time to debate. I enjoy debating, but let's do that like a one-on-one. Let's really debate if you want to debate. But if we're having a conversation, right, and then somebody trumps your point and you just don't want to concede, and then all these debate tactics.
It's not good faith. Yeah, it's not good faith. And
that's the chat.
That's the point that I try to.
There's an audience. People always do that shit. They won't give the point because they're looking at who all watching you right now. It gets worse.
I agree, Joe, which is why we need to really have. This is why I challenge a lot of the people, even those who are watching, not necessarily just those who pop on panel. When I say we need to be very mindful because a lot of us are on social media and we start following and we do more observing and absorbing rather than mentally thinking about it and actually challenging it. If you hear something that you don't like, that's fine. But I also ask you to question yourself as to why you don't like it and be very clear on that point. I say this to a lot of adults the same way I have to say this to teenagers. Just because is not an answer. That's something I expect of teenagers. I do not expect it of adults. And I get a lot of that because that's just stupid. Because it's stupid does not mean anything to me. I need you to express What part of it was stupid? What part of it you didn't agree? Was it what they said, or was it how they make you feel? I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Was it true or not? Which part of it that you felt was true? I'm asking you to exercise reasoning and not emotion.
Right.
Because that will be the thing to save you at the end of the day. When a volcano explodes and you're near the bottom of the fucking volcano, I need you to turn around and say, what do I do to get away from the lava, from the molten rocks that are flying down upon you, and where can I find shelter, and what should I do, and if I have to evacuate it or notify other people? I don't want you seeing the volcano explode and say, I don't feel like that should have happened. I'm angry at the volcano.
or run around screaming.
Right. Then you throw babies in there.
Well, yes, that'll calm the gods.
I don't think here. I don't know how to do this without giving an example. Okay, so everybody knows I'm a federal officer. Everybody knows Joe Cool's kind of
tell us more.
Joe's an auditor, right? So he's like the opposing side of me, of my position, right? It is by default, I'm not supposed to like his position because it's anti my position by default, right?
I don't think you do like my position.
So, well, right. We've had
you like me.
No, you're supposed to like him, Joshua.
However, right? Like, so that default position is based on feels, right? Like they're definitely based on feels. It's just an anti position, right? But when it comes down to articulating out what issues might come about, they're usually going off into special circumstances, how things take place, things like that. But that's where the discussion tends to go in, as long as the people are trying to have the discussion, right? It only boils down to, if I start this premise with, fuck Joe Cool, that motherfucker makes my job a living fucking hell, right? See, like, that's the issue is, if I'm going at Joe trying to be an asshole, or I'm trying to just basically diminish him as a person, as opposed to going down to it, the vast majority of us can't seem to get over that first initial hump. I have to dismiss the concept of the feeling part doesn't matter, because that's usually the thing that gets the person to the table.
Yeah, get rid of the emotional part. The problem is that unless you're at a certain level, you're just not interested. Some people are not interested in what you're interested in, what we're interested in, honest conversation. Some people want to be stars when they hop up here. They want every question to be to them or about them, right? Some people want to show how smart they are when they hop up here. That's more important, or look good. That's more important than
Joe, you not lying. When shit popped off, and I had a whole bunch of people start flying up on the channel, I had a couple of people mention your name. They said, do you know who Joe Cool is? And I said, no. And they said, well, when Joe Cool comes up, I need you to pay attention to him. And I said, I mean, Joe Cool like anybody else. No. He has a way when he talks. You need to really pay attention to him, because sometimes it seems like you're not paying attention to what he said. And he can take the most absurd shit and make it fucking really logical. And I said, I like that. Yeah. And when Joe, when you first popped up, I was like, I'm gonna pay attention because I know he's gonna do some shit. But at the same time, I had so many people that popped up from a particular community, and it's like everybody was convincing the channel to go down that same route, and I'm like, I'm not interested in that. That's not my thing. I get people who are good at what they do. That doesn't mean that everybody's interested in what you're interested in. You're here, or hopefully you remain to be here, based on the fact that I have done something very differently.
Resla, that's not the route I see a lot of people take, right? A lot of people, the drama bring the numbers, and they just change. They'll do whatever the fucking chat and whatever brings the numbers, man.
I've said this. I said this on the platform. I'm not an ambulance chaser. I'm not going to chase the latest trend, and I'm not going to chase the thing that gets me the clout, the number, whatever, because at some point you have to look back and ask yourself, who runs the channel? Is it you or is it your chat? Who determines the content? Is it you or is it your chat? End of the day, if I cut this bitch off and I walk away, you turn it back on. The chat starts flipping. Turn this shit back on. How dare you walk away? No, that's not the way. That's not the way it works. I'm gone. I'll be gone. If I'm not feeling this, I'll be fucking gone. I don't need anyone else to tell me anything else. If I feel like it's detrimental or whatever else, I'll do that. I do this because I like it.
Let me change the subject, man.
Yeah.
And I want you guys to tell me, or I'm going to ask you, is there anything that is inherently good or inherently evil?
Nope. Quick answer.
Quick answer.
I would say yes.
No.
I'm gonna ask for a demonstration at the other guys. I'll be an example at the other.
I believe that both the both concepts must necessarily exist, and thus be the case that it's a trivial thing whether something's good or bad or evil or whatever.
All right. Anybody else is there anything, and what is it that is inherently good or inherently evil?
You're in it all the time. I was going to say, you're in it all the time. Good and evil. I'll change the word.
Up, Dom. I didn't even know you was up here.
Hey, Joe. I'll change the word to good and evil. Spiritual material. Subjective, objective. When you speak the language, you're describing something else. The thing is a thought. So when I describe something, calling it a tree, there's the objective. I'm using the unknown word to describe it. You're always in it. Now, what people call evil for most people, that's just their likes or dislikes, agreeing or disagreeing. That's a child talking at that point.
Before we move forward, Joe.
Wait, Don just took it to the advanced class. That's why I was gonna take it, right? He just took it to the advanced. He cut through the bullshit.
What is your position before you move forward?
That is my position. Nothing is inherently good or evil. It is so much.
You see what I mean, Dom? He's just trying to break it down. You got left back.
Yes, I was gonna take the long
turn around and build the whole lesson.
And so, dude, what would your position be?
I mean, we already had this on two shows ago. I said morality is subjective, so I can't believe in a good or evil. Absolutely, inherently.
So Joshua and I seem to be the only ones. So
you go, Brick. Give me an example of something in good or evil.
I will give my position on this. So not only does the actual scripture, which I do believe is God's written word, state that God created evil and good, right? So I believe that both exist, namely just because of that. Because I do believe that is, and not because some man told me, but I believe because I've read it and then it coincides with reality of what I see, which is that there is what we could simply describe in a word. The words are a description, right? The sound, I release the sound from my lips, from my tongue, and it enters upon your ears. I affect you by what I say. So I use the word evil to describe an atrocity, something, we'll call it World War II. And some of the atrocities that occurred during those times. And there's World War I and some of the other atrocities.
That's your example. World War II. We'll stay with that one. World War II. Mm-hmm. You're telling me it's inherent evil. I tell you, World War II, that's where they invented the so-and-so bomb, and that war stopped. There was never another one after World War after it. Thank goodness we had that war because it brought peace after that. You know.
Well, this is my argument against that. No, we don't have peace.
Well, no more war. No more. I can't talk. My shit's dry as fuck. No more war.
Woe to him who says there is peace and security, because there is.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying you get the argument.
And I do. However,
my wife, he really doesn't, because he messed up the premise. Because whenever he initially started, he said evil is just a description, but that's really not what you asked. You really asked if evil inherently exists, and if he starts with evil is just a description, he's not saying that it inherently exists.
It is a description of, it is a word. And that's why I clarified exactly what I was saying.
Inherently exists.
So we'll go back to the thing that I was presenting before. You are on my left and my right at the same time. Two things can be true at once.
That is perspective. So what is your position? Do you believe evil inherently exists?
Yes.
Okay.
And the
Go ahead.
the war was totally evil. Nothing good about it.
Yes, war is bad. Yes, evil. War is evil.
All right.
Yes.
Can I give a scenario, Joe?
Yeah.
So you are a king in your nation, Brick, and one of your scouts come back and tell you, they say, King Brick, our enemies are on their way to us right now, and it's about to crack. What are you going to do? Are you just going to say, hey, we don't believe in war. War is bad.
You
Whatever
went to
happens
war
is
and
God.
saved your
Whatever
people, Brick.
happens is
You're a
God's
god
will.
to us, bro. You went to
Whatever
war and you
happens is
saved your
God's
people.
will. What are you going to do, Brick?
So have they entered into or upon my land?
No.
They're certainly coming.
Then I have
What if I
for
sent
war.
an emissary? What if I sent an emissary, like in 300, say all I ask for is earth and water?
That man who I sent is on his own, and I've explained that to him as well. I told him, look, dude.
Well, what are you going to do about the army that's approaching your territory? That's the question.
Right.
My question is, since war is bad and you have an army approaching your territory and you know it's about to crack, are you going to then say, no, we're not going to war and let these people crash against you? Are you going to meet them? Because if they get to your gates, Brick, it's going to cause chaos. You're going to have more casualties. If you meet them and deploy your army, you can potentially beat them and not have as many casualties at your house. So are you going to meet the army or let the army come and just do their thing? Because war is bad.
So first off, I want to point out your logical fallacy. You said that I know that it's about to crack.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're scout.
That's a logical fallacy.
It's not. It's
not.
No,
it is.
He's making it part of the hypothetical.
Let me ask the question. Even based on the hypothetical, based on how we know I'm assuming that we're all learning enough to know how wars tend to turn out, which means that it turns out with a victor and a loser. So how many wars would you say, Vic, have ever really landed at a stalemate?
There have been some that popped into my head.
Been some. Very few.
Very few. So that means the overwhelming majority have landed at a victor at some point.
And a loser.
So when he's asking you when Dude is asking you the question of what do you do when you know that war will be clashing at your door, the other side they're not holding a position. He said they're coming. What do you plan on doing about that?
And I do understand. I just wanted to point out the logical fallacy first. Then we can move on from that. Okay. And by the way, the correct wording for that would be you believe that the enemy is about to be at your gates. This is a different thing than you know. That's what makes it a logical fallacy.
With that. Let's move on.
No.
What
do I do?
Running to your gates with axes and all that shit.
I provide.
It's not a belief. If your scout go and see the army coming to you, that's not a belief. That's a fact.
It wouldn't change. It wouldn't change his question either way. Whether an army was coming,
I just wanted to point it out. I just wanted to point it out. That's all. Because when you're constructing an argument, it really should be based.
Yeah. Wait. I have to give it to Brick and what he said, because as I'm paying attention to the conversation, he's not wrong, dude. Because as a person, I said it's not about what was said, but how it was said. You did say believe, and again, if I just mentioned that's why I said what I said. Let's say if he had the scout, there's a difference between they're coming and they're just stationed somewhere nearby.
He said believe though, Resla. I never said believe. I said you sent the scout out, and your scout comes back and tell the king that there's an army approaching. I never said anything about believe.
Well, you didn't say believe. You said no, that he knows that they're coming.
Right. You know it's about to crack was the phrase.
You know it's about to clash. Clash.
I never said anything about belief. It was no logical fallacy.
And so what I was saying was that instead of saying the word no, present it as belief, and that's fine. And I'll move on from that. But
he's presenting no belief. Okay.
Right. It's a belief. And so let's say I believe that the army is about to be at my gate.
you, bro. There is no logical fallacy, but I don't want to keep arguing that. I want you to answer succinctly at this point.
Yeah. So let's say I believe that there's the enemy at the gates, right? Now, prior to this, I've known, I believed about this for weeks, whatever. I am providing a defense. Right? I am sending my army to the boundary, and I am providing a defense on my land. That way, when they come to my boundary, right, and I have not set the boundary all the way to the edge, I've actually set the boundary a little bit further back, not directly to the edge. In fact, I might have even built a wall. This is actually
good enough. They came in, you fought them, you had a war with them, you won. Not only did you preserve your
it's not war, it's a defense.
Now
it's literally not war. It's literally not. No. He's right. He's right, Joe. It's literally not until he gets to the point where bodies and swords and lands are being crossed. It's not war. It's conflict.
Yeah, and so the thing about war is
that wasn't his argument.
You have to cross the boundary of your land.
That was your argument. You're hanging your shit on who crossed whose boundary first.
Absolutely.
Wait.
Absolutely. Yes, this is the way we're working.
Now we're going into the semantics game.
It's not semantics. It is not semantics. And by the way,
Resla,
all arguments are based on semantics.
Pull up the dictionary of war.
Hold on. I want to answer precisely, Brick. I want you to land your plane so I can respond. So what is the answer again? Can you say it, please?
I am providing a defense. I am not going to war with another country.
He's going to war with them, but he is giving himself an out. He is saying if I wait till they cross onto my territory, I don't have to call it any war anymore. I call it a defense. That is his argument.
So let me respond to that. Resla, are you talking to us?
Muted, Resla.
No, sorry. Joe, literally his words just before you spoke were he's not going to war. He literally just said he's not going to go to war.
Right. They just changed the name to defense. I'm telling my man, I think his name is, that we call it war. Everyone else calls it war. And he's got a technicality. Whoever came onto whose land, we don't have to call it war.
Well,
that would mean that the Israeli war, Palestinian war, World War, none of them are called wars.
I understand your position.
Let me respond to
he got to get his shot. Yeah.
Right. So Joshua and Joe is right. You playing semantics. So defense is part of war. So you can say it's defense, but if anybody goes to war with anybody, somebody's going to be defending. That's a part of war.
You presented a logical fallacy again. When you said that
went to war,
when you said that they are right, you are appealing to ad populum. What is it? Ad populum or appealing to authority?
I hear you, but what did he say is wrong? Because I don't know anyone who goes to war and just simply defends without attacking.
Let me present an actual war where someone crossed the border and then there was war to be had, and the one side actually never crossed into the other side's border.
Normandy.
Civil War. American Civil War, okay? The South did not cross into the northern
you
border.
Could have literally said,
can you pick another
No. I wasn't even gonna point that part because, quite frankly, you can say you say Civil War because, quite frankly, they're all on the same land. But you can say that about many other territories and Indian conflicts. This is why I said Normandy.
Let's go with Normandy.
Normandy, 7 miles within the White House. That's how close the South was to the North.
Was Normandy
close? Is not crossing a border.
Normandy was defense.
They crossed the border and were in the North. They were literally 27 miles from the White House lawn.
Okay, but that's a deflection of it. I want to ask
who owns DC.
Wait. When did you let them get off, Joshua, with that argument? Let's go to like Resla shit better. Let's take it overseas where it's more easily defined and we don't have to get in a quagmire and we can get to the fucking truth quicker. Right? Brick, do you agree? Hold on, let me ask the question.
Hold up. We're going over. Hold up. Do what's talking. Get your thing. Joe, you go, and then we go from there.
Because the whole point was you saying that war was bad, right? And you was acting like you would never engage in it, but you obviously tried to say that you would engage in war, but you just called it a different name than war. So war can be beneficial to your people. It might have had casualties, right? We agree that bad stuff happened in war, but you going to go to war, you're not going to do nothing. You explicitly said that you were going to fight, defend myself, which is a part of war. So even though that is a bad act, you still participated in war, and that was the point that I was trying to make.
And Brick, you were wrong. It was not a logical fallacy. The man obviously believes that shit. He was not appealing, appeal, whatever y'all called it.
No,
he obviously
the
believes
logical
that shit.
fallacy is telling me I'm wrong about my opinion. When you say it's my opinion, then you say that I'm wrong. Now you've presented that I'm wrong and my opinion is wrong when it's my opinion.
I'm not talking about that part. I'm not talking about that part. You're defending something I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the part when you said that he was appealing to the chat or to the people by agreeing with me and Joshua.
That's what he was saying.
Yes.
Yeah, that was another.
And I am saying
that was a totally different one. Yeah.
Yes, I am saying you were wrong by saying that. It was not an appeal because clearly the man feels that shit from his chest. He was appealing to no one.
Right.
And I'd like to ask you a couple questions if I can get in a row. Was World War II in Normandy, was that we playing offense and defense, or was that a war at all?
When we landed on the shores of Normandy to try to take the hill, they were playing defense. We went there.
I want Brick's answer.
We were allies. And when you have allies, it's like, okay, let me break it down to a small scale.
There we go.
Because this war thing, I really have to, because we're going too broad. We're going way out here to the big scheme, when if we can just bring it back down to something small, I feel like we can actually get there. Okay.
No. You feel like you have an argument if we make war small. You feel me? War. We know what war is. We ain't really got to define that shit. Was World War II a war? You know the simple answer. Give me that before you give me the drawn out one. Was it a war?
What?
I don't think he's gonna deny that it was a war, but I think he's playing.
It looks like he's trying his damnedest.
I don't think he's trying to negate whether it was a war. But I think the context is the matter about what is the offense versus defense.
I think,
and correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Defense, it's a cop out. Where if you on defense, he's trying to cop out and saying because I'm on defense, I'm not going to war, and that's a cop out. Because
yes, you want to spend the next 15 minutes saying the same thing that you said again, explaining why it's on defense. Can you do me the courtesy of answering the question first? Do you consider World War II a war?
Here's the thing. If he cannot answer, we will never get an answer, because you know what, he might say something that
give
might
me the opportunity and let's see. I'm asking the question, Brick. By your consideration, was World War II a war?
Yes.
All right. Now go ahead with your whatever you were saying.
I don't think he ever denied that, but okay, go ahead. Go with the rest of it, Brick.
Okay, we can go to the grand scale, but the small scale works the same. Okay, you have a home, you have a house, you have an apartment, whatever you want to call it. Okay, if someone breaks in, right, with men, right, you are defending your home. If you go at them, that is your home. That's a defense. You are not offending.
Can you give me an explanation with the word war in it? Because that's what we're talking about. Can you do that? If you go to war and so and so, give me that. Give me Normandy. It was a defense, right? Because they hit us first. So by your definition, it wasn't really a war.
All right. I don't know if I can start this over or if I should just start from the middle here.
Use war and whatever you start.
Let me just say this part. Joe, where's Normandy located?
In Europe. Where's Normandy located in Europe?
Okay, cool. Where's the U.S. located?
Over here.
When we talk about the war in the beaches of Normandy, who had to go where?
We had to go over there.
So who
We didn't
defended
have
and
to,
who?
but we did.
So who defended and who attacked? Come on, sir. We just talked about location. I built it up.
Well, okay. Well, I got to give you two answers. The simple answer is we attacked. But the truth is, they have an argument that it was a defense by them attacking us. They have an argument.
Wait, it can't be a defense if you turned around and said they attacked first. It can't be defense. It cannot be defense.
Yes. So in the scenario we're talking about, are you saying a Japanese could not have been a defense?
Sir, if we were chilling and kamikaze pilots came through to Pearl Harbor, the Japanese were not on defense.
You're assuming we were chilling? You're assuming we did nothing to provoke them by giving aid to the people who was kicking their ass?
Can I share something, guys?
Yeah.
I'll use the analogy of
the people who were kicking their ass. Did we ever attack them? Was it ever? Bruh, come on. No, we're not gonna do semantics. Come on now.
I don't know, man. If you're giving bombs to the people who I'm fighting, you're on the menu.
Not my fault that they decided to fight with somebody who was too far to help them.
I want to throw Jonesy a raft right quick, if I may. So I will agree with you that war is not inherently good or bad, but it's necessary. So because that's why I put you in the dilemma that I put you in, because you're saying that war is inherently bad, but if push comes to shove, you're going to participate in it to save your people. If what Resla doesn't like, if you any type of man and you the king and it's up to you, you're going to defend your people, and that means war.
No, I don't agree with that. That is not war.
Again, guys, can I try to give you the analogy of sports and war? Very similar in the fact that there's going to be winners and losers in it. That's usually just for about outcomes. Once you get past the outcome, how does it serve and for who? Wars more times than not are about depopulation. You're probably trying to actually overtake land and all that. That's why in the old days when they used to have wars, the kings and queens used to go, actually one of the kings used to go out and whatever, because they made promises to people. If you fight my war, then I'll give you part of the land. So nowadays, what happens is most of the wars have already been fought. That's why we have monarchies. That's why we have titles like dukes and barons. That's why in America, that land is still run by the empire. Now, when you look at sports, it's the same ideal, but sports is like the Colosseum. It's about distractions. The human race, if you look at a 100-year period, wars might kill 200 million people. The aging process, there's a war when it comes to sound frequency. So now we have diabetes. We have people that are having Alzheimer's effects and all that. If we start looking at war and expand it a little bit more, we actually even have war on animals. Now, the human race only looks at themselves because they're immortal. They're an immortal form.
Did you come to clarify this shit?
No. I want him to cook. I want him to cook in what he's saying. Okay. But go ahead, Don.
No, it's okay, guys. There's more you guys can expand because it's hopefully you can teach yourself.
Because right now, I kind of am feeling the room right now because you're explaining the concept of war and how it's expressed within the past and how it's expressed within the animal kingdom even, but not necessarily to the actual topic of what we're trying to understand from Brick's point of view about defense and offense, and even in the way how I expressed it. We understand how sports are our everyday gladiator or our modern day gladiators. We get that, but the concept as to how it expressed to what people what do, and even how Joe was trying to understand how Rick is formulating his idea of defense versus war. I'm trying to understand the correlation.
The defendant attacks within. It's a perpetual loop. You get a gun to defend, it's the same gun that you use to attack. It's a psychology thing. It's more of a mental thing.
How did that aid in the concept of trying to decipher what Brick is saying?
Well, you're talking about other people that manipulate other people to think that if you kill another being, that for some reason you're going to get some sort of reward. They're not understanding what fucking karma is.
Well, let me karma. Jesus, Brick, was that what you anywhere close to what you were talking about?
The seeds you sow in Christianity, that's what we call it. Karma is what it is in, I do believe, Buddhism.
You should not have asked Brick because he's trying to escape this conversation by any means.
And,
so of course he's going to say,
Brick, no, I'm asking Brick.
So it correlates.
Was asked on from Do, based on asked from Joe, was that you said it correlate?
It does. It absolutely does.
Could you explain?
Absolutely not.
Because I don't see it. I don't see how that. I'm connecting the dots. I don't see it. So can you explain it to me?
Yeah. So kind of like it's the seeds you sow, right? You as a human being, you have a choice, right? And you have a choice to either do what is wise, or you have a choice to do what is stupid. Now define what is wise and what is stupid, right? Well, wisdom, most people would claim that that's a good thing. Stupid, most people would claim that that is a bad, right? Now, the ultimate stupidity is evil. The ultimate wisdom would be good, right? And so if you break it down as to your choices and what you do through life, are you defending yourself or are you going on the offense to destroy something? Because destruction is death, right? And that's never going to benefit anyone, right? Death is not beneficial, but I'll tell you what is life and promoting life. And because promoting life is beneficial, when you go out away from your own land and then you attack somebody, that is evil. But if you are on your own land, what you have presented as to be your crops and your family lives there, and the people that you surround yourself with are decent folks, not necessarily good, because no man is good. We have an inherent nature of evil within us. We want to do bad sometimes, but if we are decent folks and we surround ourselves with decent folks, and then someone comes to attack your land, then all of a sudden
you gotta kill me to love you. You gotta kiss.
Pause.
You gotta make me die.
Evil is good.
Wait. Because I'm trying to understand how that comes to the point where dude is asking you about defense and if somebody's coming and the fact that you know, but now it just seemed like you were filibustering. I'm not even gonna lie.
No, I'm literally bringing it right back around to the same exact point. I'm literally saying when you go out, when you go out onto someone, well, hold on, because Dom presented something and you said, does it correlate? And then I said, yes, it correlates. And then I needed to present why it is that it correlates. That takes time. These are words. Words take time to say.
Easy rebuttal. Easy. Let me slip through this just so I can break the whole fucking filibuster down.
Nothing is black and white.
Yeah. It is very black and white, according to the Bible that you cited. Who were the Amalekites? Did God not order the complete 100% genocide of an entire group of people, including their livestock, including the women, the children, the infants in the cradle? Everybody gets fucking dead. Who were the Amalekites?
I have no idea. I ain't read much about them.
No idea.
The Amalekites were ordered by God as a complete destruction.
I'll have to take your word for it, bro. I didn't really know about them.
So it cannot be the idea that Christianity holds a standard, or I'm sorry, it cannot be used as in the concept of evil is this offensive going out and killing based on biblical standards.
All right, I'll give you another example. You don't want harm done to you, right, Joshua?
No.
Okay, so then you know what harm is.
But
I know not to do harm to people. And so by that concept right there, you know what bad and evil is, right?
So
because you know that it would be evil to cause harm to you.
Is it the case?
I just want to let you guys know that your little leather brown book scared Ruck off. Because not everybody want to talk about that shit.
I don't need to go to the Bible to know what bad is. I don't need to go to some book or some man to figure out what evil is. I don't want harm done to me, right? So I'm not going to do harm to another person.
Yes, you will. Because if an army is approaching your citizen, you're going to go out and defend your people. So you will commit evil.
That's a logical fallacy. You presented that you know what is in my mind. You have no idea.
We
What is a martyr?
You said that you would.
Example, and you
Dude,
said
what
you
is a
would do it
martyr?
if they came onto your property.
You said that you would.
Dude, what is a martyr?
No, I didn't say that. I knew what you was
I'm asking
thinking.
you a question.
Hold
What
on.
is a martyr?
Okay, I will answer your question. But you said I committed a logical fallacy for like the third time.
Yeah, you said you know what's in my mind. I got you.
Stop it. Stop it, Brick.
Yeah.
Hey, pause real quick. Josh, this is why I had a fear about adding logical fallacies into conversations, because anything can be used as a logical fallacy and we can be in circles. I did say this. Just want to let that out there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, dude.
So you said I committed a logical fallacy by trying to state that I believe that I know what you believe. But that's actually incorrect, because whenever I gave you the proposal, the proposition of what would you do if that scenario happened, you said that you would defend yourself. So I'm not going off of what I think that you know. I'm going off of what you said. It's not
logical to me.
What did I say that you're presenting? Because you presented that you know what I'm going to do.
He asked you what would you do 5 minutes ago. You said you fight.
I said I would defend. That's not fight.
Oh my God, you in the words, nigga. You know what I'm talking about. You raised hands.
No, I do know what you're talking about. You're saying that I said something when I didn't say it. It's very simple. Look, I'm my own man. Okay, I'm a dude. I'm a guy with a tongue and a mouth, and I formulate words, and I know what I say. I say these things all the time. For some reason, you don't hear them because you twist it into something else. That's not my fault. It's your fault.
It's defending yourself. War. If somebody's coming to war against you,
and I've said this like 10 times already.
If you participate in the battle and you defend yourself,
no, it's not war. If a police officer comes breaking down your door and you shoot his face, it is not war. That is defense. That is defense. Now all of a sudden you've participated in war because you shot a police officer in the face for breaking into your home. That is stupidity.
What is stupidity is for you to try to get us to believe.
What's going on?
If someone dropped a bomb on us, and we dropped a bomb on them, and the whole thing blew up into what we call World War. Yes. Hold on, I wasn't done.
Dropping bombs.
It blows up into what we call World War III.
Extreme.
Brick would be right, because it really wasn't a war, because so and so got hit first. As if that matters.
What? Okay, let's go back to Mr. Dude.
Can I say something, please? About the Malachite, please.
Oh God!
No. I'll tell you.
No. Hold up. Order.
Oh, what are you shouting? What's the
Order. Hold up. I am not turning this into a whole other theological shit. I'm not doing this tonight.
We're not
doing theism today. We're not going to discuss
the
entire premise of the Bible and everything tonight.
Not theology. I'm a Palestinian. I am a Palestinian.
I don't care. I don't care where anyone is from.
He's talking about genocide.
I don't want to have a whole night of Bible talk. I don't want to do that.
Bible. I'm not quoting. I will tell you what are the Amalekites. So relax, please.
No Bible, no Christ.
You said everybody can say whatever they want, as long as it's rational and logical. And now you are telling me no. You change your mind right away as soon as I step in.
The moment Josh mentioned the Malachite.
Who are the Malachites? Can you tell me?
What did I say? What did I say afterwards? Allah, what did I say? I said, oh, no. I even said to the point where you scared Ruck off because we started having Bible talk. I do not want to have an entire session based on the goddamn Bible.
I will not talk. I will just tell you who are the Malachites. That's it. Because someone asked the question, who are the Malachites? How they, first of all, Jews consider Malachites are enemy one of their God, and they worship other God than the God of the Jew. Therefore, the punishment of Lord or their God should be put in them. I will just use one verse, then after that I will leave it. It says in 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 3, mention the Amalekite, where God ordered them, now go and smite the Amalek, attack the Amalekites, and utterly destroy that they have, and spare them not, but slay man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. Kill everything, don't leave anything alive. So this is the genocide that's happening in Gaza. Because Malachite, their territory in the past was Gaza and part of Sinai. So
It's
therefore,
not a war, Dora.
let
It's
me
not
finish.
called a
When
war,
Netanyahu spoke about the war, he mentioned in his speech Malachite, referring to those innocent civilians in Gaza. When Jewish rabbis are talking about Gaza, they mention Malachite. I even debated one Jewish rabbi, and you can find it on my channel, in regard of those Malachite in Gaza. And he said, yes, they should be all totally killed. It's open genocide. So this is who are the Amalekite. That's why they are killing those innocent civilians. More than 50,000 being killed in the cold blood in Gaza, because they are to them like the Amalekite. That's why the Jewish rabbi and Netanyahu said, bring back the Amalekite. I hope that this answers your question. That's why I joined you. I am sorry to disturb you or interrupt your discussion. Have a good day. God bless you all. Peace to be with you all. Okay, Russell, that's all. Are you happy? Thank you for giving me the time.
Adham, Josh, you're a bitch. You see what you did? You're a bitch.
No, it's fair.
Okay. So to kind of, I mean, I appreciate Allah when he speaks. I do. He is very knowledgeable about many things. But when it comes to this other topic, what we're talking about, the whole idea of war is predicated on someone going on an offense, right? Now, those who are defending their homes, some people will say, yeah, well, you were participants in it because you were defending your homes. This is not true. You are defending. You are not fighting. There is a vast amount of difference between offending, which is fighting, and defending your home.
War, which I wish you would stick to, right? Because that's a topic for one, and it'd be easier to get to where we're trying to go if you stop talking about breaking it down on the individual level and talking about those similarities when we can talk about war itself. War is usually more complicated, right? I think you're going by who drops the first bomb, when actually it would have started off with someone raising someone's tariffs or cutting off someone's water, right? Are they the aggressor now? Is it not?
No, that goes way, because now you're talking about
commerce
societal.
has nothing to do with
wait. That goes a little bit more, even more intricate, because that's more societal. And speaking of society, for the community, Ruck, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. He said, I can't do the religion. Love what you're offering to us, Resla. Fight the great fight, friend. Y'all done ran Ruck off twice. Twice. Just want to say that. And I'm going to say this to you, Rick. Is there any war that's been cited that does not have an aggressor and a defender? Any?
And a defender?
An aggressor and a defender. Any?
Of course not.
So that means they all engage in war. There must always be an aggressor and a defender in war.
No.
So name me one.
Nature.
Let's be nice. We're trying to get somewhere here.
No. Wait, the word nature. Like, it's not so vague to just say nature. Oh, I'm sorry. You broke the paradox. Absolutely, by just
indifference, Resla. Resla, it's indifference. So a hurricane can actually go through a community, and we just happen to be in the wrong place.
If it was indifference, they wouldn't be the nature and the cataclysm as to why people needed to turn around and fight for the freaking land itself. So it cannot be just brought down to say nature. There's a reason that sparked it. We cannot be so vague and just say, because I could just say this. You don't have to say nature, because God. Just because. I
started off with a word.
We can't be teenagers and just say just because. Like, come on. We are better than this.
Okay,
and also that's a bad analogy. Whenever you choose something like a hurricane, you know what I'm saying? That is an act of nature, but that's a false equivalent. How can you use an act of nature to describe war whenever we're talking about war? An act of nature with a hurricane doesn't even fit inside of the conversation.
It's like you're intentionally trying to take it somewhere else and not trying to get to the root of whatever the hell we've been trying to get to here.
Well,
I thought Resla did very well. Yeah. Your shit was well timed because I thought Resla had him pinned. With every war, someone played the defense. And if someone played the defense, by your definition, it is no longer called a war. I thought that was checkmate.
If it's interaction between humans, yes. But humans do have other types of wars.
Wait. Stop. How many? No, stop. How many wars are you observing that's not human? I just need to know.
Well, you do have ant wars.
No.
The great ant war.
I'm fucking around.
Answers. I wonder how many wars are you examining? When was the last cheetah war? Can you tell me?
The great cheetah war in Savannah.
What was the last great cheetah war that took place? Can you tell me?
So many tragedies.
Come on.
The bloodshed was enormous. Fuck.
What are we
doing? Brick can see.
What are we doing?
I guess now would be a bad time to share screen and throw up the.
I think we could move on.
So what was the next thing you was gonna go to, Joe? Because you was gonna you had a whole scenario.
I didn't want. I don't want
that.
To
You got it. Anymore. You got it. I give up.
I think he.
Hey, Britt, can you do me a favor? Just define war to me. Just give me a definition.
But y'all got it. Y'all are a better strategist than I am for sure. Y'all got it. We can go that far. We gonna talk about wars between other species. We got it. You got it. I'm done.
To the house.
There is a deep
you
definition
ask
of
him
war.
about war. He gonna tell you about what happens in the home. I watch.
A deep definition of war: any activity hostile or struggle between a living
being.
I'll
tell you if someone comes into my house.
Conflict between opposing forces or principles.
It's not the majority on panel that's contesting this. It's Brick is operating from something. He's in his mind. He's defining war in a very specific way that we do not comprehend. So let's just flat out ask him, Brick, when the word war is used, when you use this word, what specifically do you mean? Give us some details.
Come on, isn't it really necessary to define war?
It is the way that Brick is using. Yeah, it is the way.
But Joshua, let me just say this. I gave the whole scenario, right?
Yes.
So we don't. I really defined it in the scenario,
context
and you were here the whole
everything.
time.
Oh, so a logical fallacy. I got you. Yeah.
Joshua,
you presented a hypothetical that I can't climb out of, right? Where only your definitions matter, right? So I actually have to answer exactly what you want me to answer. That is a logical fallacy, a horrible one at that. That is the worst way to enter into a conversation. You cannot present a conversation that you cannot present in good faith. That is a horrible way to present a conversation.
Did you just straw man it?
Absolutely, because I don't know who said that.
Yeah. So unless I agree with your definition, which could be men or women, then I don't have a good argument, right?
You got an answer for Josh?
I presented the scenario to you. I gave you the whole
defined
scenario.
Terms and all. So unless I present exactly what you want me to present, which I don't agree with because that's not good faith, then I'm wrong. No matter what, dude. No matter what I say, if I do not agree with you, then I'm wrong. That is a logical fallacy. That is exactly what that is. You're not interested in the conversation. You're interested in winning the argument.
So
finding the truth.
Not if he's presenting a scenario where I cannot climb out of because I have my own version of events.
Here is reminding you that it's gone down. We're talking about war between cheetahs, and he is saying we don't even got to talk about that shit because I defined it as niggas coming to your country.
All right.
Easy.
All right.
Easy peasy.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you already have the answer, why the fuck are you asking me?
Because you, man, I don't want to go through this.
You already have the answer. No matter what I say, if I don't agree with you, I'm wrong. Correct?
Absolutely not.
Well, then why would you go down this road of that I'm wrong? You literally, first thing you said out of the gate was I'm wrong. No, Brick, you're wrong. And this is why.
We do that shit all the time. There's no sin there, bro.
So that's why it's a logical fallacy, because
it's not a, you give your side.
It's not a good faith argument. It's not a good faith.
The man's been on point.
If you want to have a debate, that's fine. But if you want to argue, that's all.
Why did I say you were wrong?
Wax. We're not.
Why did I say you were wrong, Brick?
Yes, you did. Many times.
Why did I say you were wrong, Brick?
Bro, you told me I was wrong many times. In fact, Joe Cool said it. Joshua said it, and then you agreed with them.
He's asking you, Brick. He's asking you, why did he say you were wrong?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely
does. It really does not matter why I'm wrong or why you said I'm wrong. Because ultimately you have an answer and you don't want my answer. It's been clear to me this whole time. That's why I haven't said anything up until now. That's why I've been sitting back, letting you guys go on, trying to find out what's in my head instead of actually listening to me. You know,
Arctic Timberwolves, I thought about that chimpanzee war shit when they first said that nature. I thought about that war too.
That's how that works, bro. Oh my God. You not know how to have a conversation? Converse. I throw out a verse. I try to con you. Right? Then you throw out a verse. And you try to con me. Perhaps there's a question in there somewhere.
Yes, Joshua had a question.
I try to con you. Then you try to con me.
I see why we here where we at now. Thanks for breaking that down for us.
Oh my gosh, that's too much.
We got here now. Rick is a fucking con.
We're all cons. You never figured that out?
No, I'm here for the truth. You the con.
You're right. I am a convict.
Is it too late to get Joshua's question answered? I think Joshua, do you remember your question?
My question was,
I don't remember nothing.
The vast majority of us on panel, when somebody says the word war, we understand the concept of conflict through violence, right? Which is kind of what got us in here. We were trying to go down to that concept as we came into war. However, no, Brick. You use the word differently than we do.
What's a martyr?
What is your definition of war?
Hold on, because I asked this question. I
never
got an answer.
Shit until
hold on. I answered all of your questions. I answered all of your questions. And then all you wanted to do was talk over me while I was answering. Then now I have a question. What is a martyr? That's to all of you. What is a martyr?
Holy hell. Okay, I'll answer, but I think that was really rude to just fucking cut Josh off. Me, you, and Dude been going back and forth, but Josh was just now getting in, and you just cut his shit off, decided now is the time that you want to know what a martyr is. Martyr is a motherfucker who dies for his cause.
Can you continue, Josh? Because he just
good definition.
No damn reason.
That's a good definition. Does anybody else have a definition?
No, I would agree with that definition. I'm fine with it.
And you do?
Can you now define war? How you use it?
Uh-oh.
Yes, I can.
You can't.
No, sir. That is a fallacy to say that he can when he can't even be given an opportunity for him to be able to expound on his point, because you have already brought up a false premise that he's unable to articulate himself when he's been able to ask a particular question and he's unable to answer. That is a fallacy, sir.
Clearly.
Please allow him. Please allow him. No, sir.
myself
No,
in
sir.
timeout.
Please
I
allow him. Please allow him some time to answer. Go ahead, Brick. Go ahead.
I'm in timeout. I apologize. I'm in timeout. 5 minutes.
Can't believe you, bro.
Conflict.
Just war is conflict? Just one word?
Sure.
Maybe you didn't understand the context that he was talking about. He was talking about when.
No. He asked me what my definition is. I understood completely.
You know, he was talking about in the sense of world wars and war.
Yeah, he's got to present a hypothetical. So
no,
we
already said that. Maybe you didn't hear that.
Yeah, gotta be your answer, or else it can't be an answer.
No. Maybe you didn't hear the part before. I don't know why you're acting weird and suddenly you've given up on logic and all of these things.
He asked for a definition from me. I just gave it. What is the problem?
The problem is I'm trying to explain it to you, and when I did, you talked all over me because you're emotional or something. That's the problem.
Respectfully, Joe, he asked Brick for his definition of prior to war. He even asked a martyr. You gave your own definition of a martyr. Now Brick has been asked pretty much his own interpretation and definition of war, which I would like to actually know, because if we understand not what we know as war.
Wait.
Did you hear his answer?
He said conflict, Resla.
Conflict.
So okay. Is it just conflict, Brick? That's all.
I said that Joshua, we were talking about war in the large scale. I was just wondering if you heard that part of it before Joshua asked the question.
Because not for nothing, Joe, when you mention your concept of martyr, I hear you, but I didn't even really agree with it. I'm just going.
There are 8 others. I just picked one that could do.
Okay, all right.
8 others, my damn self.
And I accepted it, even though I don't agree with it as well. Just so you know.
I'm just saying. I did accept it, but I didn't necessarily agree. But Josh,
nobody accepts the definition of war as just conflict, though.
Technically speaking, it just has more qualifiers on it.
Correct.
Like conflict,
technically, it's technically dancing. It's not.
Yeah, he's not really disagreeing with the concept of war. So now we can re-ask your question, due diligence, about within your hypothetical. Somebody's marching an army in your direction. How do you react?
I don't understand. Why do I need to define my question?
Because I don't see how it's. He's saying conflict, so it's not a war at that moment. It might be an impending war. It might be whatever. That might be what his contention was with the hypothetical. I don't know.
I will be right back.
Okay, so Joshua, now I gotta ask you.
Getting this like that cheesecake that he has back here with Dom.
You're not going to like my answer, because my response is, if I believe that the army or a group of people are marching at my door, if I misinterpret any intention of what they're going to do, like even if I'm wrong, I'm still going to kill them. If I believe they're a threat, they're fucked.
I like your answer. So I think you're leaving out the context, because the context we was talking about. He was talking about war is innately evil, as if he wouldn't participate in it. So I gave him a dilemma regarding war to see if he would participate in it, because he was acting as if he would, and he said that he would. So that's the context. So it doesn't matter if it's impending.
But he renamed it. He renamed it. He wouldn't call it a war. And why your question was good, Joshua, with the conflict shit, because by his definition of conflict, if the people come and he fight back, I think that's even a conflict, which he says war and conflict are the same fucking thing. But he won't call it a war.
Well, I have my own thoughts when it comes to that specific clarification when it comes to war and conflict. But also, guys, everyone. My freaking camera's all over the place. Sorry, it's not even focusing properly. But we have space here on the panel. Normally, I would keep dropping these links. I have not been doing so today, so forgive me, everybody. But we have space on the panel. If you want to come up and you want to give your own thoughts here on the actual channel. And by the way, we do have channel goals because I am trying to put things together so that when we start up the new year, there's a little bit of a stipend to be able to help boost the actual presence of the channel, and actually for what we're doing technical wise to try to make sure that we have great things coming up for Opinionated itself. And by the way, I see a little thing that's also happening here. Ruck's been trying to be up here for a while. Ruck, of course, you are invited, but even he's right now a little dissuaded because of the weird things that have happened. I'm gonna blame you, Josh, because you've already mentioned religion, and then we had religion popped up another time because there needs to be a clarification about people that we've never met. Every single one of us here on the panel, by the way. But if you are interested, please do me a favor and actually just try to contribute to the actual goal here on the actual channel. Doesn't need a lot. Let's just try to reach the actual threshold of it, if you don't mind, because everything counts. Everything goes to the channel. Trust me, I got a whole bunch of stuff that I'm trying to plan for, and of course, a lot of it, the majority of it, comes from my own funds. So any help would be great. That's all, pretty much. Back to the conversation.
So Josh,
I'm back.
That was hold on, Brick. So Josh, that was an honest answer, and I appreciate that. It's Brick who was tap dancing around it as if he wouldn't do it, and then tried to say once he engaged in it that it wasn't war, it's just defense. I applaud you for your honesty, and I don't judge you for it. He could have said yes or no, but he said yes and then acting like it wasn't what it is. He wanted to change to fit his paradigm.
But Brick's position is that inherently, right? So he's putting some type of moral stance inside of it, right? That's the part you've got to tear apart. That trying to get to it.
It's not morality.
Trying to figure out where is the bad part.
It's not morality. That's a Catholic guilt.
The dilemma that I put him in is where he participate in what he perceives as bad, and he said no, but then he said he will participate in war.
What is evil? Wait. What is evil if it's not a moral stance?
That has nothing. That's neither here nor there.
Inherently evil. That's the whole concept that that's his premise. That's his starting premise.
I'm not understanding what you're trying to say, Josh.
I think it's premature, Josh. That's just where the conversation goes. I think it's premature.
It gets a little bit watered down when we start using the terms inherently, because there's no one who doesn't have evil in them. If we're going to talk about inherently, because inherently evil is talking about inherently with sin. We all have it. Like, yeah, what are we doing?
The claim was war is inherently evil.
Yeah. And right, and he implied that he wouldn't participate in evil. So I gave him a dilemma to see if he would, and he did.
It's a false dilemma, which is a logical fallacy.
It is.
How is it a false dilemma?
It's a false dilemma because now you've posited as if you know what I believe.
I don't want to go down that road
that's
again.
Literally, wait. I want to let you know that's literally what he keeps stating a lot of times, because he keeps saying that you are actually stating what was already in his mind prior to him actually giving his own explanations. He's been saying it for multiple times now.
Well, do you remember what my response was to him when he said that?
No, you're gonna repeat it because I'm still stuck on the whole.
Probably that I'm wrong. Probably that I'm wrong.
Let me refresh your memory. Let me explain. What my response to that was that you are the king. You sent out a scout, and your scout seen an army approaching and knew that a war was about to happen. They was coming to war with you. You see an approaching army, and then so it's not belief at that point, because your scout seen an approaching army. So in the scenario that I gave you, that war is evident.
Technically, if you're going to go down that route, they do have an out. War is not inevitable. He could lay down his arms. There is no war. War
That
is
is
not
one way.
Wait.
You could also leave the land that you claim is yours. That's another way.
Let me respond to that. I agree with you, Joe.
Yeah.
It is not, but he didn't give that answer. He gave the answer that he would defend himself.
I would do. Of what I would do. And then you never listened to any reason about it. All you heard was what I would do.
Got that far.
Yeah,
we
you
never
never listened to any reason.
He said that he would defend himself. And that wouldn't be war. That's why we having the contention that we're having.
Yes, because I already knew where you were going, right? Which was that would be war. So I presented to you.
Sir. That is a logical fallacy.
That is a logical fallacy. What he did present it, what I believed, I believed.
You keep saying that don't make it true. I keep rebutting that and showing you how I'm not trying to predict what you're thinking.
I believe.
I gave you the scenario. Hold on. That's not true. You can say it a million times, they don't make it true. But you started to say it so many times that Resla is believing you. Resla is not true. I'm trying to tell you.
All right, am I going to speak now or somebody else going to speak? Because I got 3 people talking over me every time I go to talk. All right, so I did believe that you were going to go to the point of, well, once that you have set up a defense, now you have chosen to go to war. However, this is the problem, that war is conflict. I have absolutely zero conflict with defending myself.
Semantics.
It's not semantics.
No, it's not semantics. It's not. That's actually not semantics.
So can I?
All right. So
why?
It's a perfect argument.
Can I?
Let's see if it's perfect. Let's see if it's
rounded
perfect.
to reason, which you didn't want to help me. Let me do.
Hold on.
By the way, Brick, when everybody tries to talk, we all got 3 people talking over us, as you can see. You're not alone.
I got you. Dude, I need you to. I would love for you to explain to me why you just look at it as semantics and not something that pretty much any former kingdom has had to do.
Because it's semantics, specifically because he's substituting words. So whenever you take out the word war and substitute it with conflict, then we're talking about what he's talking about instead of the scenario.
All right, fine. I have no war with defense. I have no war with defense. I have no war with defense. It's fine. I can use the word you want. You asked me to define it, so I used the definition. Now let me use the actual word. I have no warring in my soul. In the depths of my soul, I have absolutely zero, no warring with defending yourself. You defending yourself, me defending myself, no warring.
Okay, so that's the issue that we all disagree with, because in defending yourself, you are participating in the act of war. We know that's what you feel.
So you say.
And that's what it is. But so by definition, if someone attacks you and you defend yourself, you're participating in war.
Wait. I got you, dude. So we'll go back to what I stated earlier, because even you mentioned something, Brick. When the opposition, people that you yourself have stated, your enemies, which means they are identified as opposition, right, are coming, even if you have a scout. One of the things that you said, not necessarily in the defense part, but you said you could leave your lands.
I did say that.
You could leave your lands.
He didn't take that option.
Wait, no, he didn't. But he stated as it being an option.
It is.
When you decided to set up defense, even in regards to what I asked the question, can you give me any war that did not have a defense and an offense?
Yes.
The answer was
war on drugs.
There's a defense and an
offense.
War on drugs.
There's a defense.
War on drugs. Actually, there's a few more.
There's a defense and an offense.
Oh my goodness.
There's a defense and an offense.
If you don't wait, there's a defense
and an offense. Yeah.
If you're calling it a war on drugs, a war, then yes, there's a defense and an offense.
There's a defense and an offense.
What's
smugglers, people who's in gangs who try to hide their
smugglers aren't drugs. People hiding ain't drugs.
Smuggling drugs.
Smuggling drugs will be part of it. What? Smuggling drugs will be part of the offense. Smuggling drugs will be part of the offense.
People are smuggling drugs.
Part of the offense.
And defense is setting up motherfuckers at the border to capture them.
What
That's
is the
defense.
drug defending? What is the drug offending? It's a war, is it not? It's claimed to be a war.
You just made it a war.
Man,
I didn't make it a war.
I'm not legislator.
I'm not legislator 101.
You said the war on drugs qualified as a war.
Because if we're gonna go all the way down, if we're gonna go all the way down to the point where if we're gonna go all the way down to the point where the person who winds up later on in the future being able to be the actual drug smuggler based on how they were born and who they were born to, because we're gonna deviate all the way down to that, we're never gonna get anywhere.
Okay, fine. Let's go with a real war. War on Christians.
No. Yeah. No.
War on Christians by Rome.
Nope.
I won't accept that one.
We did religion. You're smart enough. You can bring something else.
No,
I don't
that
want.
That is a real war that did happen to martyrs.
This is why I brought up martyrs. I don't want a whole bunch of biblical and freaking. Wait, there's been enough that has taken place in this world where we don't need to turn around and look to people in religious sects in order to, because I'm afraid of who will pop up, who will now want to start talking about religion all across the board. We can do a whole other religion.
I'm not going down the path of religion.
I just want to say this for the people. This is not a theist channel. We don't talk. I got no Bibles in my house, folks. None.
I got some spares for you. Don't worry, you're good. Brick, just for clarity's sake, if there is a war between, say, 8 countries, there's a war. And one of the countries is defense under the way you said it. And if the populists are calling it world war, you would say that all the other countries are at war except the one that was under defense. He was not at war, even though he participated. Am I understanding you correctly?
Appreciate you, Justin.
I didn't exactly understand what you were asking there.
There's a war between 8 countries. One of them is playing the defense. He's on defense like you. They came into his land or whatever. He's taking the defense.
Lady Luck.
And then when all the dust settles and people are saying there was a war, will you take objection and say, there was a war, but that one country who was playing defense was not at war? He fought, but it was not, you can't call it a war.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah, he would not have been, in my opinion, considered to have participated in the actual war. He only defended his own home. Yes. I agree with that.
Wait. I just want to say this. Do you know how long it took us to get to that point?
That whole thing was a dodge. I didn't want to say shit, but the whole thing was.
It was not me talking at all. It was literally you guys arguing about what my opinion was. That's what it was.
A long time for us to fight all the way down as to what Brick's opinion was to get down to that point. And Lady Luck, yes, thank you for the $10 talking about religion. Yeah. Religion. Yes, absolutely. I don't have a problem with religious conversation, but I can also tell you that I'm not the best person suited for it. I'm not the best person who
Sure you do, motherfucker. I ain't been over here long, and I know you got a problem with religious conversation. Did that come out your mouth?
Yes.
Did someone else say that? That wasn't
when I say no, I'm gonna do because we gonna make this shorter. We not gonna do this whole thing like what y'all did with Brick for a while. I don't have a problem with the religious conversation. The thing is that you won't find me in the religious conversation.
I would say take it a step farther and say you have a problem with it. You have an objection to hearing that fucking word. It's like a nigga saying ham to a Muslim.
Student of religion. I have gone through my own bouts. I have read what I have. I do not go back to continuously looking at it. In fact, I just said earlier, there is no Bible in my house. I am not a study. I am not a student of religion. So there are people who love having.
You don't need to God.
No. There are people who love having these conversations that are not going to go nowhere. Because here's what I say to everybody who does it: motherfucker, you know nothing until you actually die. What you say is all theory right now. That's all.
Then you won't know nothing.
Yep, that's a fact.
So it means nothing because the conversations that I have are for the living. It's not for the afterlife. The conversation that I have is what's going on with you today, what you're thinking about, and how does it affect you and your loved ones and the living. Who you want to talk to in the future when you're gone? That's not a conversation I have here, because you know why? It's not very useful.
Hey, Resla,
now, I will have segments. I will have
died
shows.
for 12 minutes, Resla, and 3 people came and spoke with me.
Okay.
What the fuck does that mean? Like, for real.
So am I part of the conversation now? I've been there. I've seen it. So now we can talk about religion. I'm good. I got the pass now.
That is nothing religion.
No, I'm like, listen, you will, for any other time that you've seen religion being talked about by multiple people on the panel, you can see them in even my previous streams. I stay quiet, or I even go.
No, you don't. You yell the entire time. Well, I haven't. You just yell.
You're lately. You almost caught me on the porch. You're a liar, sir. That's not what I do.
Just lately. Over here.
That is not what I do, sir. I do not go. Listen, that doesn't mean I don't know a couple of things from the Bible, but it's all based on what I can remember, and I'm talking about what I can remember as an early adult to teenage.
Do you still believe in God?
How old are you?
We're not doing that. There was a whole intervention that came to me last time. We're not doing it. We're not doing that.
How old are you, Reg?
Because you told me that the
42.
answer caused the stir. You told me the answer caused the stir.
No. Because people think that no answer is an answer for them because they already made up their mind as to where they think somebody is going. See, here's the thing. I said this before, and I'll say it again. You know what my best skill is, which makes me good at what I do? It's observation of human beings. That just doesn't mean how they move, but how they think, because I look at patterns. And human beings, regardless of where we come from, there are innate patterns based on how we look at society, because society is based on what? Human nature. So there are certain things that people do and that they say that I could hold together. That doesn't mean I am accurate, as in I'm 100%, but that means I have a baseline. Everything else is just a matter of asking calibrated questions. Now, when you tell me like, well, are you religious? And I turn around and say, I don't want to answer. Oh, I guess I know what that means. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. It means I haven't answered you. That's all it means.
I don't know if a motherfucker is as smart as you are, Resla. Like you said, I'm bright like you. I look at people's nature. I examine the past and all of those things. If motherfuckers as smart as we as Resla, and we ask them a question and they don't answer, we tend to draw conclusions, and we're probably right.
Wait.
But that's not smart.
Joko. How do you know that when I don't click up this camera, I don't go over to my bedroom with a nice, pretty Islamic woman who's looking sexy in the bed, no hijab, and I just do my thing? How you know?
I have no idea what you do when you get off camera. That's what you're
I absolutely.
It could be a dude over there.
Down, he straps on
I have
his
no fucking
vest,
idea,
right? Like I absolutely know.
Got videos, man.
And by the way, Joe, none of that is true. None of that is true.
So
based on things that I've already said on channel from before.
Right. I wouldn't make an assumption. If I make it, and I'm not making an assumption about anything here, but I'm saying there's many times when I'm in that position, a motherfucker don't answer, and a non-answer is good enough for me because everything else added up to where a non-answer was confirmation in that instance. It won't always be that.
A non-answer is a non-answer.
Well, bullshit. You've seen politicians when you say, did you kill that girl, officer? And that motherfucker had his face and put his hoodie, or don't even do the body language shit.
And from a person who's actually experienced this from doing it himself, when Bill Clinton said, I puffed and I did not inhale, is that possible?
I can't get past the fact that it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie.
You know the answer, sir. You know the answer, sir. Come on.
Yeah. I can't get past
all night. Come on, sir.
Come on, right? If you smoked it, you and
when he said, I have not had sex with that woman, Monica Lewinsky? Is he lying?
Yes.
No, the cigar had sex.
No, oral sex is sex.
Yes, he's lying. He's pulling a brick. He is
dude.
saying that it's not called sex
Dude,
unless I use my penis. He's pulling
you know
a
what?
brick.
Come on, say it. Did he have sex with that woman?
I said yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Dude, did he have sex with that woman?
Oral sex is sex.
That's some bullshit. That is not sex.
It's called.
Wait, Resla. I'm not letting you get off. You can't tell me.
Oh no, I'm gonna get off. You ain't gotta let me get off.
You can't tell me that there aren't moments where you haven't judged a person's non-answer. You yourself. You've done that before.
No.
Nonsense. I wish I knew you better. I'd come up with a dozen examples.
No, it's not. Here's the reason why. I've gone through enough of interrogating people that when they don't answer, if you don't get a confession, a non-confession is not an answer. You can't use that.
No. That's not what you were saying. You were when you were talking earlier, you were saying that you'll see because of your perceptive skills, when you see a thing, you're not always right, but most of the time you're right. I'm saying most of the time.
As I said, a non-answer. I'm somewhere in the threshold. That doesn't mean I'm 100%, but at least I know what.
Right, but you do. Right, but you do give it a percentage sometimes.
Asking calibrated questions to get to that 100%.
And then they don't answer.
Here's the problem. Here's the bigger
non-answer. I know.
Here's the bigger problem with all of that, Joe. Of all people, you should know what a false confession is, right?
Facts. Coercion.
Right.
Yeah. You've seen the guys in the interrogation rooms who admit to crimes they've never committed. The guy's still alive, and he admits to.
I've seen false confessions. What's the point?
That's a recent one.
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen many. I make videos about it. What's your point?
Yeah.
No. What's your point? You're asking me, have I seen a false confession? Yes, I have. What does that have to do with what we were talking about?
When you say, I can tell what a non-response is, and then you would go to interrogate somebody and they continue to non-response, and then you turn around and say the guy is guilty, you know what a false confession is. How can you possibly say that
I
the guy is
wasn't saying
guilty?
nothing like that. I was saying I can be more sure of some non-responses and less sure and know nothing about others. But
wait. We're gonna make this real clear. We'll make this real clear. We'll make this real clear. No, we'll make this real clear. Joe, I didn't answer your question. I didn't answer your question of whether I believe in God or not. What does that tell you?
I don't know enough. It tells me
no. You have an answer right there. Give me what was your answer?
You're not understanding me. I'm saying when things line up. I have not enough information.
When the universe alive, when cheetahs go to war, nigga, I need your answer, nigga. Like, don't do this to me.
I don't know. The times I'm over here, you haven't allowed religious conversation. How can a non-answer mean anything?
I have.
However, if you're my girlfriend, let me finish. You never let me finish, bro. If you're my girlfriend of 8 years, suddenly a non-answer could mean the world, because now I have information. I have none on you and religion.
So I want to give a situation because
wait. So if you have no previous knowledge of me when it comes to religion on my on this channel, which I've had,
right, I believe you.
Why would the statement be that? Okay, I know your answer then.
That was not mine. I'm saying your non-answer could tell me nothing. That is my stance. Because
wait. To everybody who was here on the panel who saw, was that the response he gave?
No.
Thank you.
Whoa. What? I thought my whole thing I'm arguing is here. I can't give you an answer. Your non-answer means nothing to me. That's why I went into. I know nothing about you on your show. Are y'all saying you thought I was saying the opposite? I can garner everything from your non-answer.
Maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't say what we believe.
He said the complete opposite. He said a non-answer sometimes implies
an non-answer.
But if that's what you meant, then
people tend to draw conclusions, Resla, when people don't give answers. You specifically said that.
That's all I'm saying. I don't know, and I'm not drawing none from you. I thought I clearly said that I cannot draw none
All
from you
right.
because I
Well,
don't have enough information.
I will stand corrected, but I've also stated earlier that I've had plenty of conversations with people here religion,
I
and I
remember.
stay quiet or I get the fuck off of camera. I've even had people come through with an intervention, grilling me on religion, and you know what I've done even when I'm on camera? This.
You look like
That's
me.
still not enough for me to
I want to
tell
be very
God, no God.
Joe.
That's
Let me
nowhere
give an
near enough
example of what
information for
I
me.
thought Joe was talking about. Take like somebody in going through a trial, right? When somebody says, "I plead the fifth," the majority of the world is also
Thinks
like
a certain way. Very
we
good.
know that they're guilty. Whenever the mob, and it don't even have to be
The
the mob. It could
jury
be
takes
anybody.
it a certain
If
way when
people
they be
plead the
like, "Did
fifth
you do
in a
this?"
court of
I
law,
plead
we
the
tend to
fifth.
believe that person is guilty and just
Did you
exercise
murder
their
that
right.
woman? I plead the fifth. The jury's sitting there thinking, "Oh yeah,
All right.
this nigga guilty."
All right. You know what?
That's just
All
real fair.
Piper, give me your thoughts on the conversation that we've been having. I want you to get in on this action as well.
Oh, it's good, guys. And this kind of got derailed because I came in just to ask about the question about the war thing.
Let's do it.
I know you guys kind of veered off, which is fine.
We was loving that conversation. Let's do the war shit.
No, I just had a quick question for everybody on the panel, but like I don't know if it was answered because I was in and out with my kids. But if say, I mean, I know Pearl Harbor was obviously an attack on the U.S., but if a foreign country comes over to our shores, right, and by force tries to take over all of our military installations by force,
yeah,
because I kind of agree with some of you guys. I kind of agree with Brick. I'm kind of in the middle somewhere. I do think war is an offense and a defense. I kind of think that you have to have both in order for it to be a war, but I kind of see where Brick's coming from too. But in the scenario of another country comes over to our shores, not by plane or anything,
country.
Right. Would that be considered a war?
It would be by everyone but Brick.
No. Brick already stated conflict was his definition of war. So the answer is yes. The difference is Brick specifically stated his response to the entire.
Do you want to know my response, or do you want to tell him my response?
No, you said everybody on the panel. So Josh gets to go.
Hands up! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Damn.
No, if you want to know my position, I can tell you my position.
He didn't ask you specifically. He asked.
Yeah, I was just everybody in general. I personally would think it would be considered war.
But to have Joshua state my position, that's psychotic. I'm sorry, Joshua.
We don't disagree. That's the premise. We actually do agree.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
So can I ask a question? Are you go ahead, Brick? You can answer, and I'll go after you.
Yeah, because mine will be quick. So when it comes to defending, if someone comes over and attacks, the defense is not going to war, because in this country, Congress actually has to go to war. Right, Congress actually has to declare it.
If you attack that country,
would war be declared?
And you start fighting, and
one at a time.
Fighting, is it still not a war? If it expands and other countries, their allies, your allies, is it still not a war?
Until
who was the initial defender or
they
attacker
came over here?
Yeah, they came over here.
Fucking with us. So we attacked Russia, but it's a defense. So we got to drop bombs on them cats, and China and everybody else got into it. Is it still not a war?
Okay, let me ask this question to Piper real quick, just based on what you said, Joe.
Oh my goodness!
He said, "What if they came through, they attacked us, and we turned around?" He said it was Russia, and we dropped bombs on them. Is it defense or retaliation?
You asking me?
Yes, sir.
If they came over here?
If they came over here and did something and we turned around and we dropped bombs on them, is that defense or retaliation?
That'd be, I mean, retaliation. It'd be an act of, it'd be, we'd still be like acting on that.
Which means you're an attacker, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that means you're not a defender, Joe. No.
If you drop bombs on them, you're not a defender.
If they came over here and and then again, we're talking about distance, which is why I kind of wanted to walk away from what Brick was saying when he mentioned the Civil War, because it's all stuck on one land, which is also why I was talking to you about Normandy.
Okay. So they dropped bombs on us. We're not physically, they didn't come on. Does it change anything? They dropped bombs on us, and then we dropped bombs on them and had to get rid of them cats.
I'm trying to make a distinction between having a distance between the aggressors and who's the attackers, and
Russia and U.S. is in this case.
Even when we talked about Japan, if Japan had to cross a great distance to attack us, yes, we are the defenders. But if you're going to turn around and say that we drop bombs on them,
yes,
we're not defending. We are fucking attackers as well.
Yeah,
so
we're attackers.
Now it's a war. If we so
hold on, Joe. I was supposed to answer Piper's question right quick, though. Y'all changed the whole scenario. I don't mind. But he asked the whole panel to ask the question.
So just we're at the end of it anyway, I think. So if Russia drops bombs on us, and I'm asking Resla, and we drop bombs back on them, then we're at war, according to your definition. And if we don't fight back, we are not at war. Am I hearing you right?
What I'm saying from that scenario that you just gave me right now, we are both, at this point, we are both aggressors. Because as I just stated, even
meaning at war.
We're at war. Yes, we are at war.
All right.
But I want to tell you that based on what we just said, based on the nature of distance,
I caught you.
Of distance, we are both aggressors. Because why?
I wonder if Brick agrees with you.
If I say even more Piper below me, there's a retaliation.
I do not.
Okay.
So
I understand, Brick. Right? I hear what you're saying. Because you know what? Because I'll go back to even one thing you said before. You could have walked away. You could have just done nothing.
No. I disagree, because when it comes to the United States of America, the Congress is the only one who has the right to declare war. Therefore, if we as a nation decide without Congress's approval to go to war, then we are not going to war. We are retaliating, but it is not war.
So that's not even true.
Okay, but here's the issue that we also keep going into, Brick. When we're trying to speak very abstract about the nature of things and just in general things, you get so specific that it's like, okay, now we can't even do anything because everything's going to be in predicate of somebody else. You know what? We can't. We could have never even gone to war with the founding fathers because you know what? We didn't have the one man on the horse when the British are coming.
And he wasn't really a founding father. He was really a father. And he wasn't a father because he didn't have kids. You know, that's what Brick is going to take it.
Well, hold up. I'm saying, hold up. Brick just got us out of all of the war crime convictions we've ever had.
Because
there
Congress
were no war crimes in Iraq. According to Brick. Give us our fucking money back, bitches.
Well, do you think that if that said country comes over and yeah, okay, go ahead. You're good. Yep, go ahead.
I've been trying to answer that because
I got another question. Yeah, go ahead. You're fine.
That's easy money, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to answer other questions too. To me, distance doesn't matter. Distance doesn't have anything to do with anything. In reality, if somebody was to cross our territory, meaning if they come across that ocean without authorization and you come with a fleet, that's already war right there. Whenever you cross into other people's water and don't have authorization, that's war. It's time to go to war. Like that's law. But if you're asking me my personal opinion, right? Because that's the reality of the situation. If you cross into somebody else's water territory without authorization, that is an act of war, especially if you're coming through with war fleets and stuff like that. People gonna shoot you down. But so let's take out the legal aspect of it and let's just ask due diligence. Hell yeah. If somebody lands on my shore, it's time to it's going down.
I hear you.
I don't even understand. It doesn't matter if and so let's say I'm on the defense. Damn it, it's wartime. Let's go to war, even if I'm in defense. Like war is what's wrong with saying I'm at war? Even if I don't believe in war, if somebody attack me and I fight back, damn it, we at war. Get the kids, put them up, go get the homies. We at war right now. Somebody going against us and we're gonna war back.
Brick, do you agree with what Dude said? I'm going to paraphrase a little bit. That if someone comes over here and Congress throwing in your stuff, Congress declares an act of war. Now, will you say it's a war? They came over here first. Congress has okayed it. Now, is that called a war under your definition?
No, I'll go further than
Wait,
that.
I asked Brick Resla, please don't.
Go ahead, Brick.
I mean,
let me clarify one thing because Brick put in something that was wrong. Because the president, the chief and commander, can also go to war without Congress. So if somebody crossed that water, the president can say we at war without Congress permission. Just to clarify. But anyway, proceed.
Brick, is that a good definition of war? Congress has okayed it, and they initiated first. Is that under your definition called a war?
You plead the fifth?
At this point, yeah, I plead the fifth.
Because my question
was hey, Resla, that non-answer, I drew conclusions.
Sure. Because my question to what you were saying when you brought up the Senate, right, is like I was gonna ask this and it was rather hyperbolic, but it was like, so if people came, if some, let's just say Joe Cool's, like he said, the Russians came through, they dropped the bomb, but there was no consensus made by Congress to enact war.
Right.
Rather, we know that we're not at war, but are we just defending ourselves and defending ourselves from what if there's no structure to set ourselves up? Are we at war when someone drops bombs on us and our Senate would not collectively get together to define if we're at war?
Okay, I can answer that if don't nobody else want to answer. You said if somebody
I'm not saying he has to answer because he already pleaded the fifth. I'm gonna leave him out of it.
I would like to answer. So reiterate it one more time, Resla.
So Brick mentioned Senate being the ones that have to actually agree whether we're at wartime or not. So if when Joe Cool mentioned the whole we're sending bombs, they're sending bombs, but if let's say they send bombs to us, and I even brought forth and talking about with Piper about the retaliatory thing because we were having an earlier conflict about defense and war, and even to the point where I mentioned give me a time of where there was no war and a war and a defense happening. So if we're only worrying about when conflict and when Congress can actually enact when we are actually at wartime, if someone drops bombs here on us and we want to retaliate, and let's just say we do, but Congress hasn't said shit, are we at war?
Oh man, so.
Are we at war or are we just defending ourselves?
All right, don't do it, Joe. I got it, Joe. Fall back, Joe. Fall back. So me as a regular citizen, I don't give a fuck what Congress says, what the president says. If somebody drop a bomb on us, we at war. But I'll give you an even more subtle situation. When we are not actively at war, we are still at war. You feel me? We are having espionage wars. We are having communication. They are infiltrating our elections. That's war. There are all different kind of wars going on. War don't have to always be overt. We're giving overt examples, but we at subtle wars every day, all the time. It's always wars, paper wars, biological wars, all kind of wars. But we're just talking about the overt ones.
Right. Well, let's just put it in, like, flip it around and say it, there's no bombs, but there's an actual conflict where, like, how we went over to Iraq, right, for instance, which was a war that should have never have happened. But besides the point, say another country flies into our airspace, lands on our air bases with their own equipment and goes through everybody's neighborhoods, right?
Yeah.
Would you say, fuck what Congress says, right? would that be considered war? If another country's going through your guys' neighborhoods, right? And disarming you and doing everything else and killing innocent people, which we've done, would that be considered war?
I got to get a little semantic now. I got to say that in my mind, yes, it's war, but not in the spirit of the way I've been using the word up till now.
Okay.
Well, you say by legal definition, it hasn't been declared an act of war if Congress or the president hasn't enacted it. But war is somebody trying to kill your ass, man.
Right. I see what you're saying. Like in other words, do you think the vast majority of Americans?
You muted.
Your mic went out, pimp.
Your mic went out.
I think it's question. Go ahead.
Now you're definitely on mute.
Oh, you're muted. You're unmute. I'm looking at it.
Nobody heard. You got to reiterate your question, Piper.
Piper, you cut out.
Oh, my bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, okay. No, but basically, what I was just saying
the vast majority of Americans,
with the vast majority, right, with the vast majority of Americans, if that were to happen and another country comes through our neighborhoods on their own equipment, like how we've done to other countries, would you think that the vast majority of Americans would sit by idle and say, "Let's wait for Congress"?
Zero chance. And if you ask them whether they're right or wrong, they always say we are at war. You know, whether they're right or wrong.
Quick consensus that I'm going to ask this because you might have to remind me. My memory is a little jumbled because at that time I was in school. If we go to another country, right, that is currently going through a war, it might have been Iran at the time. But if we go there, right, it could be Iran or Iraq. I know it's probably before Afghanistan, but let's say we go there and we say that we claim that we're not at war, but we're doing firefights and all kind of other shit. But we're saying that we're on a peacekeeping mission.
I think it depends on
most people when I was here said, "Motherfucker, we at war." But they said, "No, we're not at war." They said that we're not at war, but a peacekeeping mission. Brick, what do you say?
I said, "Are we just visiting?"
It's not war. It's not war until it's your own family.
Well, they were firefights that happened.
Yeah. In the instance of the legal argument, no, obviously, because Congress didn't declare it. However, if you enter onto another person's area, you're conflicting with them. Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Does anyone else feel the same way? Because I argued with people when I remember on college grounds, I used to argue with people about it, and they used to say the same thing like Brooke said. If Congress did not agree on it, we're still in a peacekeeping. I'm like, if people are getting shot, if people are dying, and we're in someone else's land, how the fuck are we not at war?
It's like Silk Road.
I think that's nonsense. What we call the Gulf War, I don't believe Congress declared war. Right, I'm not sure we declared war since the World War II or something.
Yeah, we
didn't.
We haven't been under a declared war in a very long time.
It's been
decades. We are currently under.
But we all call them wars.
Yeah, we're actually currently in a declared war that we haven't had active conflict in the last, 20, 30 years. But we are in a declared war currently with one country.
Yeah, because this is what happens, actually. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joshua. We have allies, right? And so we support our allies by sending troops. Therefore, we don't have to take responsibility.
I tend to agree with you, but there's also another problem where when Resla asked you a question, what war never had like a defense or an offense, right? Mm-hmm. But you violated your own definition by actually stating the war on drugs. That was not a declared war.
Really?
Yes, it's not a declared war.
That's why it's called the war on drugs. That's declared.
The war on drugs has not officially ever been declared. Not by Congress.
Wait, sir, we've had presidents that said it literally in front.
They call a lot of things, right? But Congress has not declared a war.
Okay, so if he's gonna say Congress,
right? There's two different things. So there's literal declaring war to where, like, if the president say, "I declare a war on drugs," he just did a declaration of war on drugs. It's another thing asking if Congress, wrote it down into the law and said we at war, and that's a declaration too. But the president did declare war on drugs.
There's legal war, and then there's illegal war.
So what?
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
The issue is within your framework of your definition, you can't differentiate.
Who?
Brick can't.
Oh.
From what?
From legal war.
Between an illegal and a legal war.
I mean, I can differentiate. What do you mean?
Congress has to declare first. Was
any war within the last 15 years a legal war?
What?
The war on
the last 15 years, what will be classified as a legal war?
the war on drugs, the war on drunk drivers. I don't know.
You mean
crime?
Drunk drivers.
You mean in the United States? You mean in Russia? You mean in China?
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Bro, I'm so confused right now. What are you talking about, Joshua?
Let me clarify. You're right. I apologize. I didn't get enough details. Has the United States participated with anything in the last 15 to 20 years that would be considered a legal or illegal war?
Sure.
Well, okay, name one. Give me some examples with their classification as being legal or illegal.
Yeah, name a few.
Well, the one that you mentioned, Iran, Afghanistan, these things, those conflicts where we as Americans our government allowed them to send troops over under the guise of Geneva.
Okay. Would you classify them as being legal or illegal?
Illegal according to the Constitution.
Okay. Does the Constitution, by your own admission, being an anti-law document or an educational document, how does that Constitution define something as being legal or illegal?
The Bill of Rights is that part that you're talking about the anti-law part. I've tried to state this in clarification.
Right. I got you. I'm just trying. I'm trying to get you down to a real clear point here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to walk it all the way back to the core of it.
Good job, Josh.
So when it comes to the laws that can and cannot be written, the Constitution is very clear on this, and it declares what powers the Congress, the president, and the judicial branch have.
Who has the power to start a war then, according to the Constitution?
Congress.
And the commander-in-chief.
And it has to be signed, yes. Yeah, it has to be basically gone through the bill and the law. Yeah, the bill.
So those wars are illegal?
Without it being
I wouldn't say illegal though, because you have declared wars and wars that aren't declared but aren't necessarily illegal.
If Congress never wrote up the bill, right, and then the president never signed it. Wait, is it even I don't know if it's required by the president to sign that.
Oh my God, we suck at
that. The president has legal authority for up to 90 days. So the president has legal authority to utilize military force for up to 90 days. Can also stop the 91st day,
and that's technically not
a legal for another war. 90 days.
Right, that's technically not a legal war. He's allowed that for a defense.
He's also allowed to use that for an offense.
I was gonna say that what they call a defense in reality, we know that it's an offense. Yes.
So let me ask you guys
when he utilizes naval power outside of U.S. soil, which there's like almost no way that doesn't happen, right? That is illegal. That is legal.
So what about this? If the president stand up and say, we are declaring a war on drugs, right? And then they impose law to enforce the war on drugs, but Congress didn't enact it and write it down as a legitimate war. Is it a war?
I think right here exists two different points of view. I am with you. It is a war, but I think we have another argument on the table about the technicalities, who can determine a war, and what is the procedure. And in the case that you just gave, there's no procedure for it. The motherfucker just say we at war and let's go.
And there's also the War Powers Resolution that you got to throw into all of this as well. And so Congress is the only one that actually has the power, which you could say is synonymous with right, to declare war. It is the president's duty then to follow whatever the law says, whatever the Congress tells.
So the Gulf War is not even a war, yeah?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I really try not to pay too much attention to what the propaganda media tells us.
Well, no, it's a valid question. Is the Gulf War as an example, right?
That it has to be under if we state that it has to be under Congress to agree that we're in a war or not, then
So my question is, how do you differentiate the example would be? Yeah, the question would be the Gulf War. Is it legal or not under your framework?
I don't really. I mean, we went somewhere. The Gulf War, like as in the Gulf of Persia, or
Gulf War as in like Iraq.
Iraq, right. So the Gulf War, right. So I mean, are we entering onto somebody? I mean, this is like kind of a non sequitur. I've already answered.
Yes.
Yeah. Did we enter somebody else's land? And blah blah blah.
You
literally just.
Let me just say this: we all agree that they have something called rules of engagement, right? When dealing with war.
Yeah.
But then we also know that in war there are no rules. So we can talk about the legality of war, right? But in reality, war is nobody respects rules and law and an act if somebody is on your ass. So we can go down the procedure and talk about it, you know what I'm saying? And it can sound good, but whenever it's time to go, nobody is engaging. Your allies can become your enemies. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, war is war. So we can sound smart and talk about all these technicalities, but war is war no matter if the Congress write it. Like what Piper said, if somebody land over here and start trying to kill us, we are actively at war. I don't care what the president says, what Congress says, what my neighbor says.
Yeah, rules of engagement go out the window at that point. When it comes down to you and your family and everybody in your neighborhood, I mean, rules of engagement are out the window.
Maybe.
Give an example.
Chemical warfare.
It's not declared war under your framework. If it's not declared war,
he just asked for an example, Joshua. Don't tell me I'm wrong. He asked for an example.
But you would have to elaborate and give us a scenario of war that's not war. You know what I'm saying? You can't just say chemical warfare. Is it overt? Is it subtle? Like, give us a scenario.
So in the view of what most nations find as reasonable, some do not. Some do not care about life. Most will sign treaties, which is the rules of engagement. It's typically what they're called, treaties, where they will not use weapons of mass destruction and chemical warfare specifically. And that's why I brought up chemical warfare. And the reason they choose not to use chemical warfare is because they know that can come back and bite their ass, Mr. Postman. They literally get it wrong all the time. That shit backfires and hits them square in the ass.
All right.
Because they're not stupid to use chemical warfare, and then now they're downwind. So they sign treaties back and forth saying, okay, we're not going to use chemical warfare, but you can't do this. So it becomes an agreement within the bounds of war. Otherwise, you would go to war and it'd be chemical warfare and
how does that apply to the conversation? That's what I'm trying to
mass
figure
destruction. Weapons of mass destruction.
What point?
Well, I could tell you something that might apply to the conversation right now, and that's pretty much what Finkel has put up here with the $10 super chat. It said that there is no U.S. code or reference in the Constitution that defines war as legal or illegal. I think that might need to go to you, Josh, since I even kind of agree with you about
Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11.
Oh, Finkel, that is fighting words. You might need to
Article 1.
Push back.
You don't even have to go very far.
Hey, Resla, I got a question. Resla, I got a question for you. If we were talking about the aggressors, and I think we had Pearl Harbor attacking us, so the U.S. was not the aggressors. What if the U.S. has started cutting off Japan's oil because they didn't like some of the shit. We didn't like some of the shit Japan was doing. Does that make us the aggressor by cutting off their oil, or do you have to drop bombs first?
If this trying to get my words together. If Japan was already having this particular trade route being done,
yes,
I'm just piecing it together in my mind so I can answer you. If Japan already had this trade route established in which they were using that in order to be able to receive oil shipments to be able to take care of their country, and the U.S. intervened by disrupting their actual shipments, that therefore they're not able to properly secure and safeguard their homeland, that would be considered an attack, sir.
One more question. What if Japan was trying to expand and they moved into another, they was trying to fight another country, and the U.S. Got involved in that shit, and Japan attacked us in Pearl Harbor. When I say they got into it, they started giving the other guy guns and rockets and all that shit to fight Japan. And Japan dropped bombs. Are we still the defenders, even though we started helping our friend who Japan was kicking ass?
Hold. You said drop bombs. Drop bombs on the U.S. or drop bombs on that competitor that the U.S. was supplying ammunition to?
Japan dropped bombs on the U.S. Pearl Harbor. Assuming the U.S. was helping another country, and so they dropped the bombs on us. Are we the aggressor?
Well, technically, if you want to say aggressor, we are definitely the supporter. I wouldn't say aggressor. when we are giving, hey, what's going on? What's going on, Eda, man? We are definitely the supporters. Being that we have not put American boots on the ground, being that we have not actively and physically put ourselves there to aid in the numbers of said country that Japan has an issue with. I will say that we are definitely the supporters, and we have bolstered that side. But if Japan turns around and then drops bombs on the U.S., we're absolutely defending.
It's my position that
Sure.
It's my position that if countries go to war, there is no clean hands guy. It has been a bunch of bullshit embargoes and bullshit and flybys and bullshit leading up to that war.
Well, let me just say this to clarify my point, because I know what you asked me was very interesting and it can get murky, but let me just say this, because I know this is already going to be contentious to some people, but I just feel this about in general when it comes to dealing with civilizations, plural. There are no good guys in war. There are just people trying to safeguard their countries. Everybody looks at
that. We've said about 5 times that there's a winner in war. I've never agreed with that. There is no winner once war starts.
No, there are winners. There are winners. They're absolutely winners. They're absolutely winners. What I said were good guys. Everybody does what they can to safeguard their country, just like everybody believes that they're doing good in their country. There are no good guys, but I will say there are victors in wars.
I will give a victor. There are no winners.
I'm trying to figure out why y'all think that we're loyal to someone that's not our ally. So for example, if you and Reese is having a problem and I sell guns and I sell Reese some problems, it ain't got nothing to do with you or Reese. I'm just a businessman. And I know that I can be able to get off a whole bunch of guns at this point in time. Like some people overthink.
What about if it's on another level? Let's take it to something that exists right now, like Ukraine. I mean, we're giving Ukraine so much fucking bread. It's stupid, and weapons and bombs. Now it's hard to say. I'm just a businessman. You're complacent.
No.
You're not complacent.
No. Ukraine is totally different.
What's the word?
Complicit. No. Ukraine is different because Biden wanted to say "F you, America." That was like, hey, I'm gonna spend this much money. You can't do nothing to me because this is my last term. So I think sometimes just because a person act in a certain way, we say that that's America just because of their power seat, which I think is a blind way to speak.
I'm not sure I'm keeping up with you. I think you're saying that Biden alone makes policy, and I'm not sure how true that is.
I think Biden alone gave away money. Do you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. He can't give away without congressional approval.
Okay. So you think that the president can't give away money without having everybody agree on.
Well, there may be ways around it, but all that money that's given to them by the President Biden goes through Congress. In fact, there was a big deal about it when Congress had told Trump to give some money, and Trump withheld it. After Congress said they can have this money, he tried to withhold it and said, unless y'all get somebody to go after Biden, blah, blah, blah. And you know, he got questioned about that shit. You don't have no authority. Once Congress say it happens, nigga, it happens.
No, see, but the whole point is a lot of things that get agreed upon is because it's underwritten bills that they want. For example, if I'm trying to get something passed that I wanted to get passed, I might not really agree with you giving money to Ukraine, for example, but I'm going to agree with it because I'm putting my bills and my needs into it. So it's really like a...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I agree with that, but I still did it. You know, I still was complicit, even though I had my reasons why I did it. I'm still complicit, so the argument still holds.
No. The point that I'm saying is that it have nothing to do with taking sides. That's the point that I'm making. Like when we say, "Oh, we gave this person money," or we did this, it's not about taking sides. It's just I needed something else passed, so that's why I gave them money.
To the point, and I'll even agree with either man on this. Is like, if I am an illegal guns runner, right? If I'm a legal gun salesman, I'm not picking a side. I'm a businessman. They needed my weapons. I sold it to them. That's the end of it.
Not necessarily. Intent is always going to be the end of it.
That's literally it. If I am a gun runner,
if you're putting in the statement that you have no stake in the game, then you're right. If you're saying I'm just a businessman, then yes, and you're putting in there that you have no stake in the game.
Make no mistake, our involvement in Ukraine has nothing to do with business. It has everything to do with.
I wanted to walk away. I didn't even want to mention it, but I felt it. Thank you for saying it. That has nothing to do with us. We have no stake in that. There's nothing good that we're going to get out of it.
Ukraine, what we're doing in Ukraine is a reflection of our failure in Poland in the 1930s. We didn't step up for Poland, and we ended up having to fight a long war from the beaches of Normandy all the way into fucking Berlin.
So you guys saying we don't have no stake in the Israel-Ukraine war? Whenever Israel is one of our main allies.
I need one at a time. But before we even get one at a time, I do want to put up this because Ricky just came back. So we also have Finka with the 5 that turned around and said, besides, Rick, you originally claimed the Bill of Rights. Wow. And then also before that, because this was specifically for you with the $10, Finkel again, who said Article 1, Section 8, some of the CI grants. Congress to declare war does not prohibit anyone from fighting a war. Google harder, Brick.
Now, am I allowed to address and rebut?
Of course, yes.
You can address that, and then after you address that, think it was talking, then do.
I would love to. So that section, what we're talking about here, you're saying it does not prohibit anyone from fighting a war. This is true. I've actually agreed with that the whole entire time. So you Google what I said harder. Okay. Number 2 is when you said, wow, there is no U.S. code or reference in the Constitution that defines war as legal or illegal. Let me go back to that one. Now you want to dance around what you said and say that you didn't say it like that. There's a difference between lawful and legal. There's also a difference between the Bill of Rights, which I did say, going back to address your actual other comment. The Bill of Rights, I said, is a educational anti-law document. And then I stated that I've been trying to clarify for you people that there's a difference between rest of the Constitution and the...
That's racist.
Yeah.
Well,
now you can play it back.
Hold on. No. I haven't. Stop.
I see the white hood in the background.
Yeah, sure. You can talk all night long.
He's still going. He's still going. Brick is still going. Brick is still going. He's still going. He's still going.
Filibustering. Go ahead and filibuster.
It's not a filibuster. I'm literally within like 3 minutes addressing every bit of your comments. At least in the town hall, you get 2 or 3 minutes, depending on how big it is. You know, if it's smaller town hall, they give you 3. Let me address it within the 2 or 3 minutes instead of stopping me.
The more you talk,
bro, jack off. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck? It's like a
everyone. This is why I love having particular engagement. This is why I love having particular engagements and stuff like that. But also, I've been really wondering, because when I run across a lot of things like this, I'm just wondering if I should start my own little courthouse. Because I think there should be a little courthouse. There should be a defense. There should be a prosecution, and we should just try to figure out this whole thing.
You're good at it.
I love it.
Sides. You'd be good.
I love it. I love it. I love when people are able to bring forth their arguments. They can bring forth their evidence. If they have any witnesses, if they have any other, I love it all. I love it all.
I just want to test a lie. Can I test a lie?
No. Well, no. Let's allow me to rebut the money.
You done enough. Fucking just a nigga on chat.
Brick makes 10 counterpoints.
Jesus Christ.
By the time we get to the 11th point,
Jesus Christ. Yeah, 2 or 3 minutes so that I can rebut your stupidity where you don't understand the difference between lawful and legal. And you really don't. We literally talked about this earlier about literally allowing people to.
If you want to address one point,
long before you came up, we actually already talked about this. We could just go on and on.
That's exactly what you're doing.
The
first point is forgotten. The first point is the panel asked you. The panel asked you where in the Constitution, and you said the Bill of Rights. And then I pointed out nowhere in the Constitution.
How I wonder what was said. Can you tell me exactly what happened on J6? Can you tell me what you were doing there, Finkel? What were you doing? On January 6th,
and you're no smarter
what did you do?
When you started
what
running
did you do?
In fact, the audience is dumber for having listened to you.
Tell us, please.
You know what? They're talking over you win because you are a bitch, and that's what bitches do.
Tell me what you did on January 6th.
I took pictures of people.
I bet you I can tell you.
Law.
I know where you were. You were in Washington, D.C.
The Bill of
ready
Rights
to take pictures of people who you said were criminals. That's what you were doing on January 6th.
How many people did I get arrested?
You were taking pictures.
How many people did I get arrested?
I
was taking pictures of people breaking laws, which has nothing to do with your claim that the Bill of Rights makes war illegal.
A communist.
Nothing to do.
You were turning in your fellow Americans. That's what you were doing. You said it out of your own mouth. You said it out of your own mouth. You were taking
your
pictures.
Fucking mind.
You were there on January 6th.
That is
you were there to turn in your fellow Americans.
And then we'll move on to the next
point. Said it out of your mouth yourself.
You're a fucking bitch.
And you're a moron.
I took pictures
Come on camera.
in public.
Come on camera.
What do you have a problem with people taking pictures in
little
public?
Bitch.
You don't like people taking pictures in public?
I don't care about you, bro.
So why'd you bring
it
up?
on camera right now? What are you talking about?
In response to my pointing out that the Bill of Rights has nothing to do with war. Let's go back to point 1. The Bill of Rights has nothing to do with war. If you want to talk about the Bill of Rights,
if you want to have a conversation, this is how the conversation skills work.
I can take a picture.
You talk, then I talk, and then. Here's another caveat. You can't just throw out bullshit, ad hominems, and other logical fallacies. Otherwise, it's not going to be called a good faith conversation. What's going to happen is you're going to be called a little bitch.
Okay. Moving on. I want to make sure I give you a little bit of time, but apparently you guys for a while.
There it is. He's opposed to the First Amendment. He's opposed to my right to report, monitor, and observe.
Cry about it.
So can I assume from that Briggs thinks that those guys who went in there were heroes and think that they were villains?
Well, I think I took pictures in public, and Brick's friends are all butthurt that I took pictures in public.
No. That was
what the fuck is wrong with that?
Did you just use that my question as an opportunity to attack Brick? I was asking, do you think the cats who in there were the bad guys?
There were thousands of people on the National Mall on January 6th.
Wait. Because dude definitely has next. I want you to answer the stuff, Finkel. But before we even get into that,
how about one point at a time?
I want to thank either Man Williams, who turned around and gave me the $19.99 to $20, who turned around and said congratulations for getting monetized. It's been a long time coming. I do appreciate you. You know what? I couldn't have done it without people like yourself, Fine Good Sir, who also helped in having really good content here on this platform. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you Thank you very much for helping build contribute to building such a great platform. I do appreciate it. Fico, can you do me a favor? Brick was answering you. You kind of
might have been dodging a little bit.
But Brick was answering him. Finkel kind of had jumped in because he claimed that Brick was filibustering, and I gave him their own little moment. And I do want Dude to actually give his statement. So what were you saying, Dude?
Okay. Before we start, let's request of Brick that if he wants to address a point or a counterpoint I make, stick to one point and let me readdress whatever that one point is. He was on the fourth or fifth point, but like, wait a minute, I forgot your first point.
Wait. Okay. Before we get into that, I'm gonna ask Dude to make his point, but I'm gonna ask you this first.
Okay.
What point would you like him to address specifically?
He was asked what makes war illegal. His answer was the Bill of Rights.
Okay, cool.
And I disagree with that point.
Okay, cool. We're gonna stop right there. Dude, what was your point? Brick, mull on that, and then get ready for an answer.
Not much. I really want to let them go with it, so I don't want to derail that conversation that was having. So let me just say this though. I want to kind of get on the same page about what war is, because we necessarily haven't defined it. So do you mind if we use Wiki as a source to define war? Is anybody going to have any qualms about using Wiki or what? Just generally.
Me personally, yes, I will be. I'll take it if no one else disagrees, but I'm a stickler when it comes to Wiki. I would rather an actual dictionary, because everybody has fucked up Wikipedia. I'd rather take an actual dictionary. That's me personally.
And I think Brick has already stated over and over what's conventionally called war, he is not calling war. And I think this is what the path that this takes us.
Okay, then I will. I'll let the conversation proceed. Then go ahead.
I would be willing to accept any definition of war and have Brick explain how the Bill of Rights makes it illegal.
I think it's time to go there, Brick.
Go ahead, Brick.
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent.
Oh, motherfucker.
I'm drawing conclusions again. Stop me. Stop.
I don't talk to feds.
Oh, my goodness.
Brick, hold up. Wait.
No, maybe Joshua.
Okay.
Oh, Josh get the
exception.
You get my heart a little bit there, Joshua. We got the same last name and all, you know. Go ahead.
That's racist. Heritage. I'm not family lines. I'm not
Would you like me to answer his question, Joshua?
Oh, don't get gay up here, guys.
I haven't posed.
That's some bullshit. He doesn't even ask the host. He's asking the Fed if it's all right. He doesn't even want to ask the host. That's some bullshit.
Finkel is a Fed. No, Finkel is a Fed.
Be sure my screen so I can read the definition right quick. Because what Finkel said, he said he want to see the definition. He said he will accept any definition. So can I go ahead and read it?
All right. Is that what you have here in the back?
Yeah, that's what I got on the screen. I'm staring on the screen.
All right, here we go.
All right. Can you guys see it?
Yeah, I don't want to zoom in, so I appreciate if you read it.
I'll just read it. war is an armed conflict between the armed forces of states or between governmental forces and armed groups that are organized under a certain command structure and have the capacity to sustain military operations between such organized groups. So I just want to reiterate, war is armed conflict. So that agrees with you, Brick, that you said war is conflict. And so
is it evil under that definition?
In context,
is it evil?
If somebody coming to you armed, you are at war.
Under that context, is it evil? Well, I guess that goes to Brick again. He's the only one who thought it was inherently evil, I believe.
Yes, this is an evil thing.
Evil works. Armed conflict works. I'm still trying to figure out where in the Bill of Rights is can't do it.
Yeah, I'm not going to have a conversation with you, Finkel. I'm just not going to do it.
Oh, you're just going to yell over me while I'm talking, but you won't have a conversation.
No, I don't talk to little bitches.
I see how it works.
No, you're just not going to come up here.
That's an ad hom. You can't.
It absolutely is.
Damn.
You need $1 for the swear jar.
Yep.
Look, Finkel. I mean, if you really want to know the answer,
you're not going to have a conversation with me. Make up your mind.
No, I'm telling you, if you really want to know the answer, I'm not having a conversation with you. I'm telling you something.
Oh, you're telling me. All right.
Yeah, I'm telling you something. If you want to know the answer to that question,
okay,
do your own fucking research, little
bitch.
bitch.
Rick is about to speak. Speak.
You're a little bitch, bro. Do your own fucking research. I studied up. I know my rights. I know what the fuck is really going on, bro.
Right.
You're a Fed.
Yeah, I'd rather talk.
You won't have the conversation with Finkel. I do have someone who's Phil Bellingham who says, Resla, could you? I normally don't do this, Phil, but I'm gonna do this. Resla, could you ask Brick, why must you take this style of debate? I guess you're debating. You realize it hurts you. That's what he states.
Didn't we have this conversation at the beginning where people, whenever they get outed, they just start doing this type of thing? That's what I said. I hate you got people that's for the truth. You have people that hate, and then you have people that just argue for the sake of arguing. Which one are you, Rick?
There's
Which one are you, Rick?
There's history here, dude. You don't realize that.
Yeah, I can tell that there's something personal that Phil asked that question.
Yeah, but Brick was still using to his advantage because he's fucking been on his heels for the last hour.
He's been on his heels?
No, I haven't. I've just been defending myself and my own honor and the reality.
You're fighting a lost cause, man. I asked you, was war evil?
Just because you don't agree with me don't mean it's a lost cause. What have I lost?
Right now, you're losing by cutting me off and repeating yourself.
You claim that I lost something.
Yes, you lost your mind, right?
No.
Why are you cutting me off?
Hush.
Because you're emotional.
Because I want to thank somebody, and I want to thank Crazy Mama. So I said crazy. Now you got me saying, like, listen, I wanna thank Mama, mainly Crazy Mama, for the $15 super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for sending that in.
Hello, Crazy Mama.
Go ahead.
My cash.
Hey, Resla.
No, fuck your cash app.
Hey, Resla. Hey, really quick, I got to get going. So Brick, was good seeing you. Finkel.
I appreciate you, man.
And Joe,
you get more time when we get into another one. Man.
Oh, you good, bro. I just want to also say congratulations on getting monetized and getting your 100th video out. So.
There you go.
We're almost there. We're almost there. It should be by the week after next.
But okay, cool. All right. See you guys.
All right, thanks, man. All right, go ahead, Joe.
No. I gotta push back.
No, I don't care about him pushing back.
That was swift right there.
Forward, okay.
Go ahead, Josh. Go ahead.
Why is he congratulating you for other people pushing?
I lost you there. What happened?
I don't know. It's commie internet connections really messing up.
That's that Vietnam server you got over there. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I was talking about how how Brick had a guy dude was talking about. There's a type of people, men, we probably referred to back there, that sticks with an earnest conversation. And I was saying Brick had deviated because when I was saying is war evil, we now found ourselves with his own personal definition of war, which only means when you're on the defensive, as if he doesn't know what I meant by saying war. I'm saying that's a bad look and it's disingenuous.
Indeed.
No, because the actual original argument was: is there anything that's inherently evil or good? Or that was actually your original argument, right?
Then I took it to war.
Right. No, actually,
and you dodged.
I took it to war. Well, if you don't remember, because
no, we can go with you.
It don't matter. It don't matter who.
No. Because here's the thing: you asked me, along with the rest of everybody on the panel, is there anything inherently evil? And I said yes. I was one of the only two. It was me and Joshua. And then you asked me what specifically, and I said war.
Okay.
And then I gave you the dilemma, and you couldn't answer.
Nothing changed.
Well, I did. You just didn't like the answer.
You bring it up that you said it.
You just didn't like the answer. We went way down this road.
Let me ask this question. I'm going to ask it to Josh. Josh, based on the fact that there has already been two conflicting points between Finkel and Brick, based on this whole thing about Article 1 and whether who can be able to put up something in Congress. What is your actual knowledge of this?
Of who can put
we're talking about the powers we're talking about that powers of Congress being able to declare war. And I'll even put it to where Finkel's super chat is. Let me go look for it real quick.
Didn't somebody read it up here?
I was the one that read it. That article, section 8, basically saying that Congress pretty much grants the action to declare war, but pretty much does not prohibit anyone from fighting war.
So the breakdown or the problem with this is there is legal or there are statutes from the federal government, aka pretty much all of Chapter 33, that prohibits or places a prohibition or like it limits the authority that somebody, in this case, usually a president, can and cannot do. So there's like all of Chapter 33. However, right, the question is really boiling down to what is Brick's position? Does it have to boil down to specifically the Constitution, right? This is the issue. There's a difference as to who is in what authority. That's why I'm trying to pay attention to where Brick's position is exactly, right? I can only piece it together through the conversation.
That is hard because his position moves. He moves the goalposts all the time.
I don't know. To be fair, I don't know that because his definition that he gave of war is conflict, right? The only other difference between all of ours is we usually add like armed conflict because we want to imply something in there, right?
That's true. That is true.
So we can't like go ahead. The worst thing that we can do is criticize his position and say it's not good enough, right? It's not good enough to fit a description, right? But now we're back just on subjective shit here.
Yep, because if you add words to it, then it is no longer just simply war.
I want his position. I just don't know how to go about it without getting like a 4-hour conversation out of it. That's the problem.
I've actually made it very easy for us, so I went ahead and put something on the present there. If you wanted to share that, this is the Constitution. Okay, this is Section 8, and here it says the Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, and it goes all the way down to the different powers. Okay. And then if you get down here, right here to here, what does this say? To declare
war.
So that's pretty simple, right? Simple English. We don't need a Supreme Court to understand what that means, right? Can we read that in plain English? Why does the Supreme Court or the president or anybody else need to say what that is? And then why does the president or anybody else or us just regular folks need to say what the Congress shall have power to da 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 da? It's all the to do this and to do that. And then you get down here, it says to declare what? war. So this is the legal document.
Was their argument that we could still have a war without the declaration, without Congress declaring it, because they got a leg to stand on, because all wars are not declared by Congress?
The only one that really got mentioned that I can say I remember is the one where I said, based on your scenario of dropping bombs, and I was mentioning it to Piper when he was up here, where I said if the bombs got dropped here and we needed to quote retaliate, and Congress did not quote officially declare it as war, but we wanted to turn around and do it anyway, are we in a war?
So maybe this is the problem, that people aren't really listening to the words that I'm saying. And what did I say? I said this is a legal, not lawful, by the way.
Which is why we had the conversation about legal and illegal wars. I understand.
So when I say legal document, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a lawful document either.
I got that. Yep.
Right. So people don't understand the difference between legal and lawful sometimes. And also people don't understand what some humans believe to be basic knowledge about words and the words that we use. Simply just saying, are we at war? Yeah, we can be at war, but are we at a legal or lawful war, which is three different things? Now, are we at a armed war? Are we at a war on drugs? So the basic idea of war is conflict. That is the basic definition. And if we get into the definition according to what the legal document says, I don't want to go on too far. We can see it, but I'll bring it down. Thank you.
What does that say about prohibiting others from fighting a war?
Where do you see that?
You tell me. What do you want to see?
We had highlighted there, Congress can declare a war. What does it say about prohibition from others fighting a war?
I don't know. What do you mean?
I don't. I'm trying to figure out where it's at. I'm looking.
Right. To declare war.
Yeah, they can declare war. And others can fight war. Where does it say there that others are prohibited from fighting a war not declared by Congress?
I'm trying to understand what
I think he's asking. I think he's asking you a general question that's outside of Section 8. I think he's asking you in general.
Well, and we can use Section 8 or any section of the Constitution. What prohibits me or the president or a governor or Brick from fighting a war that Congress did not declare?
I don't know what. I have no idea what you're asking, bro.
We don't have control over the military.
He's asking, outside. It's the reason why you and I were getting confused, Brick, is because it's a question really outside of the immediate conversation. He's asking you in general.
Oh no. Brick is standing his ground that I said nothing makes it legal or illegal. And okay, he's got a point. It makes it legal if Congress can declare a war. But if Congress declares a war and we refuse to fight, or Congress doesn't declare a war and we choose to fight, where's that written? And it's not in the Bill of Rights. Actually, it's nowhere. My point is it doesn't exist. There's nothing prohibited the president from ordering troops to attack Russia. There's nothing prohibiting me from saying, I don't want to fight your war. Congress can declare war all they want. For me or anybody to choose to fight or not fight a war is just not covered.
I mean, I hear you. I hear you. I'm gonna say this: outside of the draft, you may have a point, but I'm trying to understand how.
Wait. Hold on. Let me.
He's asking for a specific section within the Constitution that basically will state that people have to.
Maybe this will help. What does this say? To raise and support armies. So whose job is that?
Congress can raise an army.
Yeah. So the Congress shall have the power to. Right. So I don't know if this helps, but to raise and support armies. But no appropriations of monies is out of that. So when we look at this, I mean, really, ultimately, the only one who's going to have an army is who? The Congress, right? So if you are operating,
I thought we've already said that we can go to war. At least we can go fight and drop bombs without congressional approval.
So are you going?
We've proven that.
Well,
for example,
Hold on. No, you wanted a response, and now you're going to answer it for me? Come on, dude.
We're spreading. Well,
yeah. The last declared war the United States declared was World War II. We have fought many conflicts since then. All of them were basically legal. I mean, you can't say it's illegal. The commander-in-chief to have troops fight whatever conflict.
Yeah, and you said a conflict was a war.
No. What is this? What does this say? This will help.
What he's pointing to is something that literally it's not even up for interpretation. That says Congress can raise armies.
Right.
That's got nothing to do with nothing. Congress raises the army.
Can you fight a war without an army?
Wait, hold on.
That has nothing to do with nothing.
Hold on. You say that has nothing to do with nothing. How can it be nothing if Congress can raise armies? What do they raise armies with?
That's got nothing to do with the option. The thing we're saying is, can a motherfucker go to war? We already have an army.
You can't go to war without people, right?
We got people. We have armies. Yes. Are we going into the hypothetical or the realistic? How do a motherfucker go to war? We have armies that the Congress raised.
What does the word maintain mean?
Look, whether our Congress raises an army of 2 people or raises the most powerful army in the planet, that army is led by the commander-in-chief, which is where? In the other part of the Constitution, it talks about what the president can do.
Can I ask a question?
Whose army is it?
Is this a morality question?
Y'all keep trying to say who raised it and who fed the army, and we're talking about can other people use it
to raise and support army. Look, what else does it raise and support? To provide and maintain a navy. What else does it do? To provide and call forth the militia. Look at that. Even the militia. Who's that run by?
The commander-in-chief.
No, it says the Congress.
They shall raise.
It says it right here in black and white.
Finance, but who runs the commander-in-chief? Google commander-in-chief, and I'll bet you land right back on the Constitution.
I'm not gonna, bro. If you've got something
you're not gonna do.
If you've got something to support it, bring it up.
I got something to support it. Share my screen, Rez.
Go ahead.
I only got bricks right now. Brick, can you close your eyes real quick?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, I got U.S. due diligence. Here we go.
Okay, I don't know if this is valid to you guys, but it's from constitutioncenter.com, and it says, in modern times, however, presidents have used military force. So hold on, let me give some context here. Brick, you are absolutely right that in law it does state that in reality that Congress can only institute war. But like what Joe said, in reality, it has happened several times without the approval of Congress. So let's read what it says. In modern times, however, presidents have used military force without formal declarations or express consent from Congress on multiple occasions. For example, President Truman ordered the U.S. forces into combat with Korea. Excuse me, I'm a little drunk. President Reagan ordered the use of military force in, among other places, Libya, Grenada, Lebanon. President George W. Bush directed. I mean, how we can go on and on and on. How many times the presidents have issued war without Congress approval, and then they legitimize it afterwards. So you are right. Rick,
well, that was
but at the same time, in real life, the letter of the law don't always be the letter of the law. You feel me? There's always exceptions. So you are right, Brick. But in reality, it happens without the approval of Congress also.
Yeah, I do agree, because that would be called an illegal war.
That's what's called illegal. Damn it, he already beat me to it, because I was literally going to say that. He's never said, Brick has never gone up. We've had to literally peel back the onions, but he's never actually stated that we don't end up going to war. But there has been context, even though it took us a long time to get there, between a legal and an illegal war. I just wish we had got there so much fucking sooner. I'm not gonna lie.
Then I would if we'd have got there that fast when I asked about the war shit, and you said war is evil. I would have asked you, does it mean legal or illegal war?
But
war is war.
Agreed that we already agreed that the rules of conduct of war is bullshit. So whenever you talk about the legality of war is always illegal for one of the parties. Like it's not a legit war.
I would suggest.
Stop, everybody, because I think the very basis of the conversation that we need to really get down to, not even because of all the other things that. Because here's the thing, we're talking about, when we talk about things like that, I'm going to say the majority of people who are up here, minus like that guy, I'm going to say minus Josh too, is American. I love you, Josh. I'm going to fuck with you.
Yeah,
but
I'm not that.
But when we speak about these things, when we talk about the etiquettes, the engagement of war, we are only speaking about it in terms of how we look at it here in the U.S. The engagement of war could look different in other circumstances from other countries. So when we talk about what does war look like, or what rather is the engagement of, what is the rules of law, the engagement of law, we really have to
that's
dive
a little
into that.
different. That's a little different. I just asked, was war evil?
Wait. The rules of engagement is what I'm saying. What are the rules of engagement?
I think Brick agrees that war, illegal war, is still a war.
Yes,
but Joe,
so legal.
Now you're bringing it to a question of morality.
Evil.
You're bringing it to a question of morality now, and are you trying to say that if something is legal, that automatically makes it moral?
No, I was trying to make sure that Brick wasn't taking that stance, and I don't believe he is.
Can I read something real quick? I'd like to read something.
Go ahead.
I, David Finkel, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that, are you ready for this? I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me. Now it goes on from there, but why would I follow the orders of the President of the United States along with an oath to the Constitution? The answer is because the President is the Commander-in-Chief.
And who is his supervisor?
He can tell me to attack Canada. He can tell me to attack South Korea. He can tell me to go defend Ukraine. If I am in uniform and I'm under this oath, it doesn't matter how many people Congress hires to have an army or a navy. It matters that I am in said army or navy, and my commander-in-chief gave me an order.
Okay, and that was not an answer to the question.
I didn't answer a question. I said, can I read
something? No, I asked you a question.
No.
Nobody asked me a question.
No, he didn't. No one asked him a question. He said
I did.
What did you ask?
I asked him a question. I said, who is the president's supervisor?
Oh, that was a serious question.
Honestly,
in this country we have order. In this country,
me personally,
we have order.
Yeah, me personally, I screwed up. I thought you were being a little facetious when you asked the question.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that was me. That was me. I didn't think you were being serious when you asked that question. But since you're asking the question, who is the supervisor for the president?
Okay. The supervisor.
The American people.
That guy, he can answer.
Of the president of the United States is nobody.
No, that is not true. That is not true. That is not true. Actually, that guy was closer than you are, Finkel. And in reality, when it comes
to me a flow chart that has anybody
across the board. Since apparently that guy's already answered, let me just ask this: due diligence. Do you who would be in your mindset? Who would be who would be the individual or the individuals in this case? Who would be the ones that hold the president of these United States accountable?
So, to be technical, and I might mess this up, but you know where I'm going once I state it. But the deal is with the way that our government is set up, we have a check of balances, right? So the president is under the executive branch, and he's like really the top of the executive branch, but it's the other two branches in order to check any other branch. So I won't say it's necessarily a supervisor, but the way that it works, there's supposed to be this balance system. But so let me do this as a caveat. Let me say this as a caveat, and then I'm gonna let you guys go. That is in theory, right? That's how it's supposed to work. That's the letter of it. But in reality, it don't always work like that, like how it's supposed to.
I agree.
And we have to agree.
Let me follow him up.
Hold up, Joe Cool. Hold up, Joe Cool. I want to do just the fifth lot. The moment he's finished, I'll let you go, and then after that, I want Joe to go.
So just to land my plane,
Joe go, then I want Josh to go. Sorry, I've been drinking too. Sorry.
Well, since Brick told me I was wrong, I would like to hear his opinion of who's
we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
What was the question? I forgot. What was
the question is good. Wait, hold up. You good due diligence? You good with yours?
Yeah, the question is who's the supervisor of the president? And I said it's a check balance between the three branches of government. So there's no one person. There's a process for keeping all branches of government in check. Pass.
Okay. My answer is a lot like his. I would disagree at an extent that I would say we the people are the supervisor. That's the only difference. But then I would agree with him that that's only in theory. By the way, I think the we being the supervisor is just as potent as the Congress is supposed to be the supervisor. Both of them are just bullshit words on paper. The president, for all intents and purposes, is the man.
Josh, as a Fed who follows, who serves, what are your thoughts?
There is no authority over a president or a sitting president. You cannot.
That's different.
No, wait, hang on. We're going to talk about somebody who's actually he's sworn in. He's still in it. He's at some of a rather good level.
There is no mechanism to deal with the sitting president. Ooh. The only thing that you can do is an impeachment to pull the chair out from underneath of him.
Bingo. So that's not no mechanism.
Except for the problem is if you or anybody has an active issue where they're trying to do something against the president or go against the president, you have to go through, let's say, an impeachment process. We don't know how long that takes. But there has never been a sitting president charged with a crime while they are in a seating position of a president or for anything they've done while enacting their duties as president. Right. Even Trump was only convicted outside of his seat and for something that was done through business, had nothing to do with him being a president.
Josh makes a point, even in public opinion of the actual United States citizens find a president irreprehensible and convict them of something, that president themselves had to relinquish that of their own volition. I think of Hoover or Nixon, Nixon, who dropped, despite the fact that it was reprehensible and people looked at him, he did drop that on his own. He wasn't forced out. Secret Service didn't have him arm by arm.
Okay. And are we forgetting now that if we're talking about the real life part of it, now since there are only two parties, the checks and balances is really watered down.
Now? Yes. When?
Yeah, right. When was it? Right.
Can I have a go at it now?
I want to add
a caveat or an
during the Nixon administration. That's why he stepped down. He felt it. Shit was a little more honorable. A news reporter used to actually go out and find the story. Yes, you can respect a couple of those people.
If he wanted to pull his bull, if he wanted to pull the bullshit that what people claimed that Trump was gonna do and just say, I ain't fucking leaving, I'm staying.
Yeah.
Nobody would. They would have literally had to drag them out.
I don't know. Are you aware that?
Okay, I got like 3 minutes left. Let me get it in. A supervisor, that which was asked to me, who is the president? Who is the chief executive supervisor? I said nobody. It sounds like people are opining that Congress, who is a separate and equal branch of government, they have a power to impeach him, but no individual in Congress supervises the president. The president can be impeached through a process, but there is no person. Read supervisor definition again. A person who supervises another person for activity. There is no such person. There are processes, there are elections, there are impeachments, but there is no person who supervises the president.
Hey, not for nothing. Brick. He's doing the same semantics that you did.
Yeah, but mine are legal.
He really is doing semantics.
But mine are legal. I'm not going outside of what is legal. That's the difference. And I am giving.
We established.
Go ahead, please.
Sorry to interrupt, Rick.
No, you don't have much time.
Like we established, I'm not American, so I don't really have.
Really? Okay, would have never guessed. Go ahead.
I don't really have anything to contribute, so I might drop down and yeah, I might pop back up later or something, Resla. Cheers for having me.
Is that accent from the Bronx? You from New York?
I'm from the Bronx. What are you talking about?
That was the Bronx accent. I'm sure of it, bro.
Nah, son. Nah, I'm definitely from the Bronx. I don't know what you're talking about. He don't sound like from my block.
Seriously, if you take that as semantics, maybe Brick should ask who can hold the president accountable, which is different than who is the president's supervisor. They're two different things there. Okay, say what you mean what you say. I'll be back in a few minutes, but for now I have to do a handoff on my job. I'll be back.
That is a better question. I like that question better.
Job's not done until the paperwork's finished. So
I'm not gonna lie. That sounded shady on my block. Yeah, I gotta do a handoff, quick handoff.
Honestly,
that's a quick hand.
No, I did say supervisor, right? So there is a supervisor. This is my view of it, right? It's called We the People.
Me.
Yeah, We the People. And it could include Congress. It could include the judicial branch. But when we're talking about impeachment, that's actually the Senate, right? And so, yes, there is a process as due diligence mentioned. And so if we're going by the process.
It's hypothetical, right? It's like it is with us in the law. The law says, hold on. The law says one thing and we're out there and we break no law, but we keep getting arrested for a thing. And
that's just usual.
Even though they say we have the rights, the shit's they still keep locking us up and until it's been firmly established and until we get what?
That's just you who keep getting locked up. I'm good.
Yeah, I decided
Brick on that freedom fighter. On that freedom fighter shit, they be just like, get the law changed. You know, it takes hundreds of thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of people, and many, many years before you have any chance of getting the law changed. So that's like a motherfucker telling me, yeah, Joe, just change the law. There's a procedure. But it doesn't really work. It's meant to tear you the fuck apart and all of that shit. It's like saying the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing that not Lane Myers, the other guy, what he's going through right now. Even like within the actual criminal system, then they throw the civil system on you, and then they get away with it.
The process is the punishment.
Yes, exactly.
So let me ask you a question, Bree. So there's one more political process that we're leaving out. So your position was, and I agree with you. Technically, you're right. I'll go down that road a little bit as far as the people being the boss of the president, right? Because actually, it's the people that empower the people in politics. Like, right, we give them the power in order to act. So essentially, it's supposed to be the people who hold the people in political power. Hold them responsible.
Our ideals are represented.
Right. So technically, you are right. But let me give you another scenario, and I feel like we're going deep into this, super deep into this. I don't know why, but
I love these types of conversations. I know that this is the opinionated show. It's far and wide, from what I can tell. So it's not,
and it's making me dig into my bag and think about stuff that I haven't thought about in a long time, and I'm really enjoying
the best conversations. Yeah,
you feel me? Like thinking about all these different situations.
Like Brick is the opposition.
Let me just say this thing, and I'm gonna get on out the way.
I'm gonna be done. Brick, I think.
Let due diligence get his off, and then you're
Joe,
good.
you good with that? I see that move you trying to put down. Right, you slid in there slick in the bitch.
It was
though,
timely. Joe. It was timely.
You ain't no ordinary Joe. You ain't Joe Blow, Joe.
Yes. I was just saying.
Check it out. What about So when you're talking about the president having a supervisor, right?
Yes, sir.
The president also can establish martial law, correct? So whenever you say, when somebody, and it's just another little thing to throw in the equation, but technically the president can say, hey, somebody trying to come against me, that's wrong. I believe that it's wrong. I'm going to instill martial law, and then we can have a civil war or something like that. The people, so technically you're right. The people are supposed to keep them in check. The check and balances are supposed to keep them in check. But the president can say, hold on, you motherfuckers you the corrupt motherfuckers. Martial law, you know what I'm saying? Who with me? But I just think that's just way too.
No, that's totally fair.
Honest. Like, that's too much, but it is.
No, it's not too much. It's a totally fair argument, and it's a good argument. That we're talking about who's a supervisor. If I really got a supervisor, I can't flex like that. My supervisor would get rid of me. That's more evidence that he does not have a supervisor. It's not bad.
Yeah. I mean, so it's not constitutional. It's not constitutional.
Well, we're going constitutional. I'd go Fink's argument, his route, where the president has control over the military. So if he can tell us to go over there and fight in Afghanistan, that is a war, and he has the power to call to make war. And the impotent motherfucker over there saying it's not really a war because I didn't say so yet. He ain't on shit.
Yeah, martial law it's not explicitly given to the president the power to enact martial law.
Within the Constitution.
No, I didn't know.
But there's lots of things that are not explicit in the Constitution where if you narrow it out, right? It's gone through Congress in some form or another, made it to a law.
Martial law. I thought the president
constitutional. Hold on, let me try to pull it up. You may be right, but I thought
heard it phrased.
You're coming in and out there, due diligence. You're
you froze too.
Keep freezing up a little bit.
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah, I was in the Matrix. I'm back.
Yeah, all right.
What
don't be calling Agent Smith. We good.
All right, now
Josh. Wait, Josh. Are we being infiltrated? It's Josh. He's one of yours.
No, Uncle Fatty's pretty cool. Bring him up.
Josh,
I ain't talking about Uncle Fatty. No, I'm talking about due diligence. The way he's birthed it. And now I'm talking about he in the Matrix. I want to know if he's one of yours.
Josh was busy eating his steak and talking about how good it tastes. He didn't even know what we were doing over here trying to get out of the Matrix.
That's why I had to like kind of bite my tongue a little bit when you mentioned martial law because so the Congress sucks balls, right? They keep signing our freaking rights away, right? So martial law, in my opinion, is a violation of the Fourth Amendment and the Third Amendment too, by the way. The Third Amendment, when they can just walk up in your house by martial law, that is BS, bro. Right? Then it's also Second Amendment violations, First Amendment violations, Fifth Amendment violations, all over the place. It's violations. So martial law is extremely unconstitutional.
Brett, I got a question.
But Congress,
if I go attack the government or something, this is just hypothetical over here on this channel. We do not condone violence. But if I wouldn't attack the government for taking my gun and I say the Constitution says I can have a gun, am I the aggressor? They took my gun.
I'm voting not guilty. If I'm on your jury, not guilty all day long.
Why would you even entertain that? Why not just do jury nullification?
I'm not doing jury nullification. I'll be on the jury all day long.
Right.
But they won't let me.
Oh, you like being on juries? Oh my God.
But they won't let me.
I wouldn't blame them either.
I refuse.
They don't want patriots.
No, because patriots also get people killed.
No, patriots promote life. I will say that. Patriots promote life. For real. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You sure about that?
How many are alive?
Joshua, you're not a patriot?
No, I am quite literally a boot.
I know.
Yeah, it makes you a patriot. Yes.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
supposed to be a patriot.
I see myself as a cog in a machine, and I don't sit here and question the machine too much.
So who's the patriot, Josh? Me, the guy that's throwing shit into the cogs, or you, the working cog? Which one is the patient?
Sir, you are not looked at it, sir. Joe, you are not looked at as a patriot. You're a disruptor.
Patriot.
That's exactly the way you're looked at.
What do you think? Because I was being, a little bit hypothetical there anyway.
Well, no, Joe, you and I have had this conversation again. I don't actually take the position that I'm something special, right?
Which one of us is the patriot?
Don't believe
but
him.
I also
Josh absolutely believes he's special. Don't believe the fucking mouth.
I only see as two different sides there, right? There's well, in my case, I'm a representation of the executive branch, right? So there's my side and then there's your side, right? I believe they both have to exist as a necessity. Mm-hmm. I don't like the idea of saying one is good or bad. In my view, is weird.
Okay, well, let me ask you this because
I want to answer that question, Joe. Can I answer that question?
Yeah, answer it. Let me make sure. So the founding fathers, they would not consider patriots under your definition, Josh. They were not necessarily patriotic.
Before
I was going in that particular vein.
Yeah, before the formation of us, the founding fathers were treacherous traitors that, according to the crown, should be fucking executed.
Go ahead, Boo. I think that was you wanted.
Even afterward, all the way up to the War of 1812.
Ask me the same question, Joe. The first question.
I don't remember. I'm really high over here. I just got 2 new strains.
I really had
3. I just show you what I'm working with over here.
Bro. No, it's good. I believe you. I believe what you said was, who is the patriot between a person trying to take the gun and keep the gun, right?
Yes, I think I said the cog and the guy throwing shit in the cog, but yes.
Absolutely. I would say whoever wins in that battle is the patriot.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. I don't know if I agree with it, but I do like it.
That's the reality. If the government wins and taking our weapons, then they are establishing the rule. They establishes what patriotism is. But I do agree that the person trying to keep it right under the ideology, the social contract of the Constitution, they're trying to keep that. They are
the patriot.
They are the patriot. But also, the winner gets to write history. In reality,
I always say the founding fathers would have been treacherous, treasonous traitors had we lost. They'd have been
even to this day
remembered in history as the worst people in the world.
Exactly.
Some people figure that today still. Yeah.
I don't have an issue. People may try to make me have an issue with being subjected. They be like, "Oh, then you don't have no values," and I be like, "I'm the standard." And people be having an issue with that. They think that I'm egotistical. But then I say, look at history. Does history not prove that the person with the biggest stick get to make the rules? So I'm going to include myself in that. History.
Last 3 rocks.
Nobody on this panel can have any objection to that. That's just the reality.
Wait.
I'm not going to give my romanticized fantasy, my idealism out because I want it to be something different. I can be super Christian and be like, "Oh, I don't want it to work that way," and get my ass kicked. I can be all these different other ideologies, but the way of the world is, and what have always been since written history, the man with the biggest stick get to make the rules.
2 rocks.
Hierarchy.
2 rocks. That's right.
2 rocks.
Yeah, because once you throw the first one, you got to still have another one ready to go. That's right.
Damn, I so want to address Uncle Fatty. Damn it, I just can't.
Why don't you address him?
No.
Not that one. I can't.
Hey, stop being a bitch.
Motherfucker, you tied my hands.
No, you can address him. I never said.
Okay. So, Uncle Fatty, you're damn right. The goddamn Protestants are a bunch of bitches.
There you go. Get it off your chest.
Got it out.
I don't ever think I shackled you. You have some limits that you have, but not many.
Damn. Hey, Joe, how do you feel about this? Right, like now the white boy's the slave and the black man is the master. How did we get here?
Hey!
I'm really enjoying this, Joshua. I'm glad you asked. Me and my friends are taking advantage of all of our benefits. We each get $150,000 in aid from the government, as you know, just for being black. This reparation thing is moving forward very fast. I'm very pleased with the progress we're making, Joshua.
I have a question.
Bad
time
to be a white guy. This is a result of the War of Northern Aggression.
No. I have a question, right? Because he thinks he's getting something from somebody else, right? Joe, have you paid your taxes, sir?
I can't.
Where's that restoration or where's that reparations money coming from?
Fifth Amendment, Joe. Fifth Amendment.
The government just tricks you to take money out of your pocket into their hand and then back into your pocket.
That's your right, Joe.
I just watched a bunch of my taxes on the road trips and shit, gas shit, big money shit. I just watched that shit in the washer and dryer, man, while I was on the road. And all these papers and receipts came out white just now, man. This shit just happened.
Wow.
Speaking of taxes, yo.
So, well, I got to ask, Joe, are you patting the government back? Are you patting the government, congratulating them? Or are you patting yourself on the back for giving yourself reparations?
Well, first of all, I was speaking hypothetically. I don't think the motherfuckers should give us money and all of that bullshit. I have certain beliefs on reparations, so it's hard for me. I'm just in character if I'm answering at this point.
Did the commander-in-chief sign that bill?
Sometimes that's a good conversation you got to have too, Resla. On me,
we can have the true conversation.
I'm interested in seeing what other people say too. That don't have to. That don't have to.
I think all black people should get $2 million, and white people, we should get 20% of their paychecks for the next 10 years. What do you think?
Can I?
I identify as king of everything, so I'm just gonna get it back.
I think a little bit more than that. What are you talking about? 10%? More like 30.
Speaking on behalf of the white community, I would like to borrow some shoe polish and grant permission to do blackface so I can go to the local State Department and apply for my reparations.
Somebody always just got to step over a little. Step in Joshua over there.
Are you interested in having that conversation sometime, Resla? It ain't got to be today, but that is an interesting conversation.
Well. First of all, if you haven't figured it out, Josh is working for me. He's still wondering if he can sign himself as black when he writes on that freaking. I'm like, no, you can't.
I'll figure that.
I lived in Jacksonville for quite a while.
No, what's funny part is that we had a reparations conversation a long time ago. I had been thinking about bringing it back, but it'll probably slip into the next month. But I have had a reparations conversation, and when I say I got so many thumbs down, they did not like my conversation.
So let me ask you this: and I mean this, Jen, because this is only I'm new to this platform, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Was there black people on the panel?
Unfortunately, no, sir. But that's
what we're about reparations, then, Resla. You didn't have a conversation about reparations.
So no.
Right, you were just
but let me say this way. But do you know who attacked me the most when I had a conversation about do white people even experience racism? When I say there was no black people on that platform, but do you know who attacked me the most? Come on now.
Black.
All right. They didn't even want to hear it. They said they shouldn't even have a conversation. They shouldn't even work. They should have that mountain duct tape. I said, God dang.
Our work is tall with our own, right? Oh my goodness.
I said, damn.
I would say racism exists everywhere from all angles, but I don't think as a whole white people in America are the victim.
I hate that name. Yeah, it fucking got me laughing now. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Sus among us.
I came for the Oreo cookie party. Put us. Wow.
Is it double stuffed?
It is over here.
What's
Oh
up?
my goodness.
Isn't there supposed to be a pause behind that? Like a really long pause?
There should have absolutely been a pause.
What are you guys up to, man? What's going on?
So we will.
Come in and bring something constructive and say some bullshit. Not what? Do you take a position on anything that we had? Because I'm about to kick your ass right quick. I don't like how you came in. I'm gonna kick your ass. I don't like.
So I'm gonna tell you right now. I will be bringing forth another kind of conversation like that. Actually, because I started this whole show a little late. Not this particular show, but just the concept of the show a little late. I never really had like my own kind of Black History Month kind of thing, so I'm gonna prep for that for next month. So I know I will at some point start inviting a lot more Black people onto the panel, which I know is gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a lot, but I know a lot of the conversations I've even had this year will be some.
What the fuck are you trying to say, Riz? What the fuck does that mean, bro?
Here's what it means. Here's what it means. If you've taken a look at what my community is, the bulk of my community are not white. I'm sorry, are not Black. They're mainly mixed, but the majority of my community is white. I do
you
want
selling
that.
out to the man. You dancing. I can't believe it, Resla.
Yeah. That's so. Shut the fuck up.
Shit.
What are we doing?
He was going good, Joe. You derailed him. I had him on a rope. You hear me?
The fuck are we doing here?
All I'm saying is, Riz, you can't have a conversation about reparations without having Black people in the conversation. You understand that? You know what I mean?
No. I get that. The issue and the reason why I even did it kind of early, especially because the bulk of my community right now happens to be white, and there's a reason for that. Is that if I start things off, and you and I can even have this conversation, or rather, if you can relate to it, if I start things off Black, it's hard to drag other things in non-Black.
I agree.
Do you agree to that?
Yes, I agree with that. But having a conversation about reparations can be neutral, because reparations is neutral. Reparations is neutral.
It's very divisive. It's very divisive.
It's not neutral.
It is super divisive.
Hold on. Nobody said that it's not divisive, but I said the conversation of reparations is neutral, because why? Anybody can get reparations. For example, the Native Americans got reparations. The Jews received reparations. Koreans received reparations. So reparations in practice is neutral. So if we talk about reparations, it's not a Black thing. It's about reparations. Reparations is repairing what you did.
You know who can't? Who can't get reparations? People who don't know their genealogy. And I don't want to know. I'm an American
or not.
I'm an American. It's not neutral. Because the people who don't know their genealogy cannot get it. That's divisive for people who do not know their genealogy.
So let me give you an example, right? If nothing happened to you, right, then you don't deserve reparations. You have to be a victim of some type in order to receive reparations.
And I don't even know.
Wait. Okay, wait. Let me do this real quick. Let me do this real quick. I just want to do a quick questionnaire, and then everybody get into it.
Good, another good.
A quick questionnaire. No. Before I even, because Joe, I know you can jump into this. I'm gonna have a quick questionnaire with you and me, and I'm gonna go as to why I do this. Right? Let me just ask you the quick question. The reason why I brought forth a question about, or rather, an episode about reparations before I even had the conversation with a whole lot of people, and I will tell you that a lot of Black people did not pop up, is because I don't really have a community that has a lot of Black people in it. And I started out with that way for a reason. It's not going to stay that way. But I come from a sector that's mainly Black. But when I decided to start my channel, I knew I needed to walk away, because I know, just based on how my people are, that there are particular things that I bring in. And I can tell you from also looking at other Black channels, that when you bring other people in, they shut them out. They kicked them out. They chased them off. And that's not cool for our people. We talk about how we want people to understand us, but we shun them out real quick. So if I don't have a community that they can walk into and say, you know what, these people are actually engaging in conversations, because most of the time when I have conversations with Black people about things that have other races that are outside of them, they turn around and say they can't talk. And that's a problem. I've been in Hispanic spaces. They don't tell me I can't talk. I've been in white spaces. They don't tell me I can't talk. When I've been in Black spaces and I invite somebody else who doesn't look like us, they tell them they can't talk. That's a problem. You need to be more open-minded. So if I want to invite people into a space, it needs to be in a space that's already gotten at least used to people who look like us, who understand that we can have intellectual debates, intellectual conversations, to be open and real and authentic, so that when they come in, the first inclination is not to fight, it is to understand. And that's what I've seen from a lot of other places. So when they come here, I want them to feel just as invited as the people who have come to be here, who's also been inviting when it comes to me. The problem that I have, especially from places that I come from, is that, and I've said this before, but even when I first started this channel, for those who are OGs here who've seen me, is that just because you see a Black person, Black face, does not mean this is a Black channel. Just because I am a male does not mean that this is a male space. So there are things that I had to put in place painstakingly, by the way, to drag everybody with me to understand what was going on before we can start having a more holistic conversation with other people. So while I started the conversation that was about reparations, I did wholeheartedly ask a lot of people, what do you think about reparations? As a Hispanic person, as a white person, do you think that they are deserved? Hey, as a white person, I get it that you in this day and age may not feel that you are responsible for what your ancestors done, but do you believe that Black people deserve reparations? And for a lot of Black people, I'll just even ask the question, what they wanted to look at it in the replay, whatever. What does reparations look like for you? Is it strictly monetary when it comes to money? I want you to ask the question to yourself. How does that affect the economy? If you're a Black person, if it comes out of taxes, wouldn't that mean you exactly have to pay it for yourself? Hey, when it comes to Black people, who exactly does count? What about the people that didn't exactly experience racism that come from other countries, like Nigeria, like Africa, like freaking Europe, whatever? Do they get reparations? When we talk about genealogy, well, when we talk about the aspect of reparations, what about the Black slave owners that actually own slaves? How exactly do we quarter them and say that they deserve to actually have reparations versus not reparations? Where do we find that link? It was a conversational piece for people to have in their mind. And I knew I need to bring Black people into it. And it was a conversation I had really late. I do plan on doing it again. Now, hopefully you understand what I'm doing there. But I also want to have a space where people don't get kicked out, because I think it's a conversation that we should have, not just among Black people, but among everybody who wishes to participate. What are your thoughts on that?
No, whenever I mentioned it, I did say that I think that would be a good discussion amongst white people, because you do have a predominantly white, but the only qualm that I had is that I would say you didn't have a conversation about reparations if you didn't have Black people in the conversation. So I agree with everything that you said, but I just don't think it's a well-rounded conversation. If you had a conversation about reparations, with you being the only Black perspective around. And then let me say two other things too, Rez, and I don't want you to take offense to this, right? But it's going to be stern. Whenever you address Black people as others, and whenever you address Black people as whenever they come, it's going to be issues and all this type, that's kind of cringeworthy to me. And I'm not getting on no weird shit. It just sounds kind of weird. And so whenever you say you having conversations about reparations and not having the people who it's about represented, like it just seems weird. You know what I mean? Like, how can you have a genuine conversation about reparations without having the people that it's about in the conversation? You know what I mean?
Can I comment on what you said?
The issue that I have about having the conversation is exactly the point you're making. They think that the conversation should only be had by them and that it's only about them. Reparations is not simply about Black people. It's also about everybody else that they have to interact with, and the conversation never gets that far. So if I have a conversation with Black people about hold on, Joe. Let me just finish my point. If I make a conversation about Black people, but Black people don't even want to talk about the other people that it will also affect, that's a problem in itself. We could have this conversation all day because I've seen it all over in social media. They never talk about the other people. There are people who are going to be and we say Black people. Oh, what about your mixed Black people? What about Indians? What about the dark-skinned people who are Indian? What about them?
We were literally.
I agree.
I agree. You were saying, wait. He was saying that.
I'm gonna let you get right in, Joe. I'm gonna let you get right in, Joe. No, Joe. Don't forget your point because I'm gonna hop right out. Real shit. So Resla, no, you made great points, and I think you are a great moderator. I already told you that before. I think you can conduct it. You can conduct it. I agree with those points that you made. Black people do that, but I feel like you have a great platform, and I believe that if somebody is doing that, then you can shut them down. I won't hold grievances. I hold those same grievances, and I bring up those same issues, Rez. So those were great points. And Black people do that.
Not really.
But I feel like if we can have that conversation with white people. Like you said, hold on, let me finish.
Don't shoot.
Let me finish. Let me finish. So, like you said, Rez, you have a platform to where there's white people and Black people, right? And I do think we can have a constructive conversation because some white people will make the points that you was making. Like, hold on, it affects us, and they get to speak on that. So that will be a progressive conversation that aren't had on Black platforms to where white people get a say in it too. So I agree with you, but you are the person that can, accommodate that. So yeah,
guys, you guys are talking about what you guys are talking about, what you believe. Like it's a hypothetical. We believe. Do you realize, Rez, that you interrupted a conversation about reparations between a half and half Black, half white? There was no arguments. We were doing exactly the things that you wish could happen. You interrupted that conversation to tell us how shitty it would go if it ever happens. You realize that?
Wait. No. Joe, cool. In the short time that we've gotten to know each other, like I'll tell you, like I mainly come from a space that's full of all Black people. I'm talking about from some of the most abhorrent people that we run across to the blackity Blacks. And this is not a new conversation. So one of my skills is that it's observation. I have had years. This is not a new conversation. Reparations. It's not a new conversation. When I say I have ad nauseum been at a part of
what he said, Rez.
I believe it has nothing to do with. I thought that you were saying that, man, I don't want to have it right now because it can get kind of weird. But we were already, it was having it, and you was like, sometimes it's like I've tried it a couple times, wasn't enough Black people there. You got enough Black people now. Everything you dreamed of was literally occurring.
Do you think 3 people is enough people?
Yeah, it was only 3 whites and like 3 Blacks. It was perfect at the time.
It's not.
And we were civilized and behaving. There was no, Black people, white people ain't got to say. We wasn't doing the neck moving Black people shit.
Hold on,
was going good.
So I will say this. I actually agree with Joe on this point. So it is kind of balanced at the moment, but it's actually a good start. Also,
no, he wasn't talking about this moment. He was talking about a moment prior.
It's about the same equal 3 whites.
Yeah, but it's still the same thing in principle. But
so something. Okay, I got you.
A different situation that Resla shut down. He was talking about Resla shut down a productive conversation because he said it would be a bad thing.
Somewhere else, not here.
No, here. This one that we were
just right now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes. I was agreeing with Joe on that. I was saying, actually, and not the
previous conversation. Did Resla say if reparations happened that it would go horribly wrong? Did I miss that? He said that.
No. That's not what I'm agreeing. That's not what I'm agreeing with Joe on. I'm saying that.
No, but Joe said he said that, and Resla said he didn't say that.
Yeah, I was saying he was saying black people would come in and say crazy shit. That's what I was characterizing as horribly.
What I'm saying,
and whether I say it based on what from other spaces I've already been in, and I've already had plenty of conversations when other people try to have this conversation, because reparations is not simply about one person. It's about how we view.
We
things
understand that. You keep reiterating that as if it changes
because
the
it's
fact that we were having a productive conversation.
Because it's important. Because it's important.
We understand. I understand.
This is not. I'm not running a trope. I'm running critical thought, and most people turn it into a trope, or else I would never bring it up again if I just wanted to trend. I'm not an ambulance chaser, or I just won't fucking have the conversation.
And that's fair too. Yeah, I agree with that too, Resla. Yeah, that's
fair.
It's not a horrible conversation to have, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm not doing it I'm not offering up a question to something that we really can't possibly really think about and get down to an actual answer to. Because plenty of people say that they're solution based, but never fucking get down to the real conversation, the real thing that really matters.
Is your point that it's not as useless to start on this panel because we could not get anywhere? Is it useless to start it, period, because you couldn't get anywhere? Were you going in that direction?
No, the point, I want you to go with the point that you made before that, because that's going to derail it. Because the point that he was making to you, Resla, he said that it's kind of an issue with him for you to say that black people will bog down the conversation. He said you got 3 intellectual black people on the panel right now.
Well-behaved black motherfuckers pulling it off, making it happen.
And then you saying that I don't want to have that conversation because these other black people that I know in the past will fuck up the conversation.
No. I've seen enough. As I said, I've seen enough black people in the past from other places I've been at. Well before I even started this whole goddamn channel, and seeing how they behave when other people who do not look like them also try to. I want a conversation.
What are you trying to infer when you keep repeating that?
If I can't even fucking get out. This is the reason why I don't like having this conversation, because I can't even fucking put out a point, because the conversation is not just about fucking black people.
I don't know what you're yelling about either.
And if the only people who can speak on reparations is black people, I won't even have the conversation.
You had 3 white people, so I don't understand what you're yelling at.
Because I don't want the conversation now. Okay. We can make a segment for that.
Well, you can say that. I think we'd all honor it.
Yeah. So we was talking about war, right? Rick, your definition of war is bogus, bro. It's just not. If you say conflict is war, war is conflict. They're synonymous with each other. Whether you want to substitute conflict with war, if you engage in combat, armed combat, according to the definition, it is war.
There's a conflict in the Middle East by anybody's definition. By yours, conflict equals war. We are at war in the Middle East.
It's a territory dispute where some people are claiming you crossed my border. That's exactly right. Some people are saying that was my border originally. You crossed it. Now we go to war. I'm going to war. I'm going to cross back over that border, and I am going to go to quote unquote war with you. That is literally why I said borders from the beginning.
Yes. So you would agree that those are all wars over there in the Middle East?
Maybe. I don't know all of the details of all of them.
All right. So if you agree that some of them are wars, are they evil?
Yes. War is evil.
All right.
Hey, Sus Among Us just came in, but he ain't said too much of nothing.
Yeah, what's up with these crackers up here in the middle? Look,
I was thinking the same thing. These rednecks is fucking up the show.
These salty mofos being all like, dude, all I gotta say is get good at war, son.
I'm laughing to myself conversation. I'm laughing to myself about the whole concept, but I'm like, this is a conversation we can have next year, but we want to have the progressive conversation now. I don't want it now.
So I just
you need fucking be generous off the fucking panel.
I'm just saying, on the real tip, Resla said people claim that they're about solutions and they're not really about solutions. They just want to argue back and forth. I got a solution. Get good at war, kid. If you're not good at war, stop fucking bitching and complaining about. Hold on, let me finish my point, please. If you ain't good at war, don't bitch about being conquered. If you're a conqueror, you're not asking anyone's fucking permission. You're just fucking conquering. So listen, the Moors did it like in the back chat. If you want some proof, what do you mean? The word you're using, slave, comes from Slav, people that looked like brick.
Indeed.
The most enslaved people on the face of the fucking planet. So who exactly is paying who?
White people got to pay us, bro.
I wouldn't say the most, but the word did derive. No, definitely not the most. But you're right about
the most.
Have you met the Moors?
No,
have
I
you
have
met the
not
Barbary pirates?
I have studied
the Barbary
Moors.
Coast.
Hey, that's old news, man. Fuck that. Fuck them.
Yeah, we only want. Well, whenever we talk about slavery, we only want to talk about the antebellum South, right? Because Whitey got it. Because Whitey got it like that. No, hold on.
Okay, just make your point. Make your point.
Because Whitey got fat checks, right? And we can get those fat stacks out of Whitey's freaking bankroll, right? Because you ain't. No, hold on. You ain't trying to get reparations from the Moors because they'll tell you to fucking pound sand. You ain't going begging hat in hand to anyone else. Except for fucking guilt trip Whitey.
After we pull this off with Whitey, we may be feeling spirited and go after the Moors next. Thanks for the
So yeah, I dropped my mic on that and I'll listen. And this is exactly why Resla doesn't want to have this fucking conversation.
I can answer that, but you just keep
You've been quiet. You've been quiet. What's your thoughts, man?
Who? Sus? I mean,
no, I'm talking to Finko.
My opinion of reparations?
Oh shit! No.
The morality or legality of war?
I don't even know now.
Wherever you want to go, but not there.
Hold up. You know what? Hold up. Shit, because I am not in that mind frame. I am not in that mind frame.
Okay. What
hold
about?
Hold on. Let me just get it together.
I'm sorry.
We good.
I really want this conversation to be something that like closer, like really next year. But do we really want to have this conversation about reparations right now?
Woo! Come on, let's do it.
It doesn't matter.
I really would like this to be later, like, because honestly, to be honest, I'm looking. The truth of the matter is that I'm really looking to close down the show right now. I really don't want this to be too long right now.
I was thinking, Resla, that all those things that you talked about, we wouldn't have got into anyway. We were just going to scratch the surface, and the in-depth things you were worried about, we wouldn't have got to get into them in the next 5 or 10 minutes. I didn't think it was going to get heavy.
Yeah. I think it would be better if we had an actual scheduled show to actually do it, rather than just on the fly. People can get prepared for whatever they want, and I'm good with all that.
All right, so no pressure. You got to entertain us now. Go.
Jesus Christ!
What?
Let me entertain you. Come on,
I
Shirley
point
Temple.
out, Resla, that it was the black man that said it was the black man that said "dance, monkey, dance." Not the
facts. That's facts. That is a fact.
I didn't know that.
I got a clip I should send Resla. He can put that on his little StreamYards, and whenever somebody's trying to make him do a trick for a super chat, he can play it. Make me a bicycle, funny man.
Where did you want to go, Twinkle? I mean, Finkel.
Wow. Oh, address that. Please address that, sir.
Where did I go when I left? I did the handoff for my job.
I got you. Yeah.
A hand job for your off?
Yeah. No, I left to do the handoff. I'm on shift until 9:30 in the morning.
No, Finkel, he was talking about what did you want to talk about, sir?
Where did you want to go in the topic?
When I came up, the topic was the legality and the morality of war.
Go ahead.
But it seems like the conversations has moved on.
We're open. We're open. If you want to bring it back, you can bring it back.
All right, reparations. Listen, here's what
Resla's definitely back on track right now. You can do it, Finkel.
I came back on. You guys were talking about Patriots. You want to talk about Patriots?
Yeah. We asking you what you want to talk about,
we
Finkel.
can
You
do
can
that
take
for
it
a little
wherever you
bit.
want to take it, Finkel. Just take it.
Wherever you want to do it, we can take it for a little bit. But I'll be honest with you right now, I really don't want to talk about reparations because I can tell it could be something, and not for nothing. I'd rather have a lot more people who have a lot more opinions when it comes to it.
I apologize. I don't really, I really don't know how I feel about that because it's just not in my experience. I've never been owned.
Fuck that anyway.
No,
I'm interested
sir.
in
You never been
Patriots
oppressed.
shit now.
You never been held down. You never had a boot upside your neck, sir.
I've had every blessing in life. I'm a high school dropout that makes very good money. I've had every possibility to succeed. I can't speak for many people of various cultures and races who haven't had every chance that I have. So I really don't know how to speak to that topic. And now I'm getting that Resla doesn't want to talk about that topic.
No, yeah. I know Resla, like, I really don't want to talk about reparations. So Finkel says, let's talk about reparations.
Yeah, exactly. Like not tonight.
Hey, Resla,
hold on. That
can I
was
go-
being addressed for a while, and then Brick Jones kept talking over everybody, and Joko was
All right,
making.
listen, we can end all that. You brought up what? Patriotism. Fuck all that bullshit. We can just stop doing it. Fuck.
Brick, what were you saying, Brick?
Yeah, can you show me like my screen right now? What I got up. I don't know if you guys know who this is on the screen.
I don't see your screen. I just see.
No, I mean me.
Oh,
no,
let
me.
me unshare. It might be. I might have to unshare.
So this young man, his name is Sider.
Helen Keller.
Christopher Sider. Okay, you see what it says below? Killed on March 5th, 1770. Right. So this young man, right? This young man was the shot heard round the world. I don't know if you know what that is a reference to.
Yes.
Okay. That young man, he was about, I believe he was like 12 or 14 or something like that. And so that was the first shot. He died.
Wait,
that
wait,
was
wait. I
Patriot.
thought a brother died first.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought a brother died first.
Yes, his name was Christopher Sider. Yes, that's
I
Patriot.
thought that was a white boy on the wall.
No.
The point that he's making is that these are the definitions of people who should be looked at as patriots.
Yep.
Well, they're white.
Joe
right?
Cool doesn't understand that
He's also white.
we're all named
Wait.
He's not.
Oh my gosh.
He's not.
Once again, Brick got it wrong, but I'm going off semantics. He's right about who the person was. The date was 1775. But
excuse me. I'm reading.
That's okay.
It is 1775.
Okay.
Hey, I want your quickest patriots. What are the type of people that first come to your mind that are patriotic?
New England's Patriots. Oh, sorry. You were talking about people.
No, that was a perfect answer.
It's
You're
a football
right.
team and it's a type of missile.
Yeah, I left myself open for that one, bro.
Tommy Terrific. Tommy Terrific. He's the GOAT.
I give my definition so I can shit on everybody.
I'm interested.
There we go.
Particular.
A patriot.
Because I wonder if he's clogged with a guy throwing shit in the car.
Go, Josh. Go. What was it?
A patriot would be a person that enacts some type of action on their duty. Meaning it's not like defined as in what specifically their duty, aka soldiers go off and
you're saying it's subjective.
It is, yeah, the duty part is subjective. However, the number of people that are willing to enact on an action in some form are very minuscule numbers.
Okay, Josh, thank you for that lesson. I understand all of that shit. I'd still like you to answer. If you're going to answer my question, what do you consider patriots?
Those people that enact their actions based on their duties.
Give me some examples of those niggas.
A soldier, a cop, an EMT. Let's see here. The guy that basically fights crazy ass battles within the town hall against their school, right?
Whoa. I hate to do this twice in one night, but could you share my screen?
He's gonna ask, what about?
And let me get next.
No, not that screen. The other, the one I got.
My screen too.
The one I got below. Yeah, you see what this says? I don't know if you can actually hold on. Look, you see what that date says right there? February 22nd, 1770.
1770, Boston,
right?
Boston. Yeah.
Yeah. You see this name right here? You know who that is? Finkel, Christopher Sider. Okay. He was born in 1758 and died in on February 26th or 22nd, 1770. Okay. Look, dude, you act like I don't know my history, bro. Why would I bring something up and not know what the fuck I'm talking about? This is the second time. Jesus,
I don't know why you
went back. He went back, man. He went back.
Why? I don't understand. You only mentioned it was a year quarter or whatever. Why was that a big contention piece?
In 1775.
Yeah.
Why was that a big question? It's not. Okay. Let me answer the question so we can proceed. Right. So the question is, what is patriotism? Coming from Joe. Resla, can you please share my screen? So if we're talking about patriotism, I think that is synonymous with nationalism. In what sense? Nationalism is the identification with one's own nation and support for its interests, especially to the exclusion and the detriment of the interests of other nations. To me, that is the definition of a patriot. A patriot is somebody who's going to die and kill for their country, for their nation. That's what a patriot is. And it's a nationalist.
I think there's a difference between nationalism and patriotism. But patriotism is a person who will vigorously support his or her country and are prepared to defend it against enemies or detractors. And the shot heard around the world was in 1775.
How was that different from nationalism?
Hey, the shot heard around the world. Wasn't that the first person who died in the
Boston Massacre? It was the Boston Massacre, March 5th, 1770. Stop saying stupid shit, Finkel. That's 3 times now. Jesus fucking Christ. You don't even know your own goddamn history.
Type the word shot heard around the world. Every result will say Lexington and Concord, 1775. Yes, there was a massacre in Boston a few years before. Yes, the first casualty was Mr. Sider. No, that's not the shot heard around the world. Again, call it semantics if you want to.
I really hate to defend Finkel on this one, but my understanding is don't shoot until you see the whites of their eyes, boys, was long before that was, or I'm sorry, it was long after the original incident that you're talking about. But I think semantically, I agree with what Finkel's saying. It's the bigger battle was what Finkel's saying. That's the shot heard around the world historically.
Okay.
Why are you making weird faces?
Fair enough. I was wrong about the actual thing. Okay. That's fine. That's fine.
No, I mean, I'm not even saying that you're wrong about what you're saying. I'm saying the bigger picture, what historically we think of as the shot heard around the world. Yes. I think what you're saying is actually quite interesting, and I want to study up on it.
Yeah, the Boston Massacre, I see that as the shot heard around. I was wrong. Excuse me. It's the Boston Massacre. I was absolutely wrong, and I appreciate that, Finkel. Thank you.
Who was Christmas Addicts?
But it wasn't
the guy on your wall. Is my mic working, yo?
Did you concede?
My mic is not working.
Oh my God!
Thank you.
That was something new right there. I really appreciate
Finkel for correcting me.
Really, that was a really nice thing of you, man. I appreciate that. Good deal.
Yeah.
You got to own it when you're wrong, and thank you for the correction.
Yeah.
God, it hurt.
I did mean Boston Massacre, and I appreciate you for correcting me. Yes.
Because since Resla's all muted up and everything,
you can end the show on that.
Oh no, I was actually muted on purpose. Thank you. You know, you are one of the worst. You're the worst, my guy. Jesus Christ.
But yeah, as far as patriots in those days, the 1700s, late 1700s, during the wars of the American Revolution, patriot depends on if you are fighting for independency of these United States or if you are fighting for the crown, which at the time owned these United States or these 13 colonies. Each side will have their different opinion of who the patriots are.
So let me say this. we understand. All you said was it's subjective. So there's no right and wrong, because of course, hold on, Finkel. So the people fighting for the American side is patriots, and the people fighting for the opposite side of whoever you fighting, they're going to believe that their people are patriots.
Thus, nationalism. Thus,
No
nationalism,
shit.
like Dew was saying, like due diligence was saying, it's nationalistic.
There were British patriots and there were American patriots, and at the time they were enemies.
Yes, because they were fighting for their nation.
And the British were actually called loyalists.
Right. And beyond that, listen, not all conspiracies I consider to be bad. The conspiracy against the Crown of England to overthrow the yoke of tyranny, I think that was a good thing. What happened to Joe? Did he rage quit?
For us, it damn
He's
sure
having
was.
connection issues.
No, he has connection issues.
Yeah.
Both a patriot and a nationalist will defend their country. A patriot will do it for their country. A nationalist would do it excluding the interests of any other country.
Okay, I like that definition. Let's drill down on that.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Will a patriot be easily duped to fight another country's war instead of its own nation's war? Thinking it's doing a patriotic duty like the last 22 years of war?
I would say no.
Ooh.
Now a nationalist wouldn't be stupid enough to fight a foreign country's war for it using its blood and treasure like a bunch of retarded muppets.
Indeed.
But that's what we've been doing in America for the last 25 freaking years.
Indeed.
So I would say
patriots
can be, yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I think patriots are easily duped. Nationalism, a patriotic national person is a smart person because they will be smart enough to understand that they're fighting for the security and the future of their nation, their borders. When the Vatican has big, beautiful, effective walls around it, and Israel has 99.9% effective barriers on the interior of Israel that protects it from unwanted invasions from people that are quote unquote undesirable. But America is not allowed to have any kind of barriers or protect itself. I mean, just ask the people in Chicago how they feel. Ask them how they feel about the incursion of all these people taking their resources away right now. Because I covered it like 6 months ago, Finkel, and you can act like a muppet all you want, dude.
Yeah, and I wanted to point it back out because when I mentioned this guy, right, this young man, 11 years old, right, and I see him as a patriot because he didn't stand up.
Who did you mention? The guy on the wall?
Yeah, Sidon. Yeah,
is Sidon and Crispus Attucks the same person or something?
No.
Who is Crispus Attucks?
I know I've heard the name. I'm not sure.
Can someone Google it right quick?
Yeah, I can do that. And while I'm doing that, yeah, so I see this young man as a patriot because he sacrificed his own life for the future that he did not know would happen, right? And that future is, he went out because of he was protesting. Which isn't actually right, but he was.
Was he protesting? Or was he just in the town square when the Brits stared firing?
He might have just been there in that instance. You're
I'm not
right.
sure.
He could have been there.
I do find it interesting that future President John Adams defended those British soldiers in court. I always thought that was kind of
fascinating. And I got a question for Fink after the Crispus Attucks shit.
What was the name again? Christopher what?
Crispus Attucks. Attucks, I think.
Google that. Crispus Attucks?
Yeah.
Don't know that name.
I never heard it.
Crispus. Crispus.
Good to me.
Yes. Yeah.
I always thought that was the first guy who died.
March 5th, 1770. So that would have been he died as well at the Boston Massacre.
Isn't that interesting how black folk remember the black guy? And I guess you said the guy, the white-looking guy on the wall behind you, was supposed to be black too?
He's supposed to be black too. Yeah, that's an interesting thing.
We was raised, Crispus Attucks was that guy. Matter of fact, they got paintings of his ass in the fucking famous museums.
They were also, both of those characters were also killed by the same officer.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the artists of the time made him look white. I don't know. We didn't have photography in those days.
I
Ebenezer
wonder if they
Richardson?
didn't rename his ass. I wonder if that's not the right white version. His name is a lot closer to Chris, right? Then y'all say his first name was something like Chris or Chris.
This is what it says. While he is widely remembered as the first American casualty of the American Revolutionary War, 11-year-old Christopher Sider was shot a few weeks earlier by Customs Officer Ebenezer Richardson on February 26th. So I'm actually incorrect. Let me correct the record. Interesting, because it's got it separate in two different places. Yes, good stuff. This is why I like having this conversation. Right. Let me correct my record.
As long as whether it was the massacre or the customs inspection, it wasn't the shot heard around the world.
Christmas Addicts.
Even so,
just want to point out that look at the names of the person that fired the shot on both names.
Ebenezer Richardson and Ebenezer Richardson. That is very interesting.
Both people were shot by the same
crazy ass redcoat running around.
Someone could argue that he started the fucking war. Someone could argue he was trigger happy and he started the war. He couldn't wait to fucking shoot him up.
I bet he was a Mossad agent.
That is true.
White.
Hey guys, want to let you know I'm got about 10 minutes in, and we'll wrap it up from there.
All right. This is fun, and every time motherfuckers say 10 minutes, motherfuckers,
Can I use my closing argument?
What you need? Wait, hold on, Joe. Cool. You need me to be on white people time. You need me to be exact. I will motherfuckers exactly.
No. Now that I know you're on black people time, I'm quite comfortable.
Oh no, sir. I got a good credit score. I am exact. I am on time. Do not try me. I give leniency, but if you tell me to be cryptic, I will give you a 5-minute grace period. But no, if you tell me not even give you that, I will clip this motherfucker.
Another hour.
Okay.
Hey, Finkel, I want to ask you something. After this little encounter, right? Can you say that I come in good faith?
Nah. You still
then fuck you. You're a bitch, bro. You're a bitch, bro, and I will never, ever answer another fucking question you ever ask. You sorry motherfucker. You're a sorry motherfucker. You are a sorry motherfucker, bro. No,
I don't want to
fuck you. You're opposed to that. Fuck you. Fuck you.
My question you never did answer, Fink. I asked you modern day, who are the first particular people? Give me names of who you consider patriots. I want everybody to do it.
Current
modern day names.
Yeah, give a name of a fucking patriot, you sorry motherfucker. It ain't you. You ain't no fucking patriot. You're a scumbag.
Marx is his patriot.
I know what the fuck you did on January 6th. I know what you did on January 6th, you sorry motherfucker.
What is your problem with
what did
January
you do on
6th?
January 6th?
What is your problem with January 6th?
What did you do?
Oh my
goodness. What were you doing on January 6th?
I was taking pictures.
And what was your purpose there?
Ratfink was the J6
taking pictures.
And what was the purpose? You already declared it. You already declared it. You sorry motherfucker.
Let him hog the last 10 minutes, right?
I took pictures. And if you were there and you committed a crime and you were caught,
that's not a patriot right there. That's a brown shirt.
That's a traitor.
At least y'all on top.
Bitch. You're a bitch.
Wait, okay, let's clear this up.
And I just cleared it up, bro. I came in good faith, and you won't accept that. Look, I was wrong. I admitted I was wrong, and I cleared the record. But you're a little bitch.
You were wrong on semantics, which I pointed out as semantics
How about
in the
fuck
first
you?
You admitted. One.
I don't give a shit, bro.
You think
Nobody
I'm
fucking cares what a little bitch says.
What I was doing on January 6th.
Hey guys, as
betraying the
hey,
country.
you
hate
you
your
crackers need to
country.
cut it out, man.
Rick
You're giving
Jonesy,
us
you hate
giving
your
us a bad name.
You hate your
white
God.
trashing up.
You hate your
White
country.
trashing up the chat.
You're a
This is
fucking
embarrassing.
retarded moron who hates his country. You hate your
Yeah,
country.
let's get Uncle Fatty.
Yeah, black folk would never be this rude.
You better get this
my reparations check, but then I got high.
I really don't mind being wrong.
Because I got high.
Finkel, I'm at
Here you go, Resla. This is what you asked for.
I can't hear you squeaking there, Brick.
Uncle Fatty, what's your opinion on reparations?
The shot heard around the world. You guys listen. The shot heard around the world.
Absolutely fucking
The shot heard around the
3
entire world.
hours
Was
later.
the shot that Joe gave my mama about 3 hours ago on her chest.
Hell yeah.
She talking about that already? Let's just got the door. That woman. Tell us all our business.
Gosh, no way.
It has been prophesied, that the Prince of Pasta will be born on a fortnight.
Ooh, I like
No.
Okay, listen, Resla don't want to talk about
what you could have done.
What you could have to talk about religion. He don't want to talk about reparations, bro. So
the religion, I think fucking quiet. Reparations, y'all gonna want me to fucking talk. I can't sit here and I can't sit here and have a reparations conversation and sit here in white face.
Get along.
What you could have done just now, Finkel, was to accept a good faith concession, but what you did was be a little bitch.
That wasn't a
Twinkle, Finkel, little head. How I wonder what was said
Do something
in the
about
swamp.
Rick Jones, do something about it. Do something about it.
So deep.
You can
so deep in the swamp.
Or you can do something about it.
Twinkle, twinkle, tell me what was said.
Patriotism, what was it like? You said name like 3 patriots or some shit?
Name 3 modern day patriots, yes.
The Grinch
I'd like anybody to do it.
Mr.
Who?
Let me ask you this. For what reason are we doing this? Like, what's the point of doing this?
Well, the reason I wanted Fink to do it was because I think I got him pegged from knowing him. I think I know the type of people he may name.
Don't peg him.
Phrasing.
Don't peg him.
Ain't no pegging going on.
I don't mind.
Oh, he said on mine.
I almost said I don't mind. That would have been a clip.
Whoa. Tell me what was said.
What's you got him pegged for what though? What?
Damn.
Phrasing.
So who's a bigger patriot?
To that? Here, I'll begin because this is apparently so fucking difficult. James Freeman. I think that dude is a patriot.
Yes.
I agree.
Anybody want to follow up with one of their own?
I think Jack Talcott's definitely a patriot.
If you
he wants to end all wars, man.
Yeah,
I would say
Shipley's
Rick Jones, he hates his country.
Yeah.
I would say that if you go by the Constitution,
No, I don't want you to go by the Constitution. Niggas
people
keep
think
doing that for the last 2 hours.
Right. Well, hold on.
Someone's opinion
without
telling me the fucking law.
This is actually back. I'm boosting your argument about James Freeman. No, I come in peace. I don't want to leave in pieces. Fuck's sake, dude.
Does it have
Take
to be
the W.
Yeah, I'm still mad, Joe, because I ain't got a name yet. But go ahead.
Take the W.
Does it have to be an American patriot?
So in the Constitution, people think we have the right to resist a tyrannical government. In fact, we have a duty to. And I think James Freeman is being more of a patriotic person by purposely sticking his finger in the eye of the frickin' state.
Very good.
He's doing his duty.
Jesus did the same thing, right? Jesus was the first anarchist, right? Straight up.
Gonna name somebody other than the person I named.
I said Don Shipley, Brick Jones, and myself. There's 4.
There's 4. I'll say something that's controversial. It might not be like the patriot that you named, but what about somebody?
Now that you see it doesn't hurt your booty hole to say a name, can I get a name, Finkel?
A name of a patriot?
Grr, nickel.
David Finkel.
He said har.
Give me somebody else. And I agree with you, Frank, by the way.
Okay,
Give me somebody else.
Edward Snowden.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
What? Yes.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I'll give that. I'll take that.
Wait.
He is the Fed. He is the Fed.
I'm drafting Edward Snowden.
He is the Fed. I'll take Edward Snowden. I will.
Yeah, I'm drafting.
I'll
fuck with Edward Snowden.
So can I take information that I have access and give it to a foreign country? And will you call me a patriot, sir?
I'll say, as a member of the white race, I hereby declare if Finkel is being traded to the Russians for Snowden, the commie can go to Russia. We'll take Snowden back.
Why are you guys so quiet?
So to answer your question, Josh, if I believe that the United States government are going to put me in Guantanamo Bay, if I share this information with anybody in America, which would actually be illegal to share this information with anybody in America. So
Sir,
if I don't
how
want to risk,
dare you?
What if,
How
what
dare
if you
you?
didn't share it? What if you just stole it and stored it at your own private golf club
outside of the
in the
country
shitter?
and exposes information and give it to the world? Because if I do it inside the United States, I risk just getting snuffed out.
Hey,
Hold
I
up.
like the way
hold
you
up.
phrased
I'm
that.
not
He gave it to
accusing
the
him
world,
of giving
not just a
information
foreign
to
country. He gave it
Americans.
to the
I'm
world.
accusing him of giving information to foreign countries.
He gave it to the world. You're characterized as a foreign country. He gave it to us too. He gave it to everybody.
And then here's
No,
the
sir.
caveat. You can't.
No?
Here's the deal, though, Joshua.
Yeah,
It's not like
he played a lot of different sides.
Secrets to another country. He went and told another country that, hey, the U.S. is spying on the U.S. This is not no information that another country can use to take us over or anything like that.
Wait. No, he disclosed information globally. He did not sell information.
Yeah,
That's very
didn't make a
That's not entirely true either.
No.
Hey, Joe, how about Liz Cheney? She's a patriot.
You know what? You know what, Josh? We need a segment just called Fed Talk. Go tell us what he sold. Tell us what he sold.
Let me tell you about my Fed friend.
They don't give us no information. We got the We got a whack ass
Snowden did exchange information for monetary gain on several occasions. Actually,
he made money. He didn't want to, but he did.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, yeah, it was probably the case that he was in a pinch and had to.
His life was kind of on the line.
I think the question is, at the end of the day, did he do the right thing? Because if he didn't do what he did, we wouldn't know for certain that our government was spying on us the way that it was. It was always a thought. We could never prove it. But if it wasn't for Snowden, we wouldn't have been able to prove that.
And by our government,
it was proven before.
And by our government due diligence,
I don't remember in what way.
mean Israel, right?
Well, I don't know about proven. It was suggested. It was suggested before. It wasn't necessarily proven.
It certainly wasn't out there like it was.
Did he store nuclear secrets and private government information in his bathroom in his golf club?
Good point.
Who?
I don't know.
Snowden, right? He stored all that information, like paperwork, in his bathroom, right?
His private golf club that he has. No, he didn't.
Oh, that's right. That was a different guy. Sorry, totally.
Yeah.
What? I like Uncle Fatty. I like him.
I thought I was about to learn some shit.
He had with the Dr. Evil. He had the whole Chihuahua thing going on. I'm like, wait, what's he talking about?
The Chihuahua.
There you go.
I wanted
Didn't he have the nuclear sequence in his bathroom?
I wanted to answer Joe Cool's question.
Everybody store their nuclear secrets in their bathroom?
Surprise! I'm white.
In their private
I have a long list of current day Patriots. I could name much more than 3.
Cheech Marin,
I'd like to hear a couple.
Chong, and Joe Cool.
Man. So Dr. Justin Spieth is one of them. I mean, I could go down the list of a lot of them, right? I'm sure that you probably know that I would call Chili DeCastro one. Brian Young.
Where's the standard at, Brick? Where's the standard? Where's the line where you say yes or no?
No, Brick, you have a long. Rick, you said you have a long list. We got gentlemen up here. I need closing thoughts.
Yep, Michael Eline, Leroy Truth. There's a lot.
Like
even you, Resla. I see you as a Patriot too, by the way.
I mean,
on the real. If you appreciate the freedom that we have here enough to be having an intellectual conversation about it, that alone says a lot about your loyalty.
Josh is having an intellectual conversation. He's no patriot. Josh is
not.
No, I absolutely do, because you allow a massive amount of free speech here on your platform, right? That is number one, first and foremost, because everybody talks about their beliefs. Everybody talks about where they want to go. Everybody wants to talk about why the government is doing certain things. Even Joshua probably would say something is wrong.
Still hurt our Friday.
But these are the things that I would consider patriotism. When you support our rights, that's patriotism.
I would fight for the rights of people that I don't fucking agree with. Absolutely.
You're a good guy for giving me shit.
So,
way to go,
Rick,
way to go,
Rick,
Rick.
the guys
Wait,
that
hold on.
ran up in
I want to
the
say for the
Capitol
I want to say
were
for the
they
record because I heard
patriots?
it. I heard it for the record, but I just want to say there is no hard R Friday. That is not what we're doing here. Not it.
My
Hey,
bad.
Brick, can I assume that the guys who ran up in the Capitol that day, you would label them patriots, generally speaking?
No.
I got one for
No.
you.
That whole situation, that whole
No.
by the way, due diligence, you don't have to go to Guantanamo
Not
Bay.
in general. Not in
They
general.
actually-
Now,
they
maybe I
actually-
could.
That was the question. Yeah,
I could name a
actually-
few, but not in
Yeah.
general. Sorry.
They actually rolled out a new Guantanamo Bay within the interior of the United States, United States of America. It's in the District of Columbia, which is actually extrajudicial from the United States, just like Guantanamo Bay is from Cuba. And what they did was they renditioned a bunch of white-os, a bunch of meemaws and grandpas that took a guided tour in the J6, and most of which have not been charged yet. And they've been renditioned in the J6 jail, in jails in DC right now. And
nobody's in that jail who has not been charged.
And if it wasn't a bunch, if it were a bunch of Muslims, you know what the Muslim community would have done?
You lie, your feet stink, and you don't love Jesus.
If there was a bunch of Muslims in that jail, you know what would have
Muslim
happened?
community, bro.
The Muslims would have tore that jail down brick by brick until those men were
In a Muslim country, though, right?
No, I guarantee you, even in this country,
in this country, that you guys,
they would have torn.
You heard Fink say they all been charged, dude.
Muslims don't play with that stuff. They don't play with the whole.
Because that's
they don't,
a big deal.
They don't play with this drag queen story hour. They don't play with that stuff. They don't
In
do that
Gitmo,
stuff
they're
in
not
Minnesota
charged. Do
because
you
the
know if they're
Muslims will burn
charged?
that school to the ground in a
Do you
heartbeat.
know if they're charged in DC, GS?
What's that?
Fink said everyone in there is charged. That's a big difference.
I'll
from
have to do some research. Finkel also said that.
So I want to ask you guys about this patriot, right? So I'm going to say the name and then I'm going to give my qualifications. So I think most of you guys on the panel will agree with the name, but once I give the qualifications, that's what I really want to know if you consider him a patriot or not. So I'm gonna say Donald Trump is a patriot, right? Nope. I'm gonna say Donald Trump is a white nationalist, but that is a positive thing for him. So whenever I say Donald Trump is a patriot and a white nationalist, what are his policies? He says close the borders, right? He also says bring all our manufacturers back to the United States. People that don't want to do business and we benefit out of that business, we're going to tariff their ass. He says always bring our troops back home if the wars don't have shit to do with us, right? He also, so these are things that are nationalism, right? Also patriotic. So even though it doesn't, I would say per se, it doesn't include me in it because I think he's a white nationalist, but he is a patriot for America, right?
Sure. So hold on. It's where's your comma? Where's your comma? Is he a nationalist that happens to be white, or is he a white
nationalist? 3 semicolons in that fucking paragraph, bro.
Do you see how unfair you're being with your premise?
No, I don't think he's being unfair. I think he's saying what he means.
No,
I think he's calling the guy a white nationalist.
Every rapper wanted to be
your
Donald
feelings
Trump,
don't want
dude.
you to allow you to accept the fucking fact.
All right.
One minute.
All right, guys.
Let me say this. You can have
my closing arguments.
I wasn't saying that it was a negative thing. So you can word it like that if you want to.
No.
He can be a white person that happens to be a nationalist, but it's still effectively the same thing.
Yeah, my closing statement is I'm looking forward to having more conversations with the due diligence no, seriously, thank you, panel. Resla, get some sleep.
What
brother.
about reparations before you get out of here, GS?
Yeah, fuck me.
You said 1 minute. You said 1 minute, like 15 seconds ago.
Nope. All right. So due diligence. What's your closing thoughts? What you thought about the actual the show, and then where people can see you. By the way, before you end, drop your link in the chat so I can check out your stuff.
Okay. So I would just say, man, I enjoy it, And I would say for you, Resla, I think that you don't give yourself enough credit for being the great moderator that you are. Don't like discredit yourself. Like don't turn down. Like don't shy away from no conversations. And that's it really. But anyway, I had a great time being here. My name is Due Diligence. You can find me on the principles. I don't have much content. I'm really studying right now. I just now popped out in order to have conversations, but I'm really doing my due diligence in order to have, constructive conversations.
Do me a favor, just put the link to your chat in the back chat, so I could take a look. I could take a look at that later. Pinko, you're next.
A couple things. First, Trump sounds like a patriot, but watch what he does. Don't listen to what he says. They're two different things. And anyone who despises me for going to Capitol Hill and taking pictures opposes the First Amendment. And if you really hate me for that, you got to hate the people I was taking pictures of because they took more pictures than I did. Thank you.
Were you a confidential informant?
Bingo, you forgot something. Where can they find you?
Oh, you didn't ask me where they could find me.
So, you know what? You're absolutely right. Where
you could find me balls deep in Finkel's ass.
Jesus Christ.
Is there room for two?
Hey, Todd's gay, everybody. He just fucking admitted it.
Hey, I'm not gay, but $20 is $20. Thank you for that super chat.
My goodness.
Who's gay?
It's only not gay when it's in prison. Okay, and we're not in prison right now, as far as I can tell.
Field gay is not real gay
when you're in prison. Jesus Christ. All right. So, Finko, where can they find you?
Alexandria, Virginia. And if anybody thinks they want to meet me in the battlefield, stop wishing, make it happen. Come to Alexandria, Virginia, or just keep talking.
Is there a battlefield at Alexandria?
Oh my goodness! You know what? I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move forward.
Is that your boyfriend, Lieutenant Todd?
I'm gonna move forward. Joe Cool, what's going on? What's your thought on what's everything in the channel? And then, of course, where can they find you?
I would like to say the most important thing that I could say, and I'm a fan of God. I don't go to church, never been to church, not even a day. But I would say that we all are one. We are all brothers. And until you can find unconditional love for the guy that gives you shit, you will remain trapped down here in this fucking hell, repeating it over and over again. That's the best advice I can give you. And you can find me at Joe
My
Cool.
mom's
Just
house.
type in Joe. Yeah, Fatty's mom's crib.
Also balls deep in Finkel's ass. Good job,
Also
Joe.
balls deep in ass.
Oh my gosh, I can't with you guys.
Balls deep. Joe Cool. That's my channel name.
I'll be home tomorrow. Save the spot in the driveway for me, Dick.
All right, so break.
Oh, I know he's gonna be balls deep in.
Oh my god! I have absolutely no problem with anyone in this country taking pictures. This is fine with me. If you are committing a crime or an act against this country's legal system, then I got to question some things. I don't agree with every legal statute and code and ordinance. So that to me is also patriotism. And then I could also, like I mentioned, I could go down this list. I mean, there's Jesse Lee Peterson. There's the civil rights lawyer, Tyrant Terminator audits, Hot R News, Tech Scout audit. I mean, I have a long list of patriots.
I'm sure you do.
I appreciate everything that every one of our patriots do. And if Finkel, you are a patriot, I want to believe it and continue in that good work. And thank you for everything, Resla. And also, I don't want to forget those in the chat. They are patriots as well. Let's be clear.
You're not a fucking patriot unless you're fucking raging, bro.
They come to press every single day. They press them buttons. So press that like button.
And he's also balls deep in Finkel's ass.
Thank you, Brick Jones, for admitting that I am a patriot. But the truth is, nobody fucking cares what you think.
Allegedly in Minecraft.
I don't think. Isn't that beautiful? Nobody cares what I think, and I don't think.
Oh my god.
We're gold.
Okay. So
3 hours later.
Okay, exactly. Uncle Fatty, what are your thoughts? Taking a look at what's been happening here on
he
the
came
panel
in
and the
late.
show.
You only get 10 seconds because you were very late to the show. Shame on you.
On my honor, I will do my best to do my duty to God and my country, to obey the scout law, and to help other people at all fucking times.
Scout law. He literally did. Like, yay. All right.
Hell
And
yeah.
I mean,
what are your thoughts on what on the panel for your closing thoughts?
Well, great first section. Later section got a little dicey with JJ mouthing off all over the place up here. You know,
damn,
that guy up the panel once in a while.
Can't get him to be quiet, can we?
Yeah, you know.
Damn.
Other than that, catch me at your mom's house between 7 and 8:30.
Come on, Daddy.
Don't follow me, you won't make it.
About
Just
that
remember
back
my
child
child
support.
support. There's 18 years owed.
My
sir.
ex-wife owes me over $14,000 in child support. Tell me somebody.
I don't care about your ex-wife. I care about my child support, right?
I know, but everybody
years
else
back up, buddy.
You're the only guy that hasn't banged
Worst dad ever, mug.
Worst dad ever, exactly.
Worst dad ever, mug.
I never got to shout out my channel.
Yeah, good excuse.
I never got to shout out my channel.
Shout out channel.
Yeah,
you
I have
can
a
find
channel
me
too.
at generally specific.
It's totally selfish. I certainly would appreciate any kind of support. You know, if you want to watch some videos of a government accountability type thing, then
everybody go sub. Totally selfish. It's a new channel. Everybody go sub.
I want to give it.
And Joe Cool is a real patriot, by the way. That dude right there.
Right?
I concur. X gets the square.
I wanna give a shout out and a great thank you to all the patriots under my boot. Every one of you fuckers going around testing and shit, right? Thank you for my job, sir. You've been putting food on my kids' table. I love you.
People, let me tell you about our friend.
Every time with these guys.
Thank you very much for the show, guys. I'm gonna drop it real quick so I can end it out with the chat. And
no reparation. There's a guy.
If you want to stick behind, you can stick behind for a little bit after. But I'm gonna drop it real quick. Oh my goodness, everyone! This has been very, very interesting. It's been a very good night. Much longer than I actually wanted it to be because I'm trying to scale back a little bit. But I do appreciate everybody. Woo, this was a really good one. We will have a new show. You know, Saturday comes by. Sunday is kind of my days off, not because particularly that I am spiritual, but I just need my Sundays off. Kind of like to actually visit other people's stuff and everything like that. Next stream will most likely be, is going to be Monday. But guys, please be sure to show up for my Monday stream. It's actually going to be literally to the day when I first started doing this channel, which is December 23rd. I think it's going to be awesome. Haven't really figured out exactly how I want to put it out for you guys yet, but I think it's very interesting that we haven't actually made it this long. The next Monday after that will literally be our 100th episode, dealing with all this and Opinionated, and I think it will be pretty much awesome. By the way, guys, I just want to let you know this as well. I want to ask you for your own particular thoughts. Be sure to put it in the comment section of this video. How exactly do you feel about the entire aspect of putting up this whole court kind of thing for people who are going to be out there settling their beef? I really, really liked it last time. But you give me your thoughts about it and tell me if you really want to agree upon actually doing that, or if you think that's something we should put up for an actual segment piece, whether it's on Opinionated or something separate from Opinionated. Just let me know in the comment section of this particular video. Outside of that, I love your feedback. Tell me what you think about the show. Let me know if there's anything in particular that you think that we can do to amp up the show. You know, I'm always thinking about my thoughts. But it's not just a me thing, it's an us thing. So I'm always looking forward to your feedback. If anything, always be sure to reach out to me at wrestleropinionated@gmail.com. Let me say it again for the people in the back row. wrestleropinionated@gmail.com. That's all together. And give me your actual thoughts. Until then, love you, appreciate you, and I will see you on the next one. Stay opinionated.